In the era of Naruto, choose 6 paths Madara at the beginning. Chapter 1 The urban version of Naruto world. The annual first ball space The Secret Realm has been opened. I'm really looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? If the chakra affinity is not 50, we are not qualified to enter the space of the first ball. I'm so angry. I heard that after entering the space of the first ball, the chakra will increase greatly. More importantly, there is a certain chance to obtain the blood limit and the inheritance of the strong above level 6. Hiss, do you still remember Senior Linley last year? His chakra affinity was as high as 108, and he obtained the upper blood limit storm escape in the space of the first ball. The amount of chakra increased from a quasi-ninja to a third-level ninja, and he was directly recommended to Yato University. Their household registration was moved to Yato. It's so scary. What is this? Didn't you hear about what happened the day before yesterday? When Xi, the school beauty of the neighboring school, entered the space of the first ball with a chakra affinity of 157 and obtained the inheritance of the 7th level king Hitaki Kakashi. Are you sure? That's a level 7 king, a godlike strong man. In time, our human race may have another guardian god. But I heard that there are some problems with Kakashi's inheritance. Shangcheng City Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School, Grade 3C Class. Chi Yuan, who was sitting in the back row, heard a lot of talking and his head was buzzing. The classmates in the classroom were still chattering. Don't worry about other schools for now, let's talk about Yang Li from our Grade 3A class. He got the middle blood limit fast escape in the initial space yesterday and broke through to the 2nd level ninja. That's not right. How can that guy be qualified to enter the initial space? When he was tested half a year ago, his chakra affinity was less than 30, and it was extremely difficult to refine chakra. Haha, who let him have a good father? Didn't our Shangcheng City discover a very small secret space not long ago? Some chakra fruits were found there. This kid ate more than 20 of them before he finally got the qualification to enter the initial space. What? After eating more than 20 chakra fruits, the chakra affinity is only 50? This guy is really useless. One chakra fruit is worth 1 million, and more than 20 chakra fruits are worth tens of millions. Why don't I have such a father? This thing can't be bought only by money. Their Yang family has connections in our Shangcheng City. It's really worth tens of millions to exchange for a middle-level blood limit. Yes, the middle-level blood limit can grow to the 5th level master mirror. The mayor of our Shangcheng City is a master. This is too much, we must not mess with Yang Li. Chi Yuan listened to these voices and felt that it was ridiculous. He lowered his head and looked at the class schedule on the table with tape, and felt that his 3 views were about to collapse. Morning, history class, geography class, biology class. It looked normal at first glance, but Chi Yuan had a toothache when he looked carefully. History class, the origin of ninjas and how humans inherited chakra to resist the secret beasts. Geography class, how many secret spaces are currently known to humans? And where are the entrances to the 20 secret spaces guarded by the kings of our human race? Biology class, how long will it take for medical ninjutsu to achieve painless and harmless eye replacement technology? The afternoon class was even more abnormal. Afternoon, physical training class, ninjutsu class, practical class. What the hell is this? Chi Yuan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then a strange memory came into his mind. Woshi, it turns out that I really traveled through time. Then, Chi Yuan understood his current situation. This is still an urban world, but there are secret spaces in various parts of the world. There are a large number of extraordinary beasts living in these secret spaces. Once they enter the human world and cause a beast tide, it will be a terrible natural disaster. However, there is a tower of inheritance in each secret space. Humans can get ninjutsu scrolls, summoning contracts, a blood limit inheritance or a powerful ninja inheritance from it. Ninja inheritance. Chi Yuan's heart was shaken. In his current memory, those powerful ninjas are clearly anime characters in the Naruto world. Kakashi, Mike, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. These people have become part of the inheritance of the strong in this world. According to my memory, this world was still very normal more than 300 years ago. Suddenly one day a secret space descended and caused a beast tide. The world entered the era of mass extinction. Only when the ancestors of the ancient Xia country accidentally discovered the space of the beginning of the earth did they open the ninja era and establish the current Kyushu alliance. The information of the origin space emerged in Qi Yuan's mind. This secret space is different from other dangerous places. There are no secret beasts in it, only a tower of inheritance. It seems to be tailor-made for humans. People who enter the origin space will get an opportunity, either a substantial increase in chakra, or a secret technique, and may also have the opportunity to obtain various blood limits and the inheritance of powerful ninjas. Especially the latter, which can also be obtained in other secret spaces, but the price paid is too high. Because the secret spaces with blood limits and powerful ninja inheritance are very dangerous, and even level 7 king beasts appear. And there are only dozens of level 7 kings in the entire Kyushu alliance. It's just that the origin space is only open for a few days a year, and everyone has only one chance to enter when they become an adult in their lifetime, and they must have a chakra affinity of more than 50 to be eligible to enter. Chakra affinity must be 50. When I was tested half a year ago, I seemed to be only 20. 20 is the level of ordinary people. If there is no adventure, you can't go on the road of ninja. Qi Yuan suddenly felt unwilling. Since he came to this world, he certainly wanted to get the blood limit or the inheritance of the strong. And this opportunity only comes once. If you seize it, you may become a strong man. It's just that chakra affinity strength represents a person's potential. It is difficult to improve it in a short time without background and money. And at this moment, a mechanical voice appeared in his mind. Infinite strengthening system loading. Loading completed, automatically calling up the attribute panel. Host, Qi Yuan. Level, none. Chakra affinity, potential 21. Physical energy, 20. Spiritual energy, 20. Strength value, 0. Qi Yuan was stunned at first, and then ecstatic. Has the welfare of the traverser arrived? System, what are you for? The mechanical voice sounded again. This system can strengthen all the attributes of the host, including ninjutsu, blood limit, physical energy, mental energy, chakra affinity, etc. The premise is that the host can obtain enough strengthening value. Note, strengthening ninjutsu requires the minimum learning of the ninjutsu. Qi Yuan looked closely, and the strengthening value displayed on the system is 0. How to get this? Enhancement points are obtained by suppressing others. Winning a bet, a battle, or even being more handsome than others can get enhancement points. The more complicated the event, the greater the difficulty, the more enhancement points you will get after suppressing others. It is detected that the host has just turned on the system, and now a novice gift package is presented. Please choose whether to receive it. Qi Yuan's heart was shocked, and then he chose to receive it without hesitation. The novice gift package has been issued. 1. Get 500 points of enhancement points. Chapter 2 Infinite Enhancement System, Practice the 8 Gates of Ninja Technique. 500 points of enhancement points? If all are added to chakra affinity, I can not only enter the space of the first ball, but also have a great opportunity. Others can get the inheritance of the Hotaki 50-50 with 150 points of chakra affinity, so it is not too much for me to get an orthodox Uchiha Mangeki Sharingan with 500 points. However, the system's rewards are not over yet. 2. Give the 8 Gates of Ninja Technique. Qi Yuan's expression was shocked, and then he showed excitement again. The system also gave me the 8 Gates Ninja Technique, which is really awesome. Because according to the description of the system, as long as he has the enhancement value, he can infinitely enhance his ninjutsu training. This 8 gates ninja technique is no exception. In other words, he doesn't need to train as hard as others to practice the 8 gates ninja technique. Although the 8 gates ninja technique has significant side effects, and even opening the 8th gate may cause death, its power is unquestionable. But all this needs to be experimented. During the break, Chi Yuan left the classroom and came to a remote corner. In his mind, he recalled the 8 gates ninja technique he had just obtained. I only need to learn the 8 gates ninja technique, I don't need to master it, and then directly use the enhancement value to enhance it. If it were other ninjutsu, Chi Yuan would definitely spend a lot of time learning. But the 8 gates ninja technique is different. It tests a person's body more than the learning of moves. The first door is in the mind, that is, opening the door, opening the limitations of the brain. Chi Yuan immersed himself in the practice according to the description of the 8 gates of Dunjia, but after a while, he could not succeed. His eyes flashed, "System, add 30 strengthening values to my body energy." Immediately, the body energy on the system changed from 20 to 50. Chi Yuan felt the changes in his body in an instant, and at the same time, the 8 gates of Dunjia was loosened. The door has been opened? It succeeded so easily. Sure enough. Practicing the 8 gates of Dunjia requires strong physical energy. As the door opened, Chi Yuan instantly found that a certain point in his mind broke through the shackles. A much stronger force than before surged throughout his body. After opening the first door, his strength has also become much stronger. And the system attributes have also changed a lot at this time. Chi Yuan raised his eyebrows, and then upgraded the 8 gates of Dunjia again without hesitation. System, strengthen the 8 gates ninja technique by 50 points. System, strengthen the 8 gates ninja technique by 100 points. So Chi Yuan opened the second gate, the rest gate, and then the third gate, the life gate. As the 3 gates were opened, Chi Yuan found that not only his physical energy increased, but also his mental energy increased significantly. It seems that after unlocking the 3 key acupuncture points of the human body, my strength has changed a lot. And at this moment, his system panel also changed greatly. Host, Chi Yuan. Level, Peak Level 2, Level 3 when the 3 gates are opened. Chakra Affinity, Potential 21. Physical Energy, 150. Mental Energy, 50. 8 Gates Ninja Technique, Level 3, 150. Strengthening points are required for the next upgrade. Strengthening points, 320. Chi Yuan's eyes brightened. In just a short time, he had reached the peak of Level 2. And most of the people in their school are not even Level 1 ninjas. The physical fitness of ordinary people in this world is much higher than that in the previous life, but it is far inferior to that of ninjas. Don't underestimate this level of ninja. In the entire Kyushu Alliance, with a population of tens of billions, only less than 10% of them have reached this level. Once you become a ninja, your strength and speed will be greatly improved. It is no exaggeration to say that you can kill at least 100 people. Moreover, after becoming a ninja, you have a certain social status and some privileges that ordinary civilians do not have. His classmates all talk about blood limit and strong inheritance, but they don't know that most people can't even cross the threshold of ninja. I am now, my normal strength is level 2. If I open the 8 gates, I won't be afraid of even level 3 ninjas in a short time. And most of the teachers in their mall number 1 middle school are only level 2 ninjas. That is to say, in a short period of time, Chi Yuan has been considered the top in the mall number 1 middle school. He hesitated for a moment and did not continue to enhance the 8 gates. After all, he still had to save the enhancement value to enhance the chakra affinity to obtain the inheritance of the original space. And opening the first 3 gates will not cause a big impact on the body, at most a little tired. But starting from the 4th gate, each opening is an overload operation of the body, and Chi Yuan is not ready yet. Next is to prepare to enter the original space. The original space requires 50 points of chakra affinity, so I will add 100 points first. Silently, his chakra affinity became 121. If people knew this, they would be jealous to death. You should know that the highest chakra affinity of the mall number 1 middle school last year was only 108. There are 220 points of enhancement value left. Keep it for now and enter the space of the beginning. It's just that I don't know much about the space of the beginning. And I don't know what kind of strong inheritance is there. I don't know if there is a mouth cannon king and Urjazi. Chi Yuan took a deep breath and walked towards the classroom. However, on his way back, several yellow-haired boys blocked his way. Chi Yuan, when are you going to pay the protection fee this week? Chi Yuan paused and looked at the guys in front of him with narrowed eyes. School violence? The original body is really pitiful. In his current memory, the original body's parents died 10 years ago because of fighting against the monster. He has been living on his parents' pension for these years. Since then, he has become lonely and closed, so he is not liked by his classmates and teachers. From time to time, he is robbed, insulted, and beaten by these guys in front of him. Thinking of this, Chi Yuan also felt that his body seemed to be aching. This is the mark left by them last time, and his face became gloomy. He hated school violence very much, not to mention that now the protagonist has changed to himself. The yellow-haired leader seemed to feel the change in Chi Yuan's expression, and stepped forward angrily. Hey, you dare not look at me straight. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind blew over, and a sharp pain surged throughout his body. Ah! My hand, how dare you! The other guys who were watching the show immediately cursed, you dare to resist. However, they soon stopped cursing, as the same pain happened to them. Congratulations to the host, you suppressed Yang Fan and gained 1 point of enhancement value. Congratulations to the host, you suppressed Huangxiang and gained 1 point of enhancement value. Chi Yuan was slightly stunned, and then his eyes brightened. If I keep hitting them, will I keep getting enhancement value? So the screams of those people became louder. However, Chi Yuan was a little disappointed, and no matter how much he hit them later, the system was not triggered. It seems that the system determines that hitting people is one thing, so what about killing people? Chapter 3 Shocking Chi Yuan, the acquisition of enhancement value. Chi Yuan looked at them fiercely, and then quickly put down the idea in his mind. Chi Yuan? How did you become so powerful? But I am a member of the Yang family, and you dare to hit me? Chi Yuan's suppressed anger suddenly came out, he leaned down suddenly, and punched the opponent's calf bone hard. A more shrill cry echoed in the open space. Humph! Yang family? The Yang family has a powerful influence in Shangcheng, but they are enemies to the original body. The original body's parents died in resisting the alien beast, but they won a place in the secret realm for their son. It allows Chi Yuan to enter a secret realm occupied by the human race, so as to get the opportunity to become a ninja or even go further. However, this place was replaced by the Yang family. 10 years have passed, and the person who replaced him has become the umbrella of the Yang family. And all this should have been his. Now that I have occupied your body, I will take over your karma. Yang family, we will settle this account sooner or later. At this moment, there was a noise in the distance. Chi Yuan turned back and returned to the teaching building. He was about to enter the classroom, but found a middle-aged man looking at him coldly and blocking him. Chi Yuan, why are you late for class? Your foundation is poor. And you don't know how to work hard. Every time you take an exam, you drag our class down. Can you consider everyone's feelings? Tell me, what reason do you have to skip my class? Chi Yuan was practicing the 8 gates of Dunjia before, and then had a friendly exchange with his dear classmates. He really didn't feel that he had been in class for so long. However, the teacher's tone was extremely unfriendly. Recalling the insults he had suffered in his previous life, Chi Yuan immediately retorted. Is it enough to say that I am more handsome than you? As soon as this sentence came out, the students who were watching the show widened their eyes. Wow, Chi Yuan has become so bold? He dared to talk to Teacher Zhou like this. Old Zhou is the most shameless, Chi Yuan will definitely not have a good result. And Mr. Zhou's face instantly darkened. However, a voice flashed through Chi Yuan's mind. Congratulations, host, you have suppressed Zhou Tong and gained 5 points of strengthening value. 5 points? Is my handsomeness only worth 5 points? At this time, Zhou Tong slammed the table hard, and the force was so great that a corner of the table was cracked. Okay, you little thing without a father or a mother, you have the courage to contradict me. Chi Yuan suddenly looked cold. This man, as a teacher, actually said such words. It is obvious that he used to be like this. It is not your turn to slander my parents, a piece of shit, get out of here. Chi Yuan shouted suddenly and stunned the whole class. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Zhou Tong and gained 5 points of strengthening value. Chi Yuan's eyes lit up, is this okay? Being handsome is a kind of suppression, being loud is a kind of suppression, and hitting people is even more of a suppression. Everyone around was shocked. Oh my god, I actually admire Chi Yuan a little, he is so fierce. This old Zhou is going to be mad, he will definitely not let Chi Yuan go. However, what surprised everyone even more was that Chi Yuan was not only good at talking, but also brave in body. He had a sharp look in his eyes, and with a sudden force, he took a step forward and directly pushed away the furious Zhou Tong, walked straight into his desk and sat down. Congratulations host, you have suppressed Zhou Tong and gained 10 points of enhancement value. Chi Yuan's eyes were bright. Before, I only got 1 point by beating Yang Di and the others, but I got 10 points by beating this old guy. It seems that different people can get different enhancement values. I know how to play this system. However, at this moment, the system sent another message. It is detected that the host has accumulated 20 points of enhancement value within 5 minutes, and an additional 20 points of enhancement value will be awarded. Chi Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then took a breath. Can this system be played like this? Zhou Tong only felt a huge force coming, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably onto the chair. With a loud bang, the chair broke directly. There was silence in the classroom. After a long while, exclamations rang out. My big news, a student hit the teacher. Second level ninja Lao Zhou was knocked away by Chi Yuan. Did Lao Zhou have too much fun last night? He is so useless. He probably didn't expect Chi Yuan to hit him. Chi Yuan's performance today is a little weird. We should stay away from him to avoid getting bloody. Zhou Tong felt some pain in his body, but his face hurt more. He was hit by a student? He looked at Chi Yuan with a calm face and gritted his teeth. Who told you to go back to your seat? Get out of here. However, Chi Yuan was still motionless, flipping through his textbook, looking for information about the starting ball space. Zhou Tong was furious when he saw this, especially the teasing look of other students, as if they were saying that this teacher was a waste and was played by a student. Damn it, if I don't punish you, how can I be a teacher? His eyes were violent, and he didn't think about why Chi Yuan could push his body away. A piece of chalk flew out of his left hand, mixed with his chakra. As a second-level ninja, although it was just a casual attack, it was not comparable to a student. The chalk flew towards Chi Yuan like a bullet. The classmates in the class were all shocked. Is this Lao Zhou serious? Bang! There was another loud noise, accompanied by the screams of several students, lighting up the entire classroom. At this time, Chi Yuan's position had long disappeared, replaced by a broken glass water bottle, and the loud noise just now was from the water bottle. Chi Yuan, who was originally sitting in the seat, had appeared in another direction. A student looked at it in shock. That's my water bottle, I know. Chi Yuan used the substitution technique. What? The substitution technique in the three-body techniques? Doesn't this mean that Qi Yuan will soon become a ninja? He performed the substitution technique and swapped the water bottle with his own position. It looks like a very skilled action. Isn't this Qi Yuan the last one? When did he become so powerful? All the classmates were extremely shocked, and at the same time they were full of envy and jealousy. No one in their class can use the substitution technique yet, and being able to use it means that they have reached the level of a ninja. In this world, learning the three-body technique is considered to be the threshold of becoming a ninja. However, just the initial use of the three-body technique is daunting for most people. Zhou Tong finally woke up at this moment. What's going on? This kid's chakra affinity is only 20. It should be difficult to become a ninja, right? Zhou Tong, what did you do? Suddenly a stern voice sounded, and then a handsome middle-aged man walked in. Who allowed you to use ninja power on students? Is this how you are a teacher? Chapter 4 Sharingan is the worst? Director Yan is here. Did Lao Zhou really use chakra just now? Impossible. How can Qi Yuan still use the substitution technique to avoid the attack of a second-level ninja? He is so awesome. He should have shown mercy, otherwise how could Qi Yuan escape? Yan Gang, the head of the third-year department, is also the head teacher of Qi Yuan's class. I will report all your affairs to the school. Zhou Tong was immediately anxious. Director Yan, this is all because of Qi Yuan. Yan Gang waved his hand. No matter what the reason is, it is a very serious matter to attack your own students. You need to explain to the school, not me, understand? Then Director Yan looked at Qi Yuan. Come to the office with me. Qi Yuan nodded with narrowed eyes. At this moment, Zhou Tong hated Qi Yuan in his heart. This Yan Gang has a past with Qi Yuan's parents, and now he is blaming them. But I have the support of the Yang family, so I am not afraid of Yan Gang. Qi Yuan followed Yan Gang and followed him into an office. Signing Qi Yuan to close the door, Yan Gang sighed. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Yuan, you are so big, time flies. Qi Yuan remained silent. He was reading the memory of the original body. After a while, he understood the relationship between Yan Gang and him. Yan Gang and the father of the original body were once very good friends and comrades in arms. 10 years ago, the parents of the original body died in the war, and Yan Gang was seriously injured and returned to his hometown to become a teacher. Over the years, Qi Yuan has been taken care of by the Yan family, which is also a rare warmth in his memory. It can be said that without Yan Gang, the original Qi Yuan might not have been able to hold on. Your parents are both talented, so as their son, your talent can never be bad. I saw the substitute technique just now. You have been a ninja for a long time. In order to deceive the Yang family, you have been pretending hard these years, Xiao Yuan. Qi Yuan was a little confused. Pretend? Does the original body need to pretend with that talent? Yan Gang's eyes suddenly moistened. When the Yang family took away your secret realm quota, it was Uncle Yan who was useless and had no ability to stop them. I heard that the secret realm has the inheritance of a 7th-level king, and Yang Tianbao, who replaced you, is now a big shot. If you show your potential, then the Yang family will definitely not tolerate it. So you have been hiding yourself all these years, for tomorrow's starting space. Qi Yuan only understood Yan Gang's meaning at this moment. The latter thought that he had hidden his talent to reduce the Yang family's vigilance. The reason why he dared to come forward now is because the Jiuzhu Alliance requires high school students with chakra affinity higher than 50 to enter the starting space. Their Yang family cannot go against the rules of the Jiuzhu Alliance. So, in the afternoon's chakra affinity test, you are sure to enter the starting space, right? Qi Yuan nodded slightly at Yan Gang's expectation. Yan Gang showed a happy expression, then flipped out a document and handed it to Qi Yuan. This is the information of the beginning sphere. I got it 2 years ago before your sister Qing Qing entered the beginning sphere. When Qi Yuan heard the word Qing Qing, he clearly felt a little unnatural. The original body likes Yan Gang's daughter, Yan Qingqing? Is she studying at Yezhou University now? Now, I will tell you in detail about the precautions of the beginning sphere. Ordinary people only know that there are great opportunities in the beginning sphere, but detailed information is difficult to find. Yan Gang paid a lot of price to get this information. The secret realm of the origin space is not very big. When you enter it, you can see a tall inheritance tower. This inheritance tower has 9 floors. Depending on the level of chakra affinity between 50 to 80 can only enter the lower 3 floors. Chakra affinity between 80 to 150 can enter the middle 3 floors. The 7th floor requires a chakra affinity of more than 150. As for the 8th and 9th floors, as far as I know, no one has been able to enter in 300 years. Everyone will face a random selection of various inheritances after entering the corresponding level, which means that the choice is uncontrollable. But the more powerful the inheritance, the smaller the probability of its appearance. Qi Yuan's heart was in turmoil, and he listened and flipped through the information in his hand. The lower 3 floors are basically chakra inheritance, which can make your strength soar. There is a certain probability that you can get bloodline limits and secret techniques, but it is said that they are all lower bloodline limits. The middle 3 floors can get the inheritance of level 6 strong men and middle and upper bloodline limits. Qi Yuan flipped through the information and saw a lot of information. The inheritance of the 6th level strong, Asuma Sarutobi, Kuren Aui, Niji Hyaga, Tenten, Rock Lee, Hinata Hyaga. Qi Yuan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Isn't this so-called inheritance of the 6th level strong just the Jonin of Konoha? Qi Yuan even saw the 6 people of the 3 families of Inoshikajo. And the bloodline limit is also diverse, divided into upper, middle, and lower levels, which makes people dizzy. For example, the upper bloodline limit is the corpse bone vein, magnetic escape, ice escape, boiling escape, white eyes, blood dragon eyes. The middle bloodline limit is swift escape, hard escape, crystal escape. The lower bloodline limit is transparent escape. However, Qi Yuan's pupils shrank soon, and he saw that the lower bloodline limit actually appeared in the Sharingan. Are you kidding? The Sharingan in the I legend is actually only a lower bloodline limit? Uncle Yan, why is this Sharingan a lower level bloodline limit? Yan Gang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, indeed, with the performance of the Sharingan, it should not be a lower level bloodline limit. Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, that's right. It should not be called a bloodline limit, it should be garbage. What? What does this mean? Yan Gang continued, yes, there are more than 20 types of bloodline limits recognized by humans now, which are subdivided into lower, middle, and upper levels. The reason for the rating division is that each bloodline limit will have a qualitative leap once awakened. For example, after awakening the upper bloodline limit, you can directly reach the chakra standard of the initial level 3 from a quasi-ninja. And because of the ability of the bloodline limit, they are much stronger than ninjas of the same level. Speaking of this, Yan Gang smiled self-deprecatingly, their starting point is the end point of countless people, which can be said to be a step to heaven. Yan Gang injured his foundation 10 years ago, and now he is only at the 3rd level. Even a lower level bloodline limit can reach the peak of level 1 at the moment of awakening. As long as the bloodline limit holders above the middle level do not die in the middle, they can at least reach the level of level 5 Master Mirror. Level 5 Master Mirror? Qi Yuan's expression was solemn. Sima Nan, the mayor of their Shangcheng city, was a level 5 master. Even the Yang family would give him some points. But only the Sharingan is an exception. There are 3 forms of Sharingan inheritance in the secret space, divided into single Megatama, double Megatama, and 3 Megatama Sharingan. Unlike other bloodline limits, these 3 types of Sharingan are all levels of the spherical space can be obtained. However, even if a single Megatama Sharingan is awakened, not only will it not bring about a change in the amount of chakra, but the whole body will produce various organic diseases. Double Megatama and 3 Megatama Sharingan are more harmful to the human body. Humanity has entered the ninja era for 300 years, and countless humans have obtained the Sharingan, but no one can live past the age of 30. Not only that, on the road of ninja, chakra practice is not as good as ordinary people. Basically, humans with Sharingan stop at the 3rd level ninja level. So although the Sharingan has good abilities, it is a curse for us humans. Chapter 5 King's Inheritance, The Disappeared Character. Qi Yuan was shocked. Hearing this, he understood why the Sharingan was so underestimated. Organic disease of the body, can't live past the age of 30, isn't this a blood disease? But why do other blood limits seem to have no such situation? Yan Gang took a deep breath and continued, so if you are lucky enough to get the blood limit, you must not choose the Sharingan, understand? Qi Yuan did not reply, his eyes were fixed on the information in his hand. What a joke! In the world of ninjas, can you still be considered a ninja without the Sharingan? But what is the matter with the Sharingan in this world? Is it because the blood of the Sharingan is too domineering, and the people in this world are extremely incompatible? Qi Yuan put away his complicated thoughts and continued to look at the information in his hand. The 7th floor of the Tower of Inheritance. The King's Inheritance? Although he had just come to this world not long ago, he also knew the meaning of a king. That is the strongest among humans, with unimaginable power. And the 7th floor of the Tower of Inheritance in the space of the first ball turned out to be the 7th level King's Inheritance. Yan Gang looked serious at this moment. So far, most of the kings of my human race have reached the 7th level through the secret realm inheritance. There are only a handful of kings who have truly reached level 7 through their own practice. And the secret realms with king inheritance are usually controlled by level 7 king beasts, which are very dangerous. Take the inheritance of King Deodara discovered in Zhongzhou 2 years ago. We humans dispatched a total of 2 kings and more than a dozen level 6 grandmasters to finally take down this secret realm. Deodara inheritance? Qi Yuan recalled the unruly yellow-haired man in his previous life and suddenly felt weird. The boy who pursued art actually became the king inheritance sought after by millions of people in this world. So the 7th floor in this spherical space is very important. Currently, we have discovered a total of 15 king inheritances on the 7th floor. Qi Yuan glanced over and was immediately shocked again. Kakashi, Might Guy, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Hitaki Sakumo and Senju Tobirama. Wow, this basically captures all the cage-level powerhouses in Konoha. However, Qi Yuan has seen the 7th level kings of this world on the internet. Judging from their performance alone, they should be much stronger than the cage-level powerhouses in the Naruto world. It's just that Yan Gang has very little information about the inheritance of each king here. After all, he is only at the 3rd level. The inheritance of the king is too far away, and he can't get more information. Anyway, the 7th level king of this world means a godlike existence. But the kings of the Kyushu Alliance usually guard the entrance to the secret realm and rarely take action. However, Qi Yuan soon discovered a problem. There are no Uchiha here, no Manjiki Sharingan. What's going on? Uncle Yan, why is there no Sharingan? Yan Gang looked at Qi Yuan in confusion. It is almost impossible to become a level 7 king with a lower blood limit, let alone a curse like the Sharingan. Qi Yuan immediately understood that the Sharingan was considered garbage by the people of this world. It is estimated that it is not only a side effect of the organic changes in the body, but also that the upper limit is too low. People in this world may not know the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan, let alone the Samsara Eye. But why is there no inheritance of the Uchiha strongmen in this primordial space? Is it because the Uchiha are all traitors and do not belong to Konoha? Qi Yuan discovered that the inheritance of the strongmen who appeared in the primordial space were all ninjas from Konoha. No, the 4 protagonists of the era are not here either. Qi Yuan then noticed that a certain dance king and the big pillar, the mouth-to-mouth king and the second pillar were not in the inheritance of the strong men. Uncle Yan, has no one really entered the 8th and 9th floors of the inheritance tower? Yan Gang hesitated for a moment and shook his head. No one should have entered. The inheritance of this 7th level king requires at least 150 chakra affinity. I heard that some people have chakra affinity as high as 200, but they can only stay at the 7th level. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. 200 is not enough. What if it is 300 or 400? Perhaps the secret of this world's Sharingan is hidden in the 8th or 9th level. Yan Gang paused, thought about it and said, this king's inheritance may not be obtained by one person among billions of people, so there is very little information about it. The implication is that Qi Yuan has no hope of obtaining the king's inheritance. In fact, in his opinion, Qi Yuan can get a lower blood limit. However, Yan Gang said, but I know some information about 3 kings. Each king's inheritance is very powerful, but there are 3 inheritances that are recognized to be carefully selected. First, Shimura Danzo. Obtaining this king's inheritance is very important. After that, if you are lucky enough to reach the king level, a large number of Sharingan will grow on your right arm. In a very short period of time, your body will rapidly become diseased, corroded, and withered. Even a king cannot bear it. That's why the Sharingan is called a curse. Qi Yuan's eyes widened. Is it possible? The body that should have been a dead body has become poison? But if you can only choose Shimura Danzo, it's not impossible. The curse of the Sharingan inherited by the king will only come when you reach the 7th level of the king. And even if you get the king's inheritance, the probability of becoming a king is not high, so ordinary people don't have to worry. Even if you can't become a king, the 6th level Grandmaster Jing is already a person admired by hundreds of millions of people. Second, Hitaki Kakashi. He is also a more common king inheritance, but generally when you practice to the 6th level Grandmaster level, you must dig out your left eye, otherwise you will also grow a 3 Magatama Sharingan. Although he didn't die suddenly, he won't be able to enter the realm of the king in this life. Qi Yuan was a little confused. Is it the curse of the Sharingan again? Is it so evil? Simply put, other blood limits are to add buffs to people, but the Sharingan keeps adding deadly debuffs. Who can withstand this? Yan Gang continued, the last cautious choice is not because of the Sharingan, but because this king only inherits physical skills. Speaking of this, Yan Gang's expression was a little unnatural. He is the inheritance of the 7th level king Might Guy. After inheriting this king, you must specialize in physical skills. Other ninjutsu and illusions are difficult to practice. More importantly, he masters a forbidden technique called 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Someone once used the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu to kill a 6th level peak Quasi King beast at the level of a 4th level ninja. Yan Gang looked at Qi Yuan deeply, with a little reminiscence in his eyes. The difficulty of practicing this forbidden technique is outrageous. Those who do not have great perseverance should never choose this king inheritance. Qi Yuan's heart moved. Of course, he knew the power of this inheritance, but he had the 8 gates. Chapter 6 Chakra Affinity Test, The Actions of the Security Department. It was already noon when he came out of Yan Gang's office, and Qi Yuan went straight to the cafeteria. And he attracted a lot of attention along the way. Many people pointed at him, whispered, and then stayed away. Have you heard? Lao Zhou was beaten by Qi Yuan. Fuck, Qi Yuan is so brave, isn't he afraid of revenge? Lao Zhou is not a decent person. Really, where does Qi Yuan get the strength to make Lao Zhou lose face? What are you talking about? Are you itching for trouble? A tall young man suddenly appeared, and his gloomy tone scared the people around him. Wow, this is Zhou Tong's son Zhou Hua, this guy is also a bully. But I heard that this guy has a high chakra affinity, and he may be qualified to enter the space of the starting ball. Zhou Hua's eyes were like an eagle, coldly looking at the people who fled in panic, and then staring at Qi Yuan's back fiercely. Qi Yuan, you actually made my father a laughing stock of the whole school, I will never let you go. Time passed quickly, and it was almost afternoon. At the Chakra Affinity Testing Center, many people looked nervous at this moment. It's finally our turn for these classes, so excited. Haha, what's your business? Our Shangcheng No. 1 middle school is just an ordinary college, and most of them are cannon fodder. Then according to you, what else do we need to test? Are you stupid? Don't you know how to hug thighs in advance? After those thighs grow up, they can just give us a secret realm quota, and we can also become rich. This world does not only have the opportunity of the beginning ball space, but it is obvious that other secret realms are not so easy to enter. Zhou Hua, Wang Ke and the goddess Gang Pai Pei from Class B, these are all seeded players, I have already started to lick them haha. Shameless, add me. Qi Yuan stood in the crowd, but everyone was a little distance away from him. Everyone knew that he had offended Lao Zhou, and Lao Zhou was said to have a big backer. So everyone stayed away from him. Qi Yuan ignored these and looked into the distance. In front of them was a helmet-like instrument, which was said to be a test instrument made by the Heritage Tower that simulated the beginning ball space, with very high accuracy. A middle-aged man with the vicissitudes of life nodded to many students, I am the chief examiner this time, you can call me Teacher Geng. The teacher suddenly raised his voice, I won't say anything extra, but I hope everyone will be honest and trustworthy, and don't cheat. If your chakra affinity does not reach 50, but you use some means to conceal the machine, then the consequences will be serious. First, you will violate the laws of Yuzhou. Not only you but also your family and descendants will be greatly affected. Secondly, if your chakra affinity does not reach 50, it is simply a death wish to enter the space of the initial ball. Because after entering the space of the initial ball, the inheritance tower will automatically identify it. If you do not meet the requirement of 50, you will directly suffer a mental breakdown and die. Together with your body, you will remain in the space of the initial ball forever. Everyone was shocked. Some people were terrified, but some people had flashing eyes. Although the instrument stipulates 50, if it is close to 50, why not give it a try? Teacher Geng saw the expressions of these students one by one, and then shook his head. Why do you think the Zhuzu Alliance set the value at 50? A little less means great danger. There are too many people in this world whose chakra affinity is 49, but the gap with 50 is like heaven and earth. He has said what he should say. If someone really wants to die, he can't stop him. But for some people, they have to fight no matter how dangerous it is. Because if they miss it, they may never have another chance in this life. Start. First, Li Wen. A student came to the instrument in panic, and then the teacher put a helmet full of wires on his head. Then, he pressed the test switch. On the screen, numbers began to jump. 1, 2, 3. It stopped at 30. Unqualified, next one. Zhang Wei, unqualified, next one. Unqualified, next one. Soon, one test after another began, but many people returned disappointed. Zhou Hua, qualified, 55. The excited voice sounded, and everyone looked at it. A tall boy was looking happy, and at the same time he was surrounded by classmates. Congratulations, Boss Zhou. I knew that Master Zhou was so powerful. Master Zhou, don't forget us brothers when you become rich. Zhou Hua was immersed in the flattery of the crowd, and suddenly turned his head and stared at Qi Yuan fiercely. Qi Yuan, I will never forget your humiliation of my father. He was confident that by the time he came out of the space of the first ball, he would have been a superior person. With a chakra affinity of 55, if he was lucky, he might be able to get a lower blood limit. At that time, he would definitely return it double. Qi Yuan was a little puzzled, where did the hair loss come from? The test is still going on. Most people were ruthlessly eliminated, and only a few people in the team of hundreds of people were qualified to enter the space of the first ball. Time passed little by little, and suddenly the crowd was shocked. Wang Ke, Chakra Affinity 88. A genius has appeared. This kind of chakra affinity can enter the middle third floor of the inheritance tower. The middle third floor has a certain chance to obtain the middle or upper blood limit, or the inheritance of the 6th level strongman. He is going to be rich. At this moment, Wang Ke looked proud and raised his head high. He looked at other classmates with contempt like the moon held by the stars. But Zhou Hua's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that there were people whose chakra affinity was so much higher than his. Time passed little by little, and suddenly there was another exclamation. Qi Yuan looked over there, and a tall girl of 17 or 18 years old attracted everyone's attention. He had some impression of this girl. She used to be very close to Yan Qingqing, but they were not familiar with each other. My God, it's worthy of being the goddess Pepet. The chakra affinity is as high as 100. This is likely to get the upper blood limit. The girl was also full of joy and couldn't help jumping up. She looked full of energy. Teacher Geng was very pleased, because this was his precious daughter. Soon, there was no one in front of Qi Yuan who was supposed to play. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and a group of strong uniformed personnel rushed over aggressively. All the students couldn't help but retreat in fear. Even the proud Wang Ke and Zhou Hua changed their expressions. This is the school's security department, which usually maintains the school's law and order and safety, and is very deterrent. Who is Qi Yuan? One of them roared, with a sharp look. The classmates around Qi Yuan immediately scattered, and then cast their eyes on Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan offended the security department. Then there will be no good results? The security department must not be offended. The uniformed security team member who led the team also found Qi Yuan instantly. Yang Di, Huang Xiang and others were seriously injured. They said you beat them. Is this true? Chapter 7 Shocked. The birth of a genius. The students around him stared at Qi Yuan with horror. What? Qi Yuan was responsible for Yang Di's accident. Is he really that strong? Is that the point? The point is that Yang Di is from the Yang family. Zhou Hua also widened his eyes, and then sneered, this Qi Yuan is really brainless. He dares to offend anyone. But Qi Yuan frowned, he robbed me first. However, he was violently interrupted before he finished speaking. I'll say it again, did you do it? The chakra of the security team member was agitated, and he was a first-level ninja. He was full of momentum and pressed towards Qi Yuan, as if he was ready to take action at any time. The corner of Qi Yuan's mouth showed a sneer. Is he here to give me the enhancement value? I did it, so what? His tone was like an ice cellar, making everyone present widen their eyes. Qi Yuan is so tough. Where does he get the confidence from? Isn't he looking for death? The security team member suddenly felt a palpitation in Qi Yuan's eyes, and his arrogant momentum was immediately dispelled. The students in the past were as honest and afraid as little white sheep, but the one in front of him was completely different. However, his teammates didn't think so. Little bastard, how dare you talk to us like this? As he said that, he even wanted to capture Qi Yuan and send him to the security department. Stop it! Teacher Geng from the testing room came over with a gloomy face. You security department has such a bad temper, you actually come to the testing center to make trouble. And no matter what he did, no one can deprive him of the right to test chakra affinity now. The security team member said in a deep voice, Teacher Geng, you have nothing to do here. This Qi Yuan has offended the Yang family. You have to think about it. The Yang family not only has a one-handed control over Shangcheng City, but even the directors of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School are from the Yang family. Teacher Geng has a keen eye, and a third-level chakra is released. Come out. I say again, you step back. The faces of the people in the security department changed. Most of them were only first-level ninjas, and they were definitely not the opponents of Teacher Geng. At this time, a tall man came out of the security department, and the aura he exuded was not weaker than that of Teacher Geng. Since Teacher Geng said so, you still have to give face. Let him test, it will only take about a minute. The latter's face changed. Security Section Chief Qian Guang. Qian Guang waved to his subordinates, and then glanced at Qi Yuan coldly. We will not disturb Teacher Geng's work, but I hope you will not stop after the test. Teacher Geng has good connections in the school, and his daughter seems to be very talented. Even if Qian Guang has the Yang family as a backer, he has to give Teacher Geng some face. Teacher Geng heard his threat. He snorted coldly, and then looked at Qi Yuan. Student Qi Yuan, it's your turn. Teacher Geng had some friendship with Yan Gang, and knew the domineering nature of Yangdi's group of students, so he naturally favored Qi Yuan. But he could only do this much, and he was powerless to do anything about the next thing. Qi Yuan smiled at Teacher Geng. Although he was not afraid of these people from the security department, he would remember other people's kindness in his heart. Qi Yuan came to the machine with a calm face and put on his helmet. Soon Teacher Geng turned on the switch. Humph! I want to see what kind of person Qi Yuan is. How can a person like him compare to you, Zhou Xiao? The people in the security department also watched coldly, just waiting to hold Qi Yuan accountable as soon as the test was completed. Under the gaze of the crowd, the numbers on the screen kept jumping. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the blink of an eye, the number on the screen had exceeded 30, and after breaking through 30, the speed was still rising desperately. The faces of the people who didn't care at first began to change. This. 40. 50. Damn, it's 50, Qi Yuan can already enter the space of the first ball. It's still rising, my goodness. Zhou Hua's face became more and more ugly, and his eyes widened. And Wang Kei's face also changed, showing an incredible look. The tall Geng Pai also showed curiosity. 55. 60. 70. 80. Everyone looked at all this in shock, and many people's voices were trembling. Wang Kei couldn't hold it anymore at this moment, his eyes widened. How is this possible? Over 80, like Wang Kei, he can not only enter the space of the first ball, but also enter the middle third floor of the inheritance tower. That's the middle third floor. He must be able to obtain the blood limit. This Qi Yuan is the real dark horse. Even the tester Geng's eyes were bright, and he stared at the display screen with some excitement. Still rising. Is a super genius about to rise? He's even higher than Geng Pai, my god. 90, 100, 110. Finally, the number finally stopped at 121, and there was silence around for a short time. Then a huge noise suddenly broke out. 121, not to mention Geng Pai, it's even higher than Senior Lin Lei's 108 last year. The latter has obtained the ice release bloodline limit, and Qi Yuan is higher than him, so the chance will only be greater. Big news, a super genius is about to rise. Zhou Hua stared at all this at this moment, his body trembling constantly. Wang Kei also clenched his fists fiercely, his face a little ferocious. Geng Pai's eyes widened, but then clenched her fists. I didn't expect Sister King's brother to be so powerful, but it's only a temporary lead, and it's still unknown who will win. She is good friends with Yan Qingqing, but she never knew that Qi Yuan actually has such a high talent. How is this possible? The faces of the people in the security department were grim. What should we do? How dare we take him when he is so talented? But this guy has offended the Yang family, and it's hard to explain to them. The head of the security department, Qian Guang, had a gloomy face. No matter how talented he is still a small one compared to the Yang family. We can't let him offend the Yang family. Qi Yuan, now that the test is over, Please follow me to the security department. Teacher Geng on the other side stood up, blocked Qi Yuan, and looked at the security department coldly. I have heard about Yangdi's matter too. It's all their own fault. But the security department didn't care so much at this moment. They ate the food of the Yang family, and even the cats and dogs of the Yang family had to be taken care of. Qian Guang's eyes widened, staring coldly at Teacher Geng and Qi Yuan behind him. But he found that the latter was looking at him calmly, and there seemed to be a hint of encouragement in his eyes. He was slightly stunned. However, Qian Guang's expression suddenly changed again. And powerful chakra came from far away. What a powerful security department, actually wants to humiliate the genius of our Shangcheng No. 1 middle school. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and a middle-aged man in formal clothes came over with a gloomy face. This is Vice Principal Qin, a ninja at the peak level of level 3. What is he doing here? I know it must be Qi Yuan who alarmed the school's top management. That's for sure. 121's chakra affinity is rare in the whole Yuzhou. Qi Yuan is going to be rich, damn it, I didn't get closer to him before. The middle-aged man exuded a dangerous aura, and then shouted, You security department are too presumptuous, get out of here. Chapter 8 Get Rich. The actions of the Yang family. Qian Guang of the security department swayed his legs, and his heart was some panic. They are both at the 3rd level, but the difference is too big. Vice Principal Qin is a master who is about to enter the 4th level. There are even rumors that he may replace the current principal. At this time, he didn't care about Yangdi's affairs and fled in a hurry. And the vice principal surnamed Qin turned his head and restrained his breath, and then looked at Qi Yuan with kindness. This must be classmate Qi, he is really a genius. He is the blessing of our Shangcheng No. 1 middle school. Qi Yuan was disappointed. He originally planned to do more things to earn enhancement points, but he didn't expect to be interrupted again. That Vice Principal Qin looked kind. It seems that our school's 10 million this year should be yours. Shangcheng No. 1 middle school will set up scholarships every year to reward people whose chakra affinity can enter the space of the starting ball. The highest reward is 10 million. Hearing what Principal Qin said, all the students around were in an uproar again. 10 million, it is unimaginable for ordinary people. This Qi Yuan is going to ascend to heaven in one step. If I had 10 million, I could enter some low-level secret realms and become a ninja. For Qi Yuan in the future, what is 10 million? He is 100% sure to obtain a bloodline limit. Wang Ke had a gloomy face. Although he could also get a reward, it was definitely much less than the 1st and 2nd place. Damn, Geng Pai Pei is fine, but where did this Qi Yuan come from? Qi Yuan had a calm face, just 121. As long as he wanted, the remaining hundreds of points of enhancement value could be added to the chakra affinity. Suddenly, his mind moved, and a lot of information came to his mind. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Geng Pai Pei, and you are rewarded with 10 points of strengthening value. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Wang Ke, and you are rewarded with 5 points of strengthening value. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Zhou Hua, and you are rewarded with 1 point of strengthening value. Congratulations! There were 60 pieces of information coming, and after a while Qi Yuan realized that this must be his chakra affinity suppressing others. But why are there only 60 or so? There are hundreds of people here. It is detected that the host has gained 80 points of strengthening value within 5 minutes, and an additional reward is Magic Jaghang technique. Qi Yuan's face moved, and he actually got a good illusion? But compared to getting an illusion, he prefers to get the ability to resist or even be immune to illusions. He looked at Vice Principal Qin and said, the test is not over yet, maybe there are students behind who are higher than me. Qin Gan smiled, but he was a little surprised in his heart. What a special boy! Ordinary people would have been very excited at this time. And this boy didn't react. He smiled and said, I have just found out about Yang Di. They are so abominable. They dared to rob you in school. They are really lawless. I will directly suggest to the board of directors to expel them later. For Qin Gan, Yang Di was just an unpopular branch of the Yang family. It is completely worth using him to win over a person with a chakra affinity of 121. It's a pity that he didn't know the grudge between Qi Yuan and the Yang family. If he knew, he wouldn't say so. Qi Yuan also smiled, Thank you, Principal Qin. Principal Qin's words immediately changed Qin Gan's face. He hurriedly said, It's the vice principal. Student Qi, don't talk nonsense. But everyone can see that Qin Gan is very useful at this time. Time flies, and several students have successively obtained the qualification to enter the space of the starting ball. However, Qi Yuan is undoubtedly the most brilliant. The chakra affinity of 121 soon spread throughout the campus. Shangcheng, a luxurious villa. A bodyguard-like sturdy man knelt on one knee, and in front of him sat a gloomy middle-aged man. What do you do? Didn't you say that Qi Yuan was a waste a few years ago? Now his chakra affinity is as high as 121, and it is very likely to get a higher blood limit. If he is allowed to grow up, wouldn't it be a big enemy for my Yang family for no reason? He is the head of the Yang family, a big man who is involved in both politics and business in Shangcheng, Yang Su. He is also Yang Tianbao's father. He was the one who replaced Qi Yuan. A sturdy man below trembled all over. According to his previous performance, no one dared to believe it. This little thing is quite good at hiding, even my Yang family was deceived. Yang Su smiled coldly at this moment. If I had known earlier, I would have sent him to reunite with his parents directly, but it's not too late now. What about genius? There are so many geniuses who died young, and he doesn't need one more. Yang Su looked at the sturdy man under his feet with cold eyes. Yang San, I don't want him to see the sun tomorrow, do you understand? The sturdy man Yang San showed panic, and then said in a trembling voice, Don't worry, sir, I will find someone to kill that little beast tonight. Qin Gan is very happy today. A total of 9 people from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School can enter the space of the original ball today, which is much better than the classes yesterday. Especially Qi Yuan, whose chakra affinity is as high as 121. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he does not die, he will definitely be a level 5 master or even a level 6 grand master in the future. As the school leader in charge of this matter, he has undoubtedly added a great achievement. So Qin Gan personally met with these people and told them some important information about the space of the original ball to build a good relationship in advance. Especially Qi Yuan. Student Qi Yuan, with your talent, you should be able to choose the upper blood boundary. Those who are in the pupil technique category can choose the white eye and the blood dragon eye. Those who are in the body category can choose the corpse bone vein. There are also ice escape, boiling escape, magnetic escape, etc. Others looked at Qi Yuan with envy. With his chakra affinity of 121, he will definitely be able to get the upper blood boundary. And most of them, it is a great honor to get the lower blood boundary. Qi Yuan listened to Principal Qin's words, but he didn't agree with it in his heart. Except for the Byakugan, he didn't take the other blood boundaries seriously. Knowing the power of the universe, he naturally had a different vision. But the Byakugan in this world didn't seem to have any signs of evolution. Although it was not bad, it was far inferior to the Samsara Eye or even the ordinary Manjaki Sharingan. After coming out of Principal Qin, Qi Yuan suddenly heard his cell phone ring. Your balance has arrived. Qi Yuan's face suddenly became exciting. For the first time in his past and present lives, he experienced the feeling of getting rich. He calmed down and soon saw Yan Gang waiting with excitement. It was obvious that he also got the news. Good. Really good. Xiao Yuan, you are really awesome. Even I didn't expect that your talent is better than King King's. Yan Qingqing was once a student from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Her chakra affinity was as high as 102, and she finally got the upper bloodline limit melting escape in the primordial space. Then she was recommended to Yutta University and was called a child of destiny. In Qi Yuan's memory, Yan Qingqing had taken good care of the original body since she was a child. She often protected the cowardly original body. Yan Gang cried with joy at this moment, and then took Qi Yuan's arm and left. "Let's go to my house for dinner tonight, and let your Aunt Hong cook some good dishes." Chapter 9 Murder in the Dark Night, Qi Yuan's aunt. Aunt Hong is Yan Gang's wife, that is, Yan Qingqing's mother. Qi Yuan smiled, "Uncle Yan, I just gave out a scholarship, why don't we go out to eat?" Yan Gang laughed and scolded, "You know how to spend money when you have money. Your Aunt Hong's cooking skills are better than those chefs. It's better to stay at home." Qi Yuan did not refute and followed Yan Gang to his home. "Xiao Yuan is here. Come and sit down." Aunt Hong looks dignified and generous, very elegant, and she used to take care of Qi Yuan a lot. The three of them ate and drank while talking about family matters. "It just so happens that I will lead the team to the beginning space tomorrow. Don't leave tonight. Anyway, your sister Qingqing's room is empty, so you can stay." As the head of the grade, Yan Gang took on the task of leading the team to the entrance of the beginning space tomorrow. It is said that it is a suburban area located at the junction of three cities, which is very desolate. Qi Yuan shook his head, "I need to go home and make some preparations. I will be there on time tomorrow, Uncle Yan." Yan Gang no longer insisted, but continued, "After you come out of the space of the first ball, a martial arts test will be held. Those who perform well in the martial arts test will no longer participate in this year's college entrance examination, but will be directly admitted to a super university without examination. That's how your sister Qingqing was admitted to Yutta University." Qi Yuan was slightly stunned. "Martial arts test?" Yan Gang nodded. "The rules of this martial arts test are different every year, but it is said that all super universities and aristocratic families will pay attention to it. Xiao Yuan must perform well." Night was shrouded. Qi Yuan followed his memory and stepped on the road home. Although his original parents died, they left him a house. And it was not far from the mall No. 1 middle school. It only took 20 minutes to walk. Passing by a small alley, Qi Yuan suddenly stopped. Then his eyes flickered, "It seems that someone is giving me experience." At the end of the alley, a fat and a thin figure suddenly appeared. One of the figures suddenly accelerated, and rushed towards Qi Yuan like flying. "Go to hell, you little thing!" Qi Yuan only felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. Although he could not sense ninjutsu, he quickly guessed the identity of one of them. Zhou Tong, the teacher of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School who was slapped in the face by him this morning. Zhou Tong was masked at this moment, like covering his ears and stealing a bell. Both hands quickly formed seals, wind-style fierce wind palm. The air around Qi Yuan seemed to spin, and a fierce palm wind came. Zhou Hua's eyes were ferocious, and he printed a palm on Qi Yuan's chest. "I just wanted to punish you, but I didn't know that you actually offended the Yang family. So don't blame me, the teacher, for being cruel." However, he soon felt something was wrong. The palm printed on Qi Yuan was suddenly grabbed by a strong arm. Is this the only degree?" Zhou Tong's face was sweating, and he immediately had an incredible look. This kid has already become a ninja, and he's not even a first-level ninja. However, before he could wake up, a sharp pain surged through his body. "My dear teacher Zhou, I'm touched that you came to visit your students so late at night." Qi Yuan was barehanded, but his fist seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force, and he directly hit Zhou Hua's abdomen. Then he spun violently and inserted it into Zhou Hua's chest. Blood was all over the floor. Congratulations to the host for suppressing Zhou Tong, and reward 20 reinforcement points. The other person was stunned for a moment. When he reacted, Qi Yuan had come to his side and easily strangled his neck. But 2 second-level ninjas, who gave you the courage to kill me? The 2 men looked like they had just entered the 2nd level. Even if Qi Yuan didn't open the 8 gates, he could easily kill them in seconds. However, if you put yourself in their shoes, no one would have thought that a senior high school student would be so powerful. Let me go, I tell you. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly met Qi Yuan's eyes. Magic, the art of shackles. Who gave the order? You. Who are your accomplices? This illusion has a very strong torture power, and a mere 2nd-level ninja can't resist it at all. Yes, it's Yang San, he's... Soon, Qi Yuan exerted force and the man screamed directly. Congratulations to the host for suppressing Yang Shiwu, and reward 20 reinforcement points. It is detected that the host has gained 40 reinforcement points within 5 minutes, and an additional 40 reinforcement points are rewarded. I now have a total of nearly 400 reinforcement points that have not been used. Then how much chakra affinity is needed for the 8th and 9th floors of the original ball space? Qi Yuan thought that he would be very uncomfortable with killing for the first time, but it was just that after he really did it. He took advantage of the night to turn 2 streets and carried the 2 bodies and threw them into the trash can. After all, he was just a poor senior high school student, who would believe that he did it. However, the dark and windy night is the right time, and revenge should not be delayed overnight. Qi Yuan walked quickly towards the distance. 1 kilometer away from him. A woman in black clothes and a black hat looked in this direction for a long time. Under the black hat was a pair of pure white eyes, which looked very special, but the blue veins around the eyes destroyed some of the beauty. If someone saw it, they would definitely exclaim. This was one of the upper blood limit, the eye technique of the Byakugan. At this moment, the woman was still a little unbelievable. What happened? I just haven't seen this kid for a while, and he has started killing people. Qi Yuan's skilled corpse disposal behavior was like a veteran, and even she was terrified. He is worthy of being my sister's son. Even I have misjudged him before. The woman was puzzled. Qi Yuan could be said to have grown up under her watch. She thought he would live his life as an ordinary person like before, but she didn't expect to see this scene today. This strength, as well as this courage to kill, is totally unimaginable. That direction is not the direction of home, could it be? The woman's expression changed again, and then she followed Qi Yuan. In the deep suburbs of the mall, several shirtless sweaters were drinking. Third brother, are you in a bad mood today? Yang San slammed the wine glass on the table, and then cursed fiercely, it's still that Qi Yuan. I was deceived by him for so many years. That little thing was timid before, but I didn't expect that he had been hiding his talent. Don't be angry, third brother. I guess the 15th brother has killed him now. Third brother, if I were you, I should have eliminated the trouble back then. He is just a child without a father or a mother. Yang San pouted, what do you think of my Yang family? We are a kind family. Several people laughed, and the mantis shrimp tattooed on their chests trembled. Drink, drink. Chapter 10 Continuous Killing. Outside the villa, Qi Yuan was looking at everything in the dark. That group of people was only 50 meters away from me, but they haven't discovered me yet. That means there is no sensing ninja inside, so... 8 gates of Dunjia. Open the door, open. The brain restriction was forcibly opened. Rest gate, open. The physical fatigue restriction was also forcibly opened. After opening 2 doors in a row, Qi Yuan felt his body become lighter and chakra filled his whole body. This power is definitely more than level 2. He suddenly dived and rushed directly to the window on the 2nd floor of the villa like a cannonball. Yang San on the 2nd floor suddenly changed his face. Although he was not a sensing ninja, he still stood up alertly. What's wrong, Sanji? With a loud bang, the huge glass window shattered. A figure exuding chill rushed towards everyone at a terrifying speed. Qi Yuan's feet were full of wind, and the huge force instantly crushed the table where everyone was sitting. The boiling hot soup splashed everywhere, making these people unable to help but retreat. Yang San and others' faces suddenly changed. Level 3 ninja. They were about to make a seal, but Qi Yuan, who opened the 2 doors, was too fast. In just a short moment, everyone except Yang San vomited blood and fell to the ground and died. A series of prompts sounded in Qi Yuan's mind. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Yang Ba and gained 20 points of strengthening value. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Yang Shi and gained 20 points of strengthening value. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Yang Shizan and gained 20 points of strengthening value. Yang San was shocked. Please respect yourself, I am from the Yang family. However, before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. You are that kid from Qi Yuan. How could it be you? Yang San was horrified. A senior high school student killed several level 2 ninjas in an instant. And he thought he knew Qi Yuan very well in the past 10 years, but what happened now? Qi Yuan said nothing, and his legs, which seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, swept directly towards Yang San. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Although it was incredible, it was obviously not the time to think about things. Yang San was a level 3 ninja, not like others. A thick wall blocked Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked normal, but his mind was immersed in his mind. System, add 50 strengthening points to body energy. He now has more than 300 reinforcement points, so he is not afraid of consumption. Of course, he can also open the 3rd gate directly. Starting from the 3rd gate, the speed and attack increased by using the 8 gates will increase exponentially. But Yang San in front of him is not worthy of it. Qi Yuan felt the changes in his body, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his whole body. Konoha Whirlwind. Yang San over there took a step back and prepared to cast develop the next means. Just a physical skill, dare to. However, a huge whirlwind hit him, and he didn't react at all, only felt his heart began to break. Yang San vomited blood. You. Congratulations host, you have suppressed Yang San and gained 30 points of strengthening value. It is detected that the host has gained 70 points of strengthening value within 5 minutes, and an additional reward of Palm Fairy Technique. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed. Palm Fairy Technique. This is a Palm Fairy technique that is more advanced than ordinary medical ninjutsu, and it is difficult for even medical ninjas to master it. But now he has obtained it easily. Qi Yuan now also knows the characteristics of the system. If you get a lot of strengthening value in a short period of time, you will get an additional reward. This reward can be strengthening value or ninjutsu. Maybe there are others, but I can't activate them now. Qi Yuan looked around and made sure that there was no breath of living people before leaving in the dark. The villa in the dark looked a little bloody. After a while, a graceful woman appeared in the hall on the 2nd floor. Although a large black robe concealed her figure, the aura she exuded was enough to show her extraordinariness. However, her mood was turbulent at this time, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. It was only 5 minutes since he entered the villa, and a 3rd level ninja plus 3 2nd level ninjas were all dead. The woman took a deep breath. Bian observed that his chakra burst at that moment exceeded the middle stage of the 3rd level, and he used physical skills. A name emerged in her mind. 8 Gates of Ninja Technique. Sure enough, my dead sister and brother-in-law left a trump card for my son. If it is the 8 Gates of Ninja, it would not be surprising. 10 years ago, a secret space suddenly appeared in Tianhong City, Yuzhou, and a 6th level Quasi King Beast broke through the mirror. Half of Tianhong City was reduced to ashes. Countless strong men died in the hands of this Quasi King Beast. However, a man named Qi Hong used the 8 Gates of Ninja technique to fight the Quasi King Beast. He beat the 6th level Quasi King Beast to death with a mere 4th level ninja. Of course, he also paid the price of his life. At one time, countless people were eager for the 8 gates of Dungia. The king's inheritance, Might Gai, was hard to come by, but the 6th level strongman inheritance, Xiao Li, became very popular. However, there were very few people who could practice the 8 gates of Dungia, let alone carry it forward. Therefore, the enthusiasm for the 8 gates of Dungia only lasted for a short time before being rejected by most people. It seems that my nephew inherited his father's talent. I, who have the white eyes, was completely wrong. She looked at the corpse in the room, and her eyes became cold. The Yang family dared to rob our Xiao Yuan's things back then. If it weren't for the big man behind Yang Tianbao, the Yang family would have been destroyed by me long ago. That big man didn't even dare to offend their White Eyes family easily. I can't stay in Yuzhou for long recently, but Xiao Yuan may still be in danger. Then I can only ask someone else for help temporarily. Junior sister Su happens to be from Yuzhou Mohu City, which is relatively close to here. It should be no problem to ask her for help. She immediately had a plan in her heart, and then picked up her personal phone. The Su family in Mohu City. Su Ying walked towards her aunt's room with some doubts. It's so late, what does my aunt want to see me for? She came to a room with ease. Before she could speak, a gentle female voice came from the room. Xiao Ying, come in directly. Su Ying pushed open the door, and a dignified and beautiful woman of about 27 or 28 was sitting in the study. She held an ancient scroll in her hand and was studying it at the moment. Aunt, how is the study of this spiritual transformation technique going? The woman put down the scroll and sighed lightly. Hey, I finally got this S-level forbidden technique, but I can't peek into the secrets inside. Then she smiled and looked at her niece, Xiao Ying. I also heard that your chakra affinity is as high as 232. It has been many years since my Su family has had a genius like you. Su Ying smiled immediately after being praised by the elders she has admired since childhood. When you come back from the beginning sphere, I will give you some of my treasures from the bottom of my box. Su Ying's eyes lit up. Her aunt is a 6th level Grandmaster Mirror Strongman. How can this treasure be bad? Oh, by the way, a younger generation of my friend will also go to the beginning sphere tomorrow. If you meet him, please take care of him for me. Chapter 11 Going to the beginning sphere, Su's family has a daughter. Qi Yuan got up early the next day. When passing by a certain place, he found that the cordon had been set up. Qi Yuan looked normal, as if nothing had happened yesterday. Many people gathered at the school gate, and there were many discussions. Good Jierdong, I'm going to the space of the beginning ball. Those inheritances are exciting just to think about. And the martial arts test later, this can directly enter the site of various super universities, the future is limitless. Those who once looked down on me, when I come back from the space of the beginning ball, I will let them know what it means not to bully the poor young people. Many people were very excited, but some were also gossiping in a low voice. Have you heard? Teacher Zhou Tong of the school is dead. It is said that when he went out last night, he encountered a brutal rebel ninja. The body is cold. My God, these rebel ninjas have many lives in their hands. Teacher Zhou is so unlucky to meet them. Is it true? My Shangcheng has always been very peaceful. How could there be a rebel ninja? The so-called rebel ninja is a criminal who does not follow the laws of Kyushu and is wanted worldwide. They have no taboos, regard human lives as worthless, and are all extremely vicious. Everyone's eyes looked at a not far away staring at Zhou Hua in the distance. Isn't that an expression of I'm dead? Suddenly Zhou Hua raised his head and looked in one direction, his eyes full of hatred. Everyone followed their gaze and looked over, and their faces suddenly changed. Why is he looking at Qi Yuan? Could Zhou Tong's death be related to Qi Yuan? There are some contradictions between Qi Yuan and Zhou Tong, but it's not to the level of life and death. And Zhou Tong is at least a second-level ninja. How can ordinary students like us be his opponents? Many people took a breath and dared not think about it. And Zhou Hua still stared at Qi Yuan, trying to see some clues from the latter's expression. However, he was disappointed. Qi Yuan just glanced at him lightly, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. He also knew a little about what his father did yesterday. But at this moment, he couldn't say it. A teacher was ready to kill his student in the middle of the night, but was killed in return. No one would believe it. There must be someone around Qi Yuan protecting him, otherwise how could my father be in trouble? Zhou Tong lowered his head unwillingly, but his eyes were full of madness. And the students who passed the assessment of the space of the beginning yesterday began to gather. The leader was Yan Gang. Yan Gang glanced at the watch on his wrist, and then counted the number of people. With a big wave of his hand, the bus carrying the students drove to the destination. The space of the beginning has entrances in Zhuzhou. For example, 5 entrances were found in Yuzhou. Unlike other secret spaces, it seems that it is not a continuous space. Instead, it is irregularly distributed throughout the world of the Zhuzhou Alliance. The nearest entrance to the Mall No. 1 Middle School is also hundreds of miles away. And Qi Yuan and his friends took the school bus for 2 hours to reach the designated location. What puzzled them was that they did not see any so-called entrance to the secret space. Instead, he saw a somewhat desolate town. Yan Gang explained at this moment, this town was built by our ancestors after they found the entrance to the primordial space here. The town doesn't look big, but it has been close to many people. It is obvious that it is not just their middle school that came to this entrance. There are also many students from several nearby cities. Qi Yuan took a quick look and found that there were more than 100 people. And the chakra affinity of these people is above 50. This is just today's students. Qi Yuan knew that the primordial space was opened 4 days ago, which means that just this entrance alone has hundreds of people who have obtained the inheritance of the primordial space in a few days. Although it is difficult to reach a chakra affinity of 50, there are not many people who have obtained the inheritance of the secret realm under the huge population base of the entire Zhuzhou Alliance. Hey! Isn't this Lao Yan? I heard that your Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School has a super genius this year, with a chakra affinity of 121, not bad. A bald middle-aged man walked over with a weird look, followed by a man and a woman, who looked like students. The boy looked arrogant, looking down at the people from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. The girl looked calm, and compared to her extremely high appearance, she exuded a noble aura that made people feel ashamed. Even the boy next to her was slightly behind her, and seemed to be very afraid of her. Wang Ke, Zhou Hua and others changed their expressions. This is someone from Mo No. 1 Middle School. Their middle school is among the best in the whole Yuzhou. And every year, many people in their middle school get the blood boundary. Our Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School is not at the same level as them. Yan Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. Lin Qiang, the small family in our school can't be compared with your Mo No. 1 Middle School. Teacher Lin was very proud, and then pointed to the person behind him. This is my son Lin Tao. His chakra affinity is 125. Which is just a little more than what you call a super genius. The arrogant and sturdy boy behind him stood up, and his face was vaguely similar to that of Teacher Lin. Where is the super genius from your Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Do you mind showing your face? The people from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School quickly made way, exposing Qi Yuan to their sight. The people from Mo No. 1 Middle School were obviously here with bad intentions, and they didn't want to take the blame for Qi Yuan. Lin Tao locked onto Qi Yuan's figure in an instant, and then sneered, "Looks like a weak chicken, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in the martial arts test after the initial space." The martial arts test is a good opportunity for these geniuses to show their talents after coming out of the initial space. The rewards given to those who rank high are simply unimaginable. And Lin Qiang over there suddenly became fierce from indifference after seeing Qi Yuan's face. I heard that the super genius from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School is named Qi. And he looks like this. Then he turned his eyes to Yan Gang and shouted, "Is this little beast the offspring of that person?" Yan Gang's face changed, and then his whole figure stopped in front of Qi Yuan and looked at Lin Qiang vigilantly. Lin Qiang and Qi Yuan's father were classmates, but for some reason Qi Yuan's father killed Lin Qiang's brother. So there is a blood feud between the two. It's just that Lin Qiang never had a chance. Although Yan Gang didn't say anything, his actions have proved Qi Yuan's identity. Lin Qiang's eyes were red, and his son Lin Tao quickly understood the whole story. Fruit. Two pairs of murderous pupils stared at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan frowned, as if he was blamed for something. Yan Gang comforted him softly, "Don't worry about the grudges of the previous generation. And even if there is something, I will protect you with my life." However, Qi Yuan looked at Lin Tao and his son, and he didn't look like he would give up. Then he laughed, and he wished he could cause trouble more times. Suddenly, a very cold female voice sounded, "Teacher Lin, the castle is about to open. Don't delay our trip for personal grudges." That was the girl next to Lin Qiang, who looked very beautiful and about the same age as Qi Yuan and others. Her face was very calm at the moment, but in fact, she put part of her mind on Qi Yuan. Is he Qi Yuan? The person who needs to be taken care of by someone. Chapter 12 The King's Family, the Guardian Jianan. Who is this? Soon someone recognized the identity of this girl. This is Su Ying from Mo No. 1 Middle School. It is said that her chakra affinity is as high as 232. 232? Are you kidding me? Really? Isn't this a sure way to get the king's inheritance? Who is kidding you? Don't you go online these days? She was on the hot search yesterday. She is the most promising person in the Mohu Su family. We are satisfied to meet such a person once. Mohu City and Shangcheng City are not far away, but the administrative levels are completely incomparable. Except for Yetu, Mohu is the second largest city in Yuzhou. What is the background of this Su family? I wonder if it can be compared with the Yang family in our Shangcheng City. Haha, the Yang family is not even qualified to carry shoes for the Su family. The Su family is a royal family. Everyone took a breath, and then looked at Su Ying with a calm face in shock. Even Qi Yuan's pupils shrank slightly. He has now begun to integrate into this world. Of course, he also knows what a royal family is. This world is divided into noble families, poor families, and common people. Common people are ordinary people who cannot use ninjutsu. They become ninjas through secret inheritance or hard practice and will be promoted to poor family children. Like Qi Yuan, whose parents were once ninjas, he is also called a poor family child. If he has the opportunity to become a level 5 master and make certain contributions to the Juzhu Alliance, then at a certain time, he can also apply to upgrade his family to a noble family. Once you become a noble family, you will have a lot of say in the Juzhu Alliance. Nowadays, managers of various regions in the Juzhu Alliance are often from noble families. They hold the power of life and death in this world and have considerable privileges. Like the Yang family in Shangcheng, they were just poor families before. But with the emergence of a level 5 master in the Yang family, the Yang family was promoted to a noble family a few years ago. Most of the masters above level 5 in the Juzhu Alliance appear in the hands of noble families. There are very few masters who really stand out from the poor. The so-called royal family is a large family that had a king in their ancestry. These royal families have developed for more than 300 years, and each of them has a deep foundation. More importantly, if their ancestors are level 7 kings with blood limit, then there is a certain chance that the blood limit can be passed on to the offspring. Coupled with the inheritance of the secret space, some people may have double blood or even more. The Mohu Su family is well known in Yuzhou. At this moment, Yan Gang said softly, the ancestor of the Su family was once a level 7 king with the upper blood limit ice escape, and it was passed on to the offspring. Some of the descendants of their Su family are born with blood limit. Perhaps when most people are still waiting for the inheritance of the space of the first ball in the third year of high school, some people are already high-level strong men with blood limit before the age of 18. Qi Yuan knew that Yan Gang was talking to him, and he had seen these things on the internet. For example, the so-called White Eye family Feng family, the Boiling Escape family Lu family, the Storm Escape family Lei family. Unfortunately, there is no Sharingan family in this world. Everyone looked at Su Ying with fear and envy. No matter the family behind her, or her own talent. This kind of person is like a son of a genius, destined to be extraordinary in life. The father and son of Lin Qiang shuddered suddenly, and then retracted all their emotions. Lin Qiang turned back and said flatteringly, "Yes, miss, I will take you there right away." And Lin Tao lived up to his pride just now, looking at the girl Su Ying who was the same age as him with fear. The three of them gradually walked away. The surprise brought by Su Ying could not be dissipated for a long time. The boys present were all full of blood, and the eyes looking at Su Ying were full of surprise and envy. And some girls were jealous. "I wish I could be reborn and take over the body right away." Only Qi Yuan had a calm face, and he glanced at Zhou Hua lightly. The boy looked at him from time to time, his eyes full of ill intentions and hatred. "This guy seems to want to do something to me. Don't let me down." At this moment, a fully armed team walked out of the town. They walked in unison, their eyes were like eagles, and they stood there giving people a strong sense of oppression. This is the Guardian team here. The so-called Guardian team refers to the ninjas stationed outside the entrance to the secret space of the Kyushu Alliance, used to guard the entrance to the secret space to prevent the invasion of alien beasts. Some places even built guard cities according to needs. For example, the Human King guards the entrances of the town have been built with extremely large and solid cities to resist the invasion of alien beasts. For hundreds of years, it is because of the existence of guardians that the normal operation of the human world has been maintained. The higher the level of the secret space, the higher the level of the guardian. This town looks rather desolate. But there are many people guarding and under martial law inside. These people are extremely fierce, staring at these students who have come from afar with burning eyes, which scares many people. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. These guardians have been fighting with alien beasts for many years, and they are already full of blood. And they walked into the town under the leadership of the guardians, and rows of houses were neatly arranged. From time to time, someone poked his head out to look at Qi Yuan and others. These are the students who entered the space of the original ball a few days ago. After they got the inheritance, they waited for the arrival of the martial arts test. Qi Yuan and his group are the last batch of people. If nothing unexpected happens, the martial arts test will be held tomorrow. At that time, all the students who came to the town in the past few days will participate. Qi Yuan and his group quickly entered a conference room that can accommodate hundreds of people under the guidance of Qi Yuan and others. There was an old black screen hanging in front of the conference room, which looked out of place. Everyone looked around, but did not find the entrance to the space of the original ball. Suddenly, the scene became quiet, and a strong chakra breath came from not far away, and everyone's face changed. Several people in uniforms supported an old man with a goatee and walked slowly. They exuded terrifying blood and energy, which made people tremble. Especially the breath of the old man was vast and full of suffocation. Even Qi Yuan felt his hair stand up when he saw the old man. However, the old man's face was very kind. "Hello, students. I am Jianan, the guardian of the guardian team of the original space here. I am very happy to meet a group of proud children of my human race again." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened. Guardian Jianan? Those who can be called guardians must be at least level 5 grandmasters. There is no danger here, why would they send a guardian to guard it? You are talking nonsense, the space of the beginning sphere is so special, it is worth doing this even if there is no danger. The space of the beginning sphere is full of dead things, and there are no strange beasts that can run over. But because of its specialness, the Juzhu Alliance will still assign level 5 Grandmasters to guard it during the days when it is opened. In the long conference room, Jianan looked at everyone with a smile. Suddenly, his left hand pulled violently, and the black screen behind him immediately broke. Everyone stared at Jianan's back with wide eyes. A sky blue vortex was slowly turning, as if it had infinite suction. That is the entrance to the space of the beginning sphere. It's so beautiful. Is our opportunity there? Chapter 13, Entering the Space of the Beginning Sphere, Zhou Hua's Actions. All students looked at the sky blue twisting vortex eagerly, and dared not look away. The teachers in the school also expressed their feelings, but unfortunately most of them were only middle school teachers. Many people were not qualified to enter the space of the beginning sphere when they were young, otherwise they would not have been teachers in just an ordinary middle school. Now they all showed envy when they saw their students about to enter this place of opportunity. Jianan on the podium stroked his goat beard with a kind face. Not to mention these students, if it weren't for the fact that each person could only enter the secret space once, he would have wanted to go in and seek opportunities again. He slowly said, "Yes, this is an entrance to the space of the beginning sphere. You can enter at any time now. But before that, I need to explain something else." Everyone was excited, but it was obvious that the town guard had something else to explain. Jianan stopped talking nonsense and continued, "First, today's time limit in the space of the original ball is 5 hours. You must find your inheritance within 5 hours. After you get the inheritance, you will be teleported back here in a very short time. There is no danger from strange beasts in the space of the original ball, but in the past we found that a few people attacked their companions at all costs for inheritance. So in order to prevent accidents, we have equipped all students with their own sensor chips. This chip will record everything that happened to you in the space of the original ball." Immediately after he finished speaking, many staff members came over and handed out a thin chip in front of everyone. Somehow, the chip directly integrated into the flesh and blood of people, causing some people to unconsciously let out a cry of fear. "Don't worry, this thing will automatically detach after you come out of the space of the original ball, and nothing will happen. I hope each of you will consciously find your own opportunity, otherwise the ugly things you do will be revealed through the sensor chip. The laws of my Yuzhou are not a joke." Although Jianan's words were light, everyone heard the warning in them. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed. Preventing infighting is one aspect, but exploring the space of the original ball is the main purpose. Second, according to convention, after the space of the original ball is closed, all the students who come here in your class will have a martial arts test. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the word martial arts test. Students who perform well in the martial arts test will be directly admitted to the Super University of the Juzhu Alliance as an exception. And some people will be selected by the aristocratic families and become the son-in-law or marry into a wealthy family. It's like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, completely changing their lives and the fate of their families. This is what everyone wants. Jianan continued, "Everyone in the martial arts test will receive rewards from my Yuzhou, and the top few will have extra generous rewards. Including but not limited to ninjutsu above level B, psychic contracts, secret techniques, etc. As for the specific rules, you will know after you come out of the starting space." Everyone took a breath again. These things are all rare. Only those who contribute to the Juzhu Alliance can get them. And making contributions means fighting against strange beasts, which means possible death. Woe I must stand out in the martial arts test. The boys and girls clenched their fists tightly, full of fighting spirit. Jianan nodded gently, then chuckled again and said, "Third, if anyone has made their chakra affinity reach 50 through special means, please stand up now. It's not good for a lying child." His face was smiling, and his voice seemed to be full of magic. Qi Yuan only felt the chakra surge in his body, and his mind was full of this voice. He shuddered violently, and then woke up. This is an illusion. He looked at the old man with a goatee, only to find that he was also looking at him. The latter's eyes were full of surprise. That little girl from the Su family is fine, but this little guy got rid of my illusion so quickly. Qi Yuan lowered his head suddenly, then clenched his fists. I must get the inheritance of the king. This feeling of being dominated by others is really terrible. With the hatred between him and the Yang family, he may attract the attention of many people in the future. For ninjas, keeping secrets is a joke. If you can't become a strong man as soon as possible, you will definitely be sliced and studied as a time traveler. As the old man performed the illusion, several students came out with confused faces soon. Soon, the staff around the old man took these people away directly. The old man coughed heavily, and everyone woke up as if from a dream. Everyone did a good job on the third thing. The last thing is that I want to remind everyone that they must keep their mental strength full after entering the space of the starting ball. Don't force yourself to enter a level that doesn't belong to you, otherwise you will have a mental breakdown and die. Jianan's words stopped abruptly, leaving everyone some time to digest the information. Now everyone enters the space of the starting ball one by one, remember to follow your own feelings. Everyone was trembling, and then carefully walked into the sky blue vortex, leading to an unknown world. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, Zhou Hua actually lined up behind Qi Yuan. And Qi Yuan just frowned and didn't say much. Through the sky blue door, the world inside began to be exposed to Qi Yuan's eyes. It was desolate and seemed that no one lived. However, looking up, an extremely large golden pagoda stood in front of everyone. While everyone was amazed, suddenly a blast sounded. Everyone was startled. Go to hell! Zhou Hua suddenly took out an ancient scroll, his eyes full of determination. The strong light shone, enveloping him and Qi Yuan. It's all you, my father is dead, and my whole family is implicated. Let's die together. He recalled everything that happened this morning. A stranger broke into his home and said that his father was dead. Then he threw a scroll in his hand. If you do it, your mother and your brother can live, and my Yang family will prepare a secret place for your brother. If you don't do it, this day next year will be the anniversary of your family's death. When Zhou Hua thought of this, he felt his heart was broken with fear. This scroll is not aimed at physical damage, but directly binds and weakens a person's spirit. In the place of the original ball space, weakening a person's spirit too much will lead to a decrease in chakra affinity. When it drops below 50, it will be directly judged as unqualified by the original ball space. The result is an explosion and death. Zhou Tong howled in pain, but his eyes looked forward. However, he soon widened his eyes, and there was no figure after the white light flashed. How is it possible? Chapter 14 The Tower of Inheritance. The lower 3 floors. Zhou Hua knew that Qi Yuan had definitely not exploded and died. After all, Qi Yuan's chakra affinity was as high as 121, and if he had to die, he would die first. You want to die with me? Zhou Hua's eyes turned quickly, and then he bared his teeth. His expression was full of despair. Qi Yuan's figure appeared in another place, intact. How could you get rid of the scroll? How could it be possible? This is a ninjutsu scroll that is said to be inescapable even for a third-level ninja. Why is this happening? Qi Yuan looked at him coldly. With the speed of your attack, you want to bind me. You should go alone on the road to hell. This Zhou Hua had bad intentions towards him all the way, and even a fool could tell that he was trying to cause trouble. If he was really just an ordinary high school student, Qi Yuan would have really fallen this time. Zhou Hua howled in despair, and then burst like a balloon. Someone's dead. The other students who entered the space of the starting ball screamed in fear, and then hurried to the inheritance tower, fearing to get into any trouble. But the female student named Su Ying looked at Qi Yuan with a strange look, with a very surprised look in her eyes. She put down her right hand that had been raised. That should be the mental binding scroll, but I didn't expect him to dodge it. This Qi Yuan is not simple. It seems that he doesn't need my protection. But then her face returned to calmness. She was born in an extraordinary family, so she naturally had a way to get rid of it. She even wanted to save Qi Yuan just now. After all, she accepted her aunt's request. She couldn't let anyone die. But it was obvious that Qi Yuan was very capable. Su Ying shook her head, and then looked at the inheritance tower in the space of the beginning sphere, her eyes full of brilliance. The 7th floor of the inheritance tower, here I come. Qi Yuan stared at Zhou Hua's position for a long time, and left after finding that this guy was indeed dead. This Yang family is simply endless. I must solve this matter after I come out of the space of the beginning sphere. He didn't believe that Zhou Hua, a mere high school student, dared to attack him in the space of the beginning sphere. There must be someone behind him. Qi Yuan looked at the inheritance tower and quickly approached it. It's so strange, this space of the beginning sphere should have entrances all over the world, but no matter which entrance you enter, you can quickly reach the inheritance tower. Just 10 minutes later, Qi Yuan came to the golden inheritance tower. In fact, when you get closer, you can see that the lower part of the tower is light gold, while the color of the upper part is getting darker and darker. Qi Yuan plunged in. A vast white space appeared in front of him. Is this the first floor of the lower 3 floors? It is said that the most common thing in the lower 3 floors is chakra inheritance. This kind of chakra inheritance will allow people to directly break through to the first level ninja, and subsequent practice will be smoother. It is the most common adventure in the space of the first ball. Of course, these chakra inheritances also have levels. As long as everyone who enters the space of the first ball does not commit suicide, at least one chakra inheritance can be obtained so as not to return empty-handed. These chakra inheritances are divided into first, second, and third levels. The higher the level, the greater the enlightenment you get. Qi Yuan looked around curiously, but found nothing. Suddenly, a transparent energy ball quickly floated by, and then floated in front of Qi Yuan. Then a line of text appeared on the energy ball. Congratulations on receiving the first level chakra inheritance. Please choose whether to accept it. Note, you can only take one inheritance from the space of the original ball. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed. It appeared so quickly. He shook his head and went in other directions. During this period, he also saw other people, who were also looking for something aimlessly. And at this moment, many energy groups gathered around Qi Yuan, becoming Qi Yuan's exclusive choice, and following Qi Yuan's footsteps, until Qi Yuan makes a choice or goes to a higher level. Qi Yuan is definitely not satisfied with these inheritances. He no longer wastes time and looks for the stairs to the 2nd floor. It is said that the location of the space of the original ball is very metaphysical, and there is no fixed map. Everyone can only find the entrance to the upper floor by feeling. Of course, whether this feeling is reliable is linked to the level of chakra affinity. After turning several directions, Qi Yuan soon saw a yellow staircase. The handrail on one side of the ladder is written with 2. Qi Yuan entered the 2nd floor stairs after a few ups and downs. After reaching the 2nd floor, it was still a vast expanse of white. Congratulations on obtaining the 2nd level chakra inheritance, please choose whether to accept it. In just a short period of time, a lot of chakra inheritances floated around Qi Yuan. It was like a central air conditioner. Qi Yuan still ignored it, and after a while he found the stairs to the 3rd floor at a corner. He didn't think much and walked straight to the 3rd floor. It was still shrouded in white mist. Most people were concentrated on the 3rd floor. Because only the 3rd floor could obtain the 3rd level chakra inheritance and the lower blood limit. Of course, the opportunity obtained was proportional to the chakra affinity. Suddenly everyone exclaimed, which attracted Qi Yuan's attention. Look, it's a blood group, that's a blood limit. A strange red light group appeared above everyone's head, hanging high as if choosing a master. Fuck, choose me. Big brother. Choose me, I will definitely carry you forward, woo woo. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, but this inheritance did not understand human emotions. A blood ball floated by and stopped in front of Qi Yuan. Congratulations on obtaining the Kekii Genkai of Transparent Escape, please choose whether to accept it. Everyone around looked at Qi Yuan with hatred. Some people even wanted to join forces to kill Qi Yuan, so that the Kekii Genkai inheritance would choose a new owner. But they were afraid of being punished by Yuzhou law. Damn, this censorship is really troublesome. However, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Who would want this crappy Kekii Genkai? Transparent Escape, if he remembered correctly, should be a Kekii Genkai that can eliminate one's own aura. It's just that you can't move when performing it, and you will be discovered if you move. What's the use of this? He moved forward at a high speed, looking for the entrance to the middle third floor. And the Transparent Escape Kekii Genkai inheritance kept following him. The faces of others were even uglier. Damn, this guy doesn't even care about the blood boundary. I know, this guy is Qi Yuan from the first middle school of the mall, and his chakra affinity is as high as 121. Then he will definitely be able to enter the middle third floor. Some people were silent at this point, but their eyes kept turning. Since Qi Yuan is going to the middle third floor, the inheritance around him will definitely stay on the third floor. Then reselect the inheritor. It is said that when these inheritances have similar chakra affinity with humans, there is a certain probability that the inheritor will be reselected nearby. Wow, wait for me, Boss Qi Yuan. Can I warm your bed in the future? Chapter 15. Does your inheritance include a wife? The space of the original ball, the third floor of the inheritance tower. There are many inheritances floating around Qi Yuan, which makes people very jealous. There are also a few people following him stealthily, each with their own calculations. Suddenly, another blood-colored light flashed by. Everyone's face changed again. Fuck, it's another bloodline limit, people are so annoying when they compare themselves to others. No, it seems to be the Sharingan. Then I feel better. As we all know, the Sharingan is rubbish. Congratulations on getting the single Megatama Sharingan, please choose whether to accept it. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up and saw a blood-red eye floating in front of him. There seemed to be a black Megatama printed on it. It's just a single Megatama Sharingan, who are you looking down on? Qi Yuan shook his head and then moved forward again by feeling. After a while, he raised his head and a pale yellow door appeared in front of him. A person was pushing the door hard, as if he wanted to enter. However, the door did not move at all. Brother, you, stop pushing. Our chakra affinity is less than 80, so we can't enter the middle third floor. Yes, every push is a loss of mental power. Be careful that the starting space will judge that the chakra affinity is less than 50. Then it's all over. The boy surnamed Yu who pushed the door could only give up. Qi Yuan took a few steps forward. Many inheritances were floating around him, which made people jealous. Ignoring the expressions of others, Qi Yuan pushed the light golden door with one hand. The eyes of everyone present were immediately attracted. A strange light flashed, and the door was pushed open silently. Whoa! I actually opened it, what a bright light! I'm so envious, why not me? Qi Yuan smiled, then jumped over and entered the middle third floor. After he entered, the door slowly closed again. At this moment, a roar came out. I want to enter the middle third floor too. After Qi Yuan entered, the young man surnamed Yu wanted to squeeze in before the door closed. His figure was very fast, and he squeezed in more than half in a blink of an eye. But at this moment, his voice became painful. Oh, it hurts so much. With a loud bang, blood mist rose, scaring everyone in the white space. Dead? Dead. If you force your way in, you will explode and die, so scary. But more people woke up. After Qi Yuan entered the middle third floor, those inheritances were left behind. Many people were breathing rapidly, looking at those inheritances with eagerness on their faces. The Tower of Inheritance, the middle third floor. A pale golden space appeared in front of Qi Yuan. From the fourth floor, it is said that you can get the inheritance of the middle and upper blood boundary or the 6th level Grandmaster Mirror. Qi Yuan glanced and found that there were fewer people here. After all, it is rare for chakra affinity to reach 80. When he reached the middle third floor, it was obvious that there were fewer inheritances. Qi Yuan walked for a long time, but he was not selected by any inheritance. After all, his chakra affinity was 121, which was not the best in the whole Kyushu. As he was thinking this, 2 blood-colored balls shot at him from different directions. Congratulations on obtaining the blood limit of the quick escape, please choose whether to accept it. Congratulations on obtaining the blood limit of the fast escape, please choose whether to accept it. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed slightly, and he actually got 2 middle blood limits at the same time. Unfortunately, this level of inheritance was not enough to impress him. At this time, at a corner, he saw Wang Kai, who was also from the Mall No. 1 middle school. At this moment, his face was happy, and the blood limit inheritance with a blood-colored light ball appeared around him. I accept it! Wang Kai shouted excitedly, and the blood directly sank into his body and disappeared. Then his figure began to blur, and he was about to be teleported out. Wang Tao also saw Qi Yuan's figure, and then said provocatively, even if your chakra affinity is high, I have also obtained the upper blood limit, and sometimes luck is also crucial. His chakra affinity is only 88, and it should be good to get a middle blood limit, but he got a higher blood limit by sheer luck. Wang Kai's figure disappeared. This guy is lucky, he actually got a higher blood limit on the 4th floor. Among the 3 middle floors, the probability of a higher blood limit on the 4th floor is much smaller than that on the 5th and 6th floors. A wooden staircase appeared, and Qi Yuan climbed to the 5th floor without thinking much. It was still a light golden space, but Qi Yuan felt that it was brighter than the 4th floor. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a vague shadow appeared in front of him. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Moonlight Gale, please choose whether to accept it. Qi Yuan looked at the shadow in front of him, and could only barely see a knife stuck behind the shadow. But according to his memory, this is indeed the Moonlight Gale in his impression. Is this the inheritance of the strong? So that's it. It's a pity that your inheritance cannot be passed on to your wife. Qi Yuan shook his head jokingly, and then continued to move forward. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Shiranui Genjian, please choose whether to accept it. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Yamanaka Wind, please choose whether to accept it. During this period, he met many people in his memory. At least they are all special jonin in Konoha. Qi Yuan only felt novelty, but had no other thoughts. Congratulations on obtaining the 3 Magatama Sharingan, please choose whether to accept it. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the blood-red Sharingan revealed evil. According to Uncle Yan, Sharingan will appear in the lower 3 layers and the middle 3 layers, but even the side effects of the single Magatama Sharingan are very large. 3 Magatama, if it's just 3 Magatama, it's not worth my risk. Because his current body is also from this world, since other people are extremely incompatible with the Sharingan. There is no reason why he can adapt to the Sharingan. Of course, with the enhancement value in hand, Qi Yuan is confident that he can overcome the side effects of the Sharingan, but the upper limit is really low if it is only 3 Magatama. Qi Yuan did not waste any more time, and a few minutes later he found the stairs to the 6th floor. The 6th floor of the Tower of Inheritance. The golden light here shines and looks extremely beautiful. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Hyuga Niji, please choose whether to accept it. Qi Yuan's face froze, and then he looked at the phantom beside him. He couldn't see the face, but he could see the eyes of the phantom. That was the Byakugan. After a long time, Qi Yuan sighed. He couldn't ensure that the system could strengthen the Byakugan to the level of the Samsara Eye, so it didn't matter if he didn't have the Byakugan. Qi Yuan continued to move forward, and those upper blood limit and strong inheritance that others looked extremely precious were all around Qi Yuan. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, and he looked a little familiar. Qi Yuan looked closely and it turned out to be Lin Tao, who had had some minor friction with him before. The latter was also surrounded by inheritances, and he frowned and thought, obviously making a decision. In front of him, a dark red space door was closed. That was the 7th floor leading to the king's inheritance. Chapter 16 Counterattack. Enter the 7th floor. The 6th floor of the Tower of Inheritance. The golden light here is even brighter, with a hint of scarlet. Congratulations on obtaining Tianation's inheritance, please choose whether to accept it. Congratulations on obtaining Nara Shikamaru's inheritance, please choose whether to accept it. Qi Yuan's figure kept shuttling around the 6th floor, and from time to time there were inheritances that came to him and stuck to him. However, he turned a blind eye to these inheritances, because his purpose was not here. Finally, after wandering around for half an hour, he saw a dark red door again. Is that the entrance to the 7th floor? His eyes were bright, staring at the dark red door. Suddenly a sarcastic voice sounded, "What are you looking at? Do you still want to enter the 7th floor?" Qi Yuan's pupils turned, and then he saw that there was actually another person under the dark red door. That was Lin Tao from Magic and Martial Arts No. 1 Middle School, with a chakra affinity of 125. So now he also appeared on the 6th floor. And he also had many inheritances. Lin Tao smiled coldly at Qi Yuan, and then looked at the dark red door with reluctance. He just saw Su Ying push open the dark red door with his own eyes, and for a moment he was extremely envious and jealous. But then he sighed quietly, "The strongest inheritance I have now should be Xiao Li's inheritance and the Boiling Escape bloodline limit." Although Xiao Li is a level 6 Grandmaster Mirror powerhouse, few people in the Kyushu Alliance have chosen him over the years. After all, the legendary 8 Gates of Ninjutsu is too difficult to practice. In that case, there is only one choice. Lin Tao showed a resolute look at this moment, and then chose the upper blood limit Boiling Escape. The aura of his whole body surged instantly, and all other inheritances began to disappear. Only the Boiling Escape blood limit merged into his whole body. Good, such a powerful feeling. After the upper blood limit surged into his body, his chakra immediately soared. Directly from the quasi-ninja to the early level of the 3rd level. And an inexplicable mark was engraved in his mind, which was the seal method of releasing the Boiling Escape blood limit. Lin Tao laughed loudly, and then stared at Qi Yuan with fierce eyes. The 3rd level ninja arrived next to Qi Yuan in an instant, and his left hand turned into a knife and chopped straight at Qi Yuan. "I just happened to meet you, so I'll just destroy you." Even if the censorship can know, they can still care about a promising genius for a dead person. Lin Tao showed a smug smile. It was a waste of talent to use his current level 3 strength to deal with a senior high school student. However, his hand knife was tightly grasped by a strong hand. For a moment, he couldn't exert any strength. Qi Yuan looked calm, but looked at Lin Tao coldly. His right hand was getting stronger and stronger at this moment, and a creaking sound came out. Lin Tao only felt the pain in his right hand and couldn't help but screaming. "What is your strength? You are definitely not an ordinary person. Damn it, if you have the guts, let go and let me seal, and let you see the power of Boiling Escape." Ah! However, Qi Yuan's power was getting stronger and stronger, and at the same time, a 3rd level chakra appeared on his body. Although they were both at the 3rd level, Lin Tao dared to approach Qi Yuan, who possessed the 8 gates of ninjutsu. He was simply courting death. Qi Yuan exerted force suddenly, and a bloody arm was directly torn off. Lin Tao covered his broken elbow and screamed desperately. However, what frightened him even more was that Qi Yuan's left hand exerted force suddenly and penetrated his chest directly. Ah! The imagined death did not come, and a burst of teleportation power burst out from Lin Tao's body. Qi Yuan's attack seemed to fall into the air. Lin Tao survived from the desperate situation, staring at Qi Yuan with a grudge. "I will definitely take revenge." Amidst the shining light, Lin Tao's figure disappeared. Qi Yuan withdrew his action with some regret. The teleportation was quite fast. Let this guy escape. But then he shook his head again. Lin Tao, who had received the inheritance, was just so, not to mention when Qi Yuan came out of the original space. At that time, the gap between the two sides was like the difference between heaven and earth. Qi Yuan no longer paid attention to this matter, and then glanced at the dark red door not far away again. At this moment, there are more than 400 points of enhancement value in my system, which is definitely enough to crush anyone. Add 200 points first, let me see the situation of the 7th floor. In just a short moment, Qi Yuan's chakra affinity changed from 121 to 321. 321? It seems that there is no record of anyone with a chakra affinity of more than 300 in the past 300 years. Then can I enter the 8th floor? After 300 years of exploration, the Zhu Alliance determined that chakra affinity above 150 can reach the 7th floor. And the 7th floor means that you can get the king's inheritance. Those who get the king's inheritance are all born with talent. As long as they don't die young, they can definitely become a strong man of the 6th level Grandmaster realm. However, the difference between the 6th and 7th levels is too big. Even if you get the king's inheritance, it is very difficult to reach the 7th level. Qi Yuan, whose chakra affinity reaches 321, can easily reach the 7th floor. He walked forward and gently pushed open the dark red door. A light red light entered the 6th floor, which was full of mystery. Qi Yuan did not hesitate and went directly to the 7th floor. As he entered, the entire 6th floor became empty again. The 6th floor inheritance that Qi Yuan had obtained before began to slowly disappear. Qi Yuan, who entered the 7th floor, only felt that he was in a dark red space. Everything seemed mysterious and even a little weird. He looked around and only felt that the red mist was pervasive and he could not see the place not far away. Suddenly, a surprised sound sounded, and a vague figure slowly approached him. As she approached, Qi Yuan gradually saw her face clearly. It was a graceful girl, graceful and charming. It looked familiar. How could it be you? Su Ying's eyes widened at this moment, and she saw a figure through the heavy mist. Originally, she was still wondering that there should be no students with chakra affinity higher than 150. However, she never dreamed that it was this guy called Qi Yuan. Didn't you say your chakra affinity is only 121? Qi Yuan smiled at this moment. Who knows? Maybe the machine measured it wrong. Su Ying sneered and did not expose Qi Yuan's lie. The machine can't be so wrong. This guy must have concealed his chakra affinity. Although this kind of thing is more difficult to do, it is not impossible. For example, mental power is damaged. I just don't know why this guy has to forge his chakra affinity. Chapter 17, 15 King's Inheritance. Su Ying's choice. After a long while, Su Ying regained his composure. You must have concealed your chakra affinity, what a good trick. Qi Yuan did not argue, but just kept looking around. Su Ying slowly said at this moment, from your appearance, you probably don't know much about the information on the 7th floor. Do you want to know? Qi Yuan's eyes flickered. Oh? Su, are you willing to tell me? This Su Ying comes from a royal family, and he must know a lot about the information on the 7th floor. Since humans discovered the original space, a total of 15 kings have been found on the 7th floor. You should know this. Qi Yuan nodded. He had already learned this information from Yan Gang. And he was also told not to choose Kakashi, Shimura Danzo and Might Guy. But you, who came from a poor family, probably don't know that there are differences between the king's inheritance. Qi Yuan raised his eyes. Difference? Su Ying nodded. Based on the probability of us humans obtaining the king's inheritance over the past 300 years, we have divided these 15 kings into 3 levels. The higher the level, the lower the probability of obtaining the king's inheritance, but at the same time, the higher the upper limit of potential after obtaining the inheritance. Of course, if you want to obtain a higher level of king's inheritance, you need a higher chakra affinity. Which 3 levels? Qi Yuan's eyes were fixed on Su Ying's beautiful pupils, and the latter was slightly stunned. Growing up so big, few of her peers dared to look at her so unscrupulously. She slightly shifted her gaze and continued, the first level requires a lower chakra affinity. They are the following 9 king inheritances. Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Tofu, Mito Kato En, Utane Koharu, Kato Dan, Obaru, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Gai, Harano Sakura. Based on past experience, most people who enter the 7th level have obtained these 9 king inheritances. I suggest you choose Akimichi Tofu and Mito Kato En or Harano Sakura. Because according to my information, these 3 king inheritances are easier to break through among the 9. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows, he was being underestimated. It is obvious that Su Ying has determined that he can only choose the first level of the king's inheritance. But why is it Akimichi Tofu, Mitaman En, and Sakura? Does my Hitaki Wavyukai not deserve a name? Does my Lord Hiriko's Ghost Bud Ra technique not deserve a name? Does my Lord Nabekage Susanami not deserve a name? Does my handsome brother Duan's spiritualization technique not deserve a name? Although Su Ying was surprised that Qi Yuan could also reach the 7th floor, it was obvious that she only thought that his chakra affinity barely reached it. Chakra affinity is closely related to a person's talent, but it is also inseparable from a person's growth environment. For a king family like theirs, all kinds of natural materials and treasures are available, and it is not too easy to enter the space of the first ball. However, it is still very difficult to have a chakra affinity greater than 100, let alone more than 150. Qi Yuan, this mere the poor family could actually enter the 7th level, which could no longer be described as an ordinary super genius. Su Ying showed a confident smile. Her chakra affinity was as high as 232, so there must be a big gap between the two. There are 5 kings in the 2nd level. They are Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Hitaki Sakumo. According to past experience, with her chakra affinity, she is likely to get the 2nd level king inheritance. And there is only one 3rd level inheritance. That is Senja Tobirama. Qi Yuan frowned slightly. These king inheritances should not be divided entirely according to strength. Otherwise, Kai with all 8 gates open can easily fight against all the others. Thank you for telling me, classmate Su, I owe you a favor. Su Ying chuckled, since you can get to this point, I can also be regarded as a good relationship. After all, these things are not secret information to me. And Su Ying was originally entrusted by someone to take care of Qi Yuan. This little fact is really not worth mentioning. Qi Yuan kept it in mind. Then he began to look around. This space was still pitch dark and shrouded in red mist. No need to look. We can't see any information now. We came at the wrong time. We need to wait for the mist to dissipate and then all the inheritance will emerge. How long will it take? Where is the entrance to the next level? Su Ying was about to reply after hearing Qi Yuan's previous sentence, but suddenly heard Qi Yuan asking about the 8th level. Suddenly he was speechless. Why are you asking about the 8th floor? Do you have any other ideas about the 8th floor? Qi Yuan was interested at this time. Miss Su, you have a wide range of channels, so has anyone ever entered the 8th floor? Su Ying sneered, what an overconfident guy. This generation of Lord Yu is a rare genius in the past 300 years, with a chakra affinity of 280. But he couldn't push open the door to the 8th floor, and finally had to choose the 7th level king inheritance, Jian Shao Tobirama. Su Ying kindly reminded. Forcibly ascending to a level that does not belong to you will only result in death. So you must not have any unreasonable thoughts, otherwise you will die and waste your talent in vain. Qi Yuan was about to speak, but at this moment the entire fog surged, and soon it dispersed to reveal an open space. Su Ying showed a look of surprise. The king's inheritance is about to appear. As soon as her voice fell, more than a dozen statues rose from the ground and stood in front of the two of them. Qi Yuan looked at them carefully and was immediately surprised. These statues were lifelike, and they were the familiar figures in his memory. Kakashi, Might Guy, the three ninjas, the third generation, Hatake Sakumo, the second generation. Suddenly three of them shone and shot at Su Ying. The latter was excited. That means she, with a chakra affinity of 232, has three choices. Kakashi, Hatake Sakumo, and Tsunade. Su Ying ruled out Kakashi's inheritance in an instant. She didn't want the inheritance of the king from the mainland. And this Kakashi would grow a Sharingan for no reason in the later period. Although it can be dug out, she doesn't want to become a one-eyed hero. Then only Hatake Sakumo and Tsunade are left. It is said that Hatake Sakumo is good at swordsmanship, and there is a 1/5 chance that you can break through to the king level if you inherit his legacy. But I have the ice release bloodline limit, and practicing swordsmanship may distract me and backfire. Tsunade's inheritance is good at medical ninjutsu, and her vitality is extremely tenacious. After practicing to a certain level, she can open her own summoning contract. And she can control chakra more precisely, which complements my own ice release bloodline limit. The most important thing is that she can stay young forever. It is more beneficial for me to choose her. Chapter 18 The 8th Floor, The Appearance of the Manjaki Sharingan. Su Ying's eyes lit up, but she did not choose immediately. She wanted to see if she would get other king inheritances. She actually wanted to get the inheritance of Jiraiya or Orochimaru, or even the inheritance of Senju Tobirama. But according to previous calculations, the inheritance of Senju Tobirama requires at least 250 chakra affinity. The other two were eligible, but since they had already received the same level of Tsunade inheritance, the other two would not choose her. I'm fine, but Qi Yuan probably only has one choice. Chakra affinity that has just reached 150 will generally only get one king inheritance choice. Su Ying looked at the statue of Senju Tobirama with desire. Now the Lord of Yuzhou is a successor of Senju Tobirama. Known as King Yu, he is one of the top kings in the Kyushu alliance. However, suddenly the statue of Senju Tobirama lit up, which shocked Su Ying. Is my character exploding? She was ecstatic. This kind of thing sounded outrageous, but it was not impossible. But then her smile froze, and the light was obviously not directed in her direction. Her eyes turned to Qi Yuan, but her eyes widened. How is this possible? The statue of Senju Tobirama shone and shot at Qi Yuan. But what shocked Su Ying even more was that more than a dozen red lights appeared at the same time, and then appeared on Qi Yuan's body. Qi Yuan's body was shining with red light, and the whole person was bathed in the light. All? He actually got all the inheritances. Su Ying only felt that her three views were completely overturned. She was born in a royal family and had never heard of such an outrageous thing. Even the former King Yu, whose chakra affinity was as high as 280, could not let all the inheritances choose him. This Qi Yuan, how high is his chakra affinity? At this moment, more than a dozen pieces of information appeared in Qi Yuan's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Hatake Kakashi, please choose whether to accept it. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Shimura Danzo, please choose whether to accept it. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, please choose whether to accept it. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Jiraiya, please choose whether to accept it. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Senju Tobirama, please choose whether to accept it. A total of 15 king inheritances appeared in front of Qi Yuan. And if this matter is exposed, the people of the entire Kyushu alliance will be boiling because of it. Su Ying was so shocked that she couldn't speak at this moment, and she took a breath after a long time. What kind of freak is he? Su Ying made up her mind that she must ask her aunt about where Qi Yuan came from after she returned. She only knew that a friend of her aunt asked her to take care of Qi Yuan, but Su Ying didn't know the specific situation. My aunt's friend seems to be from Qingzhou, but there is no king family with the surname Qi in Qingzhou. At the same time, Su Ying made up her mind to pull Qi Yuan into the Su family's camp. Although their Su family is a king family, it has not had a 7th-level king for more than 100 years. This is actually very unfavorable to the Su family. Now the clan members are putting their hopes on her, and she is under a lot of pressure. If they pull in an ally who has a great chance of breaking through to the king, then the Su family will undoubtedly make a lot of money. Which one will he choose? It should be Senja Tobirama. After all, this is the recognized first king inheritance. However, what puzzled her was that Qi Yuan's face was always calm. He just glanced at the inheritance around him lightly, and then raised his head in one direction. Behind the statue of the 1,000 hands, there is a crimson light that keeps flowing. That is the door leading to the 8th floor. Qi Yuan's action once again caught Su Ying's attention. Her eyes widened, and then a guess emerged in her mind. He wants to climb to the 8th floor. At this time, Su Ying instinctively wanted to show a funny look, because from 300 years ago to now, no one has ever been able to climb to the 8th floor. At least she has never heard of it. Even the amazing King Yu could not open the door to the 8th floor. But then her heart was excited. Since he can trigger all the king's inheritance, maybe he can really climb to the 8th floor. Su Ying's eyes were fixed on Qi Yuan, who was still calm, and went to the crimson door. The closer to the door, the brighter the scarlet light. Qi Yuan gently pressed his hand on the crimson door. At this moment, Su Ying was extremely nervous, as if it was not Qi Yuan but her who pushed the door open. If the chakra affinity is not enough, it will be bounced back and backfired at that moment. Can Qi Yuan succeed? Can he create a miracle? Time gave her the perfect answer. In just a moment, the crimson door turned faster, and then the crimson disappeared, and a touch of purple appeared. Through the purple, you can see the space inside. It was a small place. It seems that 321 chakra affinity can enter. Qi Yuan chuckled, and then slowly walked into the 8th floor space. Only Su Ying was left with wide eyes. Is the world going to change? In the outside world, at the entrance of the original space, many people have returned at this moment. They were jubilant, and it was obvious that they had obtained a great opportunity inside. However, no one expected that at this moment, someone actually climbed to the 8th floor of the legendary Inheritance Tower. Initial space, the 8th floor of the Inheritance Tower. Qi Yuan looked up and found himself in an empty room. The room seemed extremely narrow, except for 6 mats right in front of Qi Yuan. The 6 mats were not arranged neatly, and there was nothing on them. Is this the 8th floor? It doesn't look like it at all. There is only this one room? Is there no inheritance? Qi Yuan looked around and found that the room was completely closed. Not to mention the entrance to the 9th floor, he didn't even see the shadow of the king's inheritance. However, at this moment, 3 phantoms appeared silently on the 3 mats in front of him. When these 3 phantoms appeared, Qi Yuan seemed to feel 3 pairs of strange pupils staring at him. Is that Sharingan? The faces of the 3 phantoms could not be seen clearly, but their eyes could be seen clearly. Qi Yuan was not unfamiliar with these eyes, they were Sharingan. To be exact, they were Manjiki Sharingan. The black Megatama connected into one piece, that is the Manjiki Sharingan that symbolizes the strong. Qi Yuan's body shook violently, and then his eyes showed a brilliant light. Sure enough, the secret of the Sharingan is hidden in the 8th floor. Chapter 19, the 9th floor, 6 Paths Madara. It's just that this phantom is not clear, and I don't know whose Mangeki Sharingan it is. But he soon got the answer. 6 rays of light shot out from the Mangeki Sharingan of the 3 phantoms. Then he went straight to Chi Yuan. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Uchiha Fugaku. Please choose whether to accept or not. Congratulations on receiving the inheritance of Uchiha Shisui. Please choose whether to accept or not. Congratulations on receiving the inheritance of Uchiha Itachi. Please choose whether to accept or not. Wow! It's actually these 3? Chi Yuan's heart was agitated, but at this moment he was in a dilemma. He didn't know the ability of Uchiha Fugaku's Mangeki Sharingan, but he knew the abilities of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi very well. But then Chi Yuan calmed down again. Although the Mangeki Sharingan of the 2 of them is very powerful, the side effects are also obvious. And according to my guess, choosing their inheritance can only reach their level at most. It is impossible for anyone in this world to let me change my eyes again, which means that I can't evolve into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Unless relying on the system. But he had just obtained the system not long ago, and he didn't know whether this system could make up for the shortcomings of the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. Chi Yuan gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he began to look at the 3 cushions behind the 3 phantoms. There was still nothing on them, but Chi Yuan had already made a guess in his heart. The reason why I can't see them is probably because the chakra affinity is not enough. At this moment, the system still has more than 200 enhancement points left. I originally planned to keep it for emergency use, but don't think too much now. Chi Yuan showed determination, and then added 200 points of enhancement value directly to the chakra affinity. That is to say, his chakra affinity is now 521. And according to Su Ying, the King Yu who inherited the 1000 Hands Tobirama was less than 300. As Chi Yuan's chakra affinity soared, the 3 cushions behind the 3 phantoms began to appear different. The same 3 phantoms slowly rose, and then slowly solidified. However, what was even more weird was that at the same time as these 3 phantoms rose, a black door quietly opened behind them. That was the door leading to the 9th floor of the origin space. Chi Yuan's eyes widened, and he temporarily focused on the 3 phantoms. It was obvious that 2 of them were also members of the Uchiha clan. The right eyes of these 2 phantoms were obviously Mangeki Sharingan, which looked extremely charming and evil. But then Chi Yuan focused his attention on their left eyes. Purple pupils, deep Megatama. That's the Samsara eye. Chi Yuan's body shook violently, and he had begun to guess their identities in his heart. In addition to the 2 of them, another phantom also had unusual features. There seemed to be a striking dark pattern on his forehead, his long hair fluttered. And he carried a huge seal scroll on his back. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of 6 paths Obito, please choose whether to accept. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Uchiha Sasuke, please choose whether to accept. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of Senju Hashirama, please choose whether to accept. Sure enough, it's the 3 of them. Chi Yuan clenched his fists, and slowly loosened them after a long while. Is this the 8th floor of the Tower of Inheritance? 6 futons correspond to 6 inheritances. 5 of them are Uchiha people, no wonder the Kyushu Alliance looks down on the Sharingan. The real Sharingan inheritance is here. Chi Yuan suddenly thought of something, and then frowned tightly. Uzumaki Mito, Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto, and Namikaze Minato, none of them appeared. And Uchiha Madara. The inheritance in this spherical space is all from Konoha village, there is no reason why they are not there. After all, even the Uchiha family's traders are here, why aren't the Uzumaki families? Chi Yuan quickly searched the memories of his original body and the information he had learned online before. Then he came to another conclusion. These people from the Uzumaki family all have one characteristic. That is, they are all Jinchuriki. As for Minato Namikaze, even 6 paths Obito can appear, and these 4 generations can also be regarded as Jinchuriki. By the way, the entire Kyushu alliance seems to have never heard of the inheritance of other Jinchuriki. In other words, there is no inheritance of the tailed beasts in this world? Or is my previous level too low to understand too much information? Or are they all on the 9th floor of the inheritance tower? Qi Yuan's eyes passed over these inheritances and looked at the last black door. But I think that this 9th floor will not be as simple as Jinchuriki. After all, Jinchuriki is not a big threat to people on the 8th floor. Even the few people standing over there can play with Jinchuriki like children. If the 9th floor is not him, then go back and choose again. The black door was calm and full of mystery. Qi Yuan did not hesitate and reached in with one hand. Surprisingly, he passed through the body as if he was touching water. A pair of arms passed through the black door. Qi Yuan just paused for a moment, then squeezed his whole body in. Then Qi Yuan felt that he was in darkness and could not see anything around him. This state lasted only for a short time, and a bright light gradually rose and became stronger and stronger. Qi Yuan also slowly saw the source of the light. It was a transparent glowing shadow. The left hand held a tin staff, and a black sphere surrounded the shadow. That is the Six Paths Zen staff and the Seeking Dao Jade. As Qi Yuan watched, the shadow's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Two pairs of oppressive samsara eyes were exposed in front of Qi Yuan's eyes. Then the shadow's forehead cracked, and a blood-red pupil suddenly opened. That was the 9Ju samsara eye. Congratulations on obtaining the inheritance of the 6 paths Madara, please choose whether to accept it. Qi Yuan showed excitement. Sure enough, the Tower of Inheritance, the 9th level, is Uchiha Madara. And it looks like this is Uchiha Madara's final form. The final form of 6 paths Madara is the ultimate existence of the 10 tails chakra plus the double samsara eye plus the divine tree plus the samsara sharingan plus the 6 paths immortal technique. Since the inheritance of 6 paths Madara can appear, it means that immortal techniques exist in this world. Similarly, the tailed beasts also exist. It's just that my previous level was too low to touch them. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, and then looked at the shadow of 6 paths Madara who was looking at him. It's decided to be you, 6 paths Madara. I choose to accept it. The phantom immediately began to move, and directly sank into Qi Yuan's body. A large amount of memory and chakra poured in, making Qi Yuan couldn't help but scream. His body changed dramatically, and his bones crackled. One of the chakras went straight to his eyes, and in just a short moment, his clear and transparent pupils began to turn red. Chapter 20 Inheriting the 6 Paths Madara, the strength surged. At the same time, a black Megatama emerged. And this is just the beginning, another black Megatama emerged faintly. But with the emergence of the single Megatama Sharingan, Qi Yuan suddenly felt some discomfort. Especially the internal organs of the body seemed to be boiling and burning. It seemed that with the evolution of the Sharingan, the body seemed to be under overload pressure. If this state deepens, it is easy to develop organic lesions and sepsis in the body. Sure enough, the people in this world are extremely incompatible with the Sharingan. Qi Yuan's mind was enlightened, and he finally experienced why people in this world regard Sharingan as a curse. The side effects of the Sharingan alone are extremely powerful. However, this level of side effects is just a drop in the bucket for him. Because of the 8 gates, his body is much stronger than that of other people. At this moment, he has accepted the inheritance of 6 paths Madara, and the huge power of inheritance is enough to offset the side effects of Sharingan. In just such a short time, the second Megatama in the pupil has condensed, and the shadow of the third Megatama has appeared. And Qi Yuan's physical feelings are even more obvious. No wonder those who inherited the Sharingan did not have a good end. One is that their original physical fitness is poor, and the other is the potential of the inheritor. The power limit is too low to suppress the side effects of the Sharingan. And these are not a problem for Qi Yuan. With the appearance of the 3 Magatama Sharingan, the entire inheritance seems to have slowed down a bit as if it is about to reach the end. At the same time, some more memories appeared in Qi Yuan's mind. First, the memory of the three Magatama Sharingan appeared in his mind, and then the memory information of the Manjaki Sharingan emerged. There was even information that the yin and yang intercourse and the sun and the sky were all present, which foreshadowed the samsara eye. But further information has not been received for the time being. Sure enough, even though I have obtained the inheritance of the 6 paths Madara, I can't get it all at once. From this, Qi Yuan also understood the problems faced by others after obtaining the inheritance. It is inevitable that part of the inheritance will be unlocked first, and the other part can be unlocked when the time is right. And some people may not get all the inheritance in their lifetime. However, I, who have the system, will only speed up the pace of inheritance more quickly. Qi Yuan showed confidence, and at the same time, this inheritance also came to an end. The 3 Magatama did not meet in the end. It was temporarily fixed on the 3 Magatama Sharingan. But Qi Yuan's strength is not just as simple as the 3 Magatama Sharingan. System, call up my current attributes. Qi Yuan impatiently called up his attribute panel. Host, Qi Yuan. Level 4 peak. Chakra affinity, potential 521. Physical energy, 9987. Spiritual energy, 9842. 8 gates of ninjutsu, level 3, 256/400. Bloodline limit, 3 Magatama Sharingan, 9000/. Strengthening points, 32. Qi Yuan's face showed excitement. Normal strength directly increased to level 4 peak. Before, his strength was only at the peak of level 2, but after opening the 3 gates, it was comparable to the strength of the middle level of level 3. However, now he is only one step away from the level 5 Grandmaster. Even after opening the 8 gates, he may be able to compete with the level 5 strong men. In terms of physical fitness, he has the S-level forbidden technique of the 8 gates. In terms of the spiritual level, he has the 3 Magatama Sharingan. But even with Qi Yuan's current body, this 3 Magatama Sharingan cannot be used frequently. The people in this world are extremely incompatible with the Sharingan. In his perception, his Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra and even causes certain damage to the body, but this situation will disappear as he becomes a Grandmaster or Grandmaster. The most important thing now is to earn enhancement points and madly increase your physical and mental energy. Speed up the fusion of the inheritance of 6 paths Madara. Perhaps when his physical and mental energy reaches a certain level, the Manjaki Sharingan will open naturally. You can even use the strengthening points to strengthen the Sharingan directly. According to the system's prompts, the 3 Magatama Sharingan needs 1000 points of strengthening value to complete the next evolution. But even if I have the strengthening value, I can't upgrade it to the Manjaki Sharingan rashly. Otherwise, I may become a sickly person like Uchiha Itachi. The most important thing is to improve my level and strengthen my body, so that my body can gradually adapt to the Sharingan. And just at this time, Qi Yuan's mind was prompted again. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Su Ying, and the reinforcement points are increased by 50. Congratulations to the host. You have suppressed Lin Tao, and the reinforcement points are increased by 10. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Wang Ke, and the reinforcement points are increased by 5. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Zhou Hua, and the reinforcement points are increased by 1. Qi Yuan was a little overwhelmed by a series of information prompts. I have suppressed them? Is it chakra affinity? Even Zhou Hua, a dead man, provided a little reinforcement value. Unfortunately, even Su Ying only provided him with 50 points of reinforcement value. The rest was even less. This shows that Qi Yuan's chakra affinity has absolute suppression on them, so that this suppression is not difficult at all. Even the passive additional bonus of the system has not been triggered. At this time, a teleportation force appeared. Qi Yuan's body glowed, and he was about to be teleported out of the starting ball space. At this moment in the outside world, the journey to the starting ball space has reached its end. Most people were in high spirits. This trip to the beginning space directly changed the fate of their lives. However, 3 people did not have this thought. First was Lin Tao. He was terrified and looked ashen. He attacked Qi Yuan in the beginning space but was killed in return. He also lost an arm. Fortunately, the guardians here had a full set of medical equipment and sewed him a prosthesis. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to use ninjutsu in the future. But the sensor chip recorded the process of his attack on Qi Yuan, which means that this matter will be discovered sooner or later. The second person was Yan Gang. Now there was not much time left before the beginning space was closed, but Qi Yuan's figure had not appeared yet. He was afraid that something had happened to Qi Yuan. According to others, Qi Yuan was in danger when he just entered the beginning space. That Zhou Hua, where did he get the courage to attack in the beginning space? Yan Gang was shocked and angry, but he had no way to do anything. Finally, it was Su Ying. Her eyes were motionless. She ignored the compliments of others. Since coming out of the space of the first ball, Su Ying has been paying attention to the news of Qi Yuan. Because so far, she is the only one who knows that someone has actually climbed to the 8th floor of the inheritance tower. What inheritance will he get? A flash of light flashed, and a figure emerged from the sky blue vortex. Yan Gang and Su Ying's eyes lit up at the same time, and Qi Yuan walked out of the sky blue vortex. At the same time, the sensor chip on his body automatically fell off. It was picked up by the staff who had been prepared. Chapter 21 Got the Sharingan? The recorded sensor chip. Yan Gang greeted him with a look of surprise. Xiao Yuan, are you okay? I heard that you were attacked by Zhou Hua, which really scared me. Qi Yuan looked at Yan Gang with a smile on his face at this moment. Just as he was about to speak, a pleasant fragrance passed by. Su Ying directly grabbed Qi Yuan's arm, and then showed a look of desire. You, what inheritance did you get? Her action not only surprised Yan Gang, but also puzzled many people around her. Isn't that goddess Su Ying? Only she has obtained the king's inheritance today. And it's the extremely powerful Tsunade inheritance, and there is a great hope that she can break through to the king's realm. Why is she holding Qi Yuan's hand? What the hell, what is the relationship between these two guys? The people from Mo No. 1 Middle School and Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School focused their attention on the two of them at this moment. Most of the boys saw Su Ying making such an intimate gesture, and their eyes suddenly turned red and stared at Qi Yuan. And Lin Tao's face became even more ferocious. He kept roaring in his heart, that bitch, I was very attentive to her before, but she treated me like grass. Now he is still hanging out with that little beast Qi Yuan, absolutely unforgivable. And at this moment, an old laugh also rang out. This is Qi Yuan from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School, right? I also want to know what you got in the space of the first ball. The garrison envoy Jianan walked over slowly like an ordinary old man. Some children from aristocratic families were full of offer Jianan. I have inquired about this from the family before. This Jiazhen Shushi is not simple among the masters. He is ranked 72nd on the Juzhu master list. What? He is on the master list? None of the masters of our Huang family in Huanghua City are recorded on the master list. To be on the master list means that at least 10 or more beasts of the same level have been killed. The Juzhu government has set up a master list and a grand master list, each recording 100 people. This list is not entirely determined by combat power, but by performance in the secret space, that is, the situation of defeating beasts. Jianan is in a good mood at the moment. After all, this little girl from the Su family has brought him a surprise. She actually got the inheritance of Tsunade. This is not only the luck of the Su family, but also the luck of their Yuzhou. He is also more interested in some ordinary geniuses. He looked at Su Ying's actions and smiled knowingly. Young people still know how to have fun. Does even the girl from the Su family value the inheritance that Qi Yuan has obtained? At this moment, all eyes were on Qi Yuan, but the latter was a little hesitant. After all, no one would believe that he actually entered the 9th floor of the inheritance tower. Qi Yuan said hesitantly, "It can be regarded as a kind of Sharingan." The surrounding voices suddenly quieted down at this moment, and someone chuckled. "Oh, my great genius Qi is already at this time Don T hide it. Your chakra affinity is as high as 121. What kind of upper blood boundary or level 6 Grandmaster Mirror Powerhouse inheritance did you get?" Some people just thought Qi Yuan was joking. But the smile of the garrison commander Jianan slowly disappeared. His eyes began to become sharp, and then he looked at Qi Yuan sharply. The latter suddenly closed his eyes at this moment. Then when he opened them again, a pair of blood-red eyes were exposed. The laughter of everyone present slowly disappeared, and then there was a dead silence again. Suddenly, a rampant laugh set off the whole audience, and Lin Tao pointed at Qi Yuan and laughed so hard that tears came out. "Ha ha ha ha, you actually chose the Sharingan. What a big joke! You actually chose this kind of garbage?" As he spoke, there was an uproar around him. Countless voices began to resound throughout the whole audience. What's wrong with Qi Yuan? His chakra affinity is as high as 121. Humph! How else could it be? He must be unconvinced and think that the Sharingan has great potential. Did he have a brain seizure? Even if he only chose the first level chakra inheritance, it would be much better than the Sharingan. I guess he has regretted it now. After the Sharingan inheritance, his body will undergo organic changes. Haha, he is probably the weakest one among all of us present now. As we all know, the Sharingan bloodline limit will not only not increase the chakra, but even practicing chakra becomes extremely difficult. At this moment, the garrison commander Jianan was indeed disappointed. The Sharingan is indeed very complicated and may contain some truth. But we are not those man-eating beasts and alien races. Humans cannot bear or inherit that kind of power. He shook his head slowly, then put his hands behind his back and gradually walked away. Yan Gang, who was standing aside, looked at the 3 Magatama Sharingan in Qi Yuan's eye sockets and showed bitterness. I should have thought of it a long time ago. You have been asking me about the information of the Sharingan before. But then Yan Gang showed his determination. Xiao Yuan, let's not participate in the martial arts test. It just so happens that this place is close to Moa City, let's go directly to Moa Hospital for a thorough physical examination. It is said that in the early stage, the side effects of the Sharingan can be delayed. Although Yan Gang did not understand why Qi Yuan chose the Sharingan, he was still concerned about Qi Yuan's health at the first time. He knew the harm of the Sharingan to the human body, and it seemed that Qi Yuan got the 3 Magatama Sharingan. It's just a little strange that according to past experience, even if the inheritance of the 3 Magatama Sharingan was obtained, at the beginning, only a single Magatama Sharingan could be opened at most. And Su Ying next to him frowned. How is it possible? The 8th floor of the inheritance tower is actually the Sharingan inheritance? No. If it was the Sharingan inheritance, he couldn't have opened the 3 Magatama directly. As a member of the royal family, she certainly knows some secrets. Sharingan is not just a curse. The Grandmaster Yunlong, who is currently ranked first on the Grandmaster list, has obtained the king's inheritance of Hitaki Kakashi. It is said that he did not dig out the Sharingan when he was at the Grandmaster level like other people who inherited Kakashi. Instead, he stimulated a certain power of the Sharingan. But the consequence is that the 40-year-old Grandmaster Yunlong is about to die. At this moment, Su Ying's heart is full of claws, but she can't do anything if Qi Yuan doesn't say it. In a room next to the conference room, a guardian hurriedly walked into Jianan's office, looking very excited. And Jianan just frowned, then smiled, and asked, Xiaozhang, aren't you sorting out the students' sensor chips? Is there something wrong? Xiaozhang looked very unnatural at this moment, and said with difficulty, "Lord, the matter is of great importance and I must report it to you in person." Jianan seemed to sense the abnormality of his subordinate and began to become serious. Xiaozhang trembled as he held a computer and turned it on. His job was to copy the information recorded on the sensor chip to the designated computer for storage, so that other researchers could spy on the secrets of the space of the original ball. Xiaozhang held the computer and opened a folder. Jianan frowned. The name of the folder was Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan? Isn't this the little guy who chose the Sharingan just now? Is there any problem? Then a video was played. This was everything Qi Yuan experienced in the space of the original ball. When Jianan saw Zhou Hua actually attacked Qi Yuan, he snorted coldly. This man really deserves to die. As an old hand, he certainly knew that there must be someone behind Zhou Hua. But thinking that Qi Yuan had chosen the Sharingan at this moment, there was no need for him to investigate further. Since entering the Tower of Inheritance, Qi Yuan has been unstoppable. From the first floor to the 6th floor in one go. It was even faster than when he entered the space of the first ball. As Jianan watched, his brows furrowed deeper, and at the same time, he felt very disappointed. Who is his teacher? Didn't he warn him about the curse of the Sharingan? He has obtained so many middle blood boundaries, and even upper blood boundaries and the inheritance of the 6th level strongman. But in the end, he actually chose the Sharingan. Chapter 22 shocked Jianan, the gaze from King Yu. Inside Jianan's office. At this moment, he was watching everything that happened to Qi Yuan in the space of the original ball. When he saw Lin Tao attacking Qi Yuan, Jianan's old face showed anger. This Lin Tao is simply lawless and does not take the laws of Yuzhou seriously. It is probably because of him that Qi Yuan's mental power was damaged, so he chose the Sharingan inheritance without thinking. Humph! Let Xiao Yang's team catch him and throw him into prison later. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. Lin Tao, who had obtained the Keqi boundary of boiling release, was actually defeated by Qi Yuan. He was even almost killed in the counterattack. Jianan's eyes showed a gleam of light, and then he said with regret, "Such a strong genius, why did he choose the Sharingan?" Then he looked at Xiaozhang again. "You did a good job, this kind of thing must not be tolerated. Otherwise, more people will follow suit in the future, and then our human race will fight among themselves and lead to self-destruction and death." But then Jianan was stunned again. If it was just this little thing, Xiaozhang would not come to report to him specially. And Xiaozhang smiled embarrassedly, "If it was just this matter, I would definitely not bother you. You will know what's going on when you continue to watch." Jianan nodded, and then continued to watch Qi Yuan in the video. Until he saw Qi Yuan enter the 7th floor of the Tower of Inheritance, he stood up suddenly. His face showed an incredible look. There is something wrong with Qi Yuan's chakra affinity. But then his face changed more dramatically. What's going on? If he entered the 7th floor, he should have obtained the 15 king inheritances. But as a level 5 Grandmaster, he knew clearly that no king inheritance had 3 Megatama Sharingan. Even a king inheritance like Hitaki Kakashi would suddenly appear Sharingan after practicing to the later stage. Is there another king inheritance on the 7th floor? However, Jianan's pupils were getting bigger and bigger. He actually got all the king inheritances. My God, to what extent has his chakra affinity reached? If this matter can still be barely accepted, what happened next is completely beyond the imagination of Jianan, a 5th-level Master Mirror Strongman. At this moment, an impossible picture appeared in his eyes. A young man passed by more than a dozen king inheritances, gently pushed open the crimson door symbolizing the 8th floor, and then disappeared on the 7th floor of the inheritance tower. He entered the 8th floor. Jianan stroked his desk with his hand, his old face full of disbelief. But at this moment, the computer screen went black. The image belonging to Qi Yuan disappeared. Jianan looked at Xiaozhang with bloodshot eyes, and the chakra in his body unconsciously emerged. Xiaozhang immediately trembled and stammered, "His entry into the 8th floor cannot be recorded by the sensor chip. I guess the chakra affinity required for the 8th floor is too high, which makes this sensor chip for the original space ineffective." "Are you sure this is Qi Yuan's experience in the original space?" Xiaozhang only felt his scalp tingling. It was too scary to face a master mirror strongman head-on. But he still nodded firmly, and then clicked on another document. It was written on it Su Ying. From Su Ying's third-person perspective, it can also be seen that Qi Yuan has indeed entered the 8th floor of the Inheritance Tower. The room fell into silence, and after a long time, Jianan took a deep breath. But Xiaozhang said tremblingly, "Lord, the garrison commander, can I leave first?" At this moment, Jianan put on a smile again, and then asked kindly, "Does anyone know about this matter besides you?" Xiaozhang's head began to feel dizzy for some reason. Then he said drunkenly, "No one knows, I reported it directly to you." Jianan breathed a sigh of relief, and then waved his hand. Xiaozhang took a few steps back and fell asleep. "I must report this matter directly to Lord Yu. As a garrison commander, he has the right to face King Yu directly." Jianan turned on his computer and sent the video to a mysterious account. At their level, they don't have to worry about their accounts being leaked. Then Jianan let out a long sigh and kept rubbing his head. Even if he reached his level, he couldn't fully digest this information for a while. The air suddenly became quiet, and he felt something strange in the room. Jianan looked up, and then his expression became horrified. "Lord King Yu? You came so quickly?" In front of him, a young man was standing at the moment. He was tall and slender, with a calm face. He was full of the aura of a superior. At the moment, he was looking at Jianan calmly with his hands behind his back. However, Jianan knew that the young man was actually much older than him. This was Yu Wang of Yuzhou, one of the top kings in the entire Jiuzhu alliance. Lord Yu Wang has been guarding Huangtian City for many years, which is far away from here. He should have used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush here directly. It seems that the Flying Thunder God mark left here last time is still there. King Yu obtained the inheritance of Jian Shao Tobirama, and the latter is known as the first king inheritance. This Flying Thunder God technique accounts for a lot of weight. King Yu drew a circle in the air with his left hand, and then whispered, "Telescope technique." A picture appeared in front of the two of them. "Is it that young man?" King Yu's voice was rather cold, but Jianan could hear a hint of excitement. "It's him. The sensor chip shows that he has indeed entered the 8th floor of the Inheritance Tower. But I really didn't expect why he got the Sharingan inheritance. What is inside the 8th floor?" Jianan looked at King Yu, hoping to get some information from him. As far as he knew, back then King Yu tried to push open the door of the 8th floor of the Tower of Inheritance with a chakra affinity of 280. But he failed. In the end, he could only choose the inheritance of Senju Tobirama. King Yu looked at Qi Yuan in the picture, especially the 3 Magadama Sharingan in his eyes. "Is the inheritance the Sharingan?" "That's right." When Jianan heard King Yu's words, he was stunned. "What does it mean that the inheritance is correct? You must know that their human bodies cannot support the blood of the Sharingan at all. Only some of the alien beasts or alien races in the secret space can use the power of the Sharingan. Even the Sharingan used by a very small number of alien races can launch a terrifying ninjutsu that destroys the world. Fortunately, there are top powerhouses like King Yu, otherwise those alien races would have left the secret space and wandered to the outside world. At that time, it would be a real disaster for humans." Thinking of this, Jianan was stunned for a moment, and then he said in shock, "Do you think Qi Yuan inherited that special Sharingan?" Chapter 23 The Magic Martial Lu Family, Lin Tao's Dying Struggle. King Yu's eyes were always looking at Qi Yuan, or to be exact, his 3 Magadama Sharingan. Then his eyes showed a strange color, and he was also very surprised. Even I couldn't push the 8th level of the primordial space back then, but this boy did it. And he seems to be able to withstand the power of the Sharingan. Through his perception, he found that Qi Yuan's state was abnormally good. There was no state of being eroded by the Sharingan at all. Jianan asked hesitantly at this moment, "Do you want me to use some means to check his memory?" The previous perception chip could not record what happened to him in the 8th level of the primordial space. Jianan is a master mirror strongman belonging to the illusion category. In his opinion, it is not difficult to cast an illusion on a junior. However, King Yu shook his head. "No, do you really think that no one else has entered the 8th floor in the past 300 years? Jianan's eyes narrowed. Although most people had already guessed it, it meant something different when King Yu said it. You know, even King Yu's chakra affinity of 280 cannot enter the 8th floor, so how high chakra affinity is required to enter the 8th floor? However, if the two of them knew that Qi Yuan entered the 9th floor of the Tower of Inheritance, I wonder what their expressions would be? Why haven't I heard of it? Jianan is at least a 5th level Grandmaster, and he is King Yu's direct descendant, but he doesn't know about this." King Yu said calmly, "According to the recorded archives, a total of 3 people have entered the 8th floor of the Heritage Tower in the past 300 years. The 8th floor cannot be recorded by the sensor chip, but we have also obtained some important information from them. There are only 3 inheritances on the 8th floor, and they are all related to the Sharingan, which is a level beyond the 3 Megatama. But the reason why these 3 people are not remembered by history is that they all suffered a terrible curse. They died suddenly within a few days after coming out of the primordial space." Jianan took a breath. "Then this Qi Yuan? Doesn't he not live long? How he hoped that humans could inherit the power of the Sharingan like those alien beasts or alien races. After all, as an enemy, it is really terrible to experience that terrible power. But time and a large number of experiments have shown that it is difficult for the human body to withstand and exert the power of the Sharingan. Grandmaster Yunlong, who ranks first on the Grandmaster list, is a genius, but now he is tortured by the Sharingan. Different. This little guy is probably an alien. At this moment, I can sense that his body is very healthy and there is no sign of damage." King Yu's voice fluctuated slightly, with a hint of expectation. He has been guarding the desolate Sky City for many years. Even he finds the special Sharingan power of the alien race extremely difficult and difficult to deal with. If he is gone, it will be difficult to defend the desolate Sky City with Yu Zhou's current strength. And he is almost 70 years old this year, how long can he hold on? Jianan was stunned. He was not a perception ninja and thought that Qi Yuan was as terminally ill as other people who got the Sharingan. But he didn't expect to get such information. However, King Yu's next sentence shocked him so much that he couldn't speak. Chakra amount, just close to level 5. This level 5 is indeed insignificant in King Yu's eyes, but Jianan was shocked. Jianan looked unbelievable and stammered, "You didn't see it wrong." But then he thought that the perception of the person in front of him could cover most of Yu Zhou, so how could he see such a small thing wrong? But this shocked him again. Those who have inherited the king's inheritance like Su Ying can only reach the peak of the 3rd level at most. And the inheritance of the 8th level has made Qi Yuan almost comparable to the Grandmaster level. King Yu waved his hand, and the telescope technique dissipated. "Don't do anything about him first. If he can survive this month, I will provide resources to help him reduce the side effects of the Sharingan and teach him in person. Although Qi Yuan is in a good state now, who can guarantee that he will be unscathed when it comes to Sharingan?" And Jianan's heart showed envy. Providing resources is fine, but King Yu's personal teaching? Since King Yu became famous, he has accepted a total of 4 disciples. To this day, even his 4 disciples have become kings. If he could be taught by King Yu, he would definitely become one of the top people in the Zhu alliance in an instant. Now it depends on whether Qi Yuan has that fate. King Yu nodded at Jianan, and quickly formed a mark on his hand and disappeared. Jianan looked at King Yu's back with admiration. With him around, those alien races won't easily set foot in Yuzhou. Unlike Qingzhou a few days ago, half of the territory was submerged by the beast tide, causing a shock in Zhuzhou. Then Lin Tao's matter needs to be dealt with. It is a serious crime to sneak attack a companion in the space of the original ball. Although it is attempted murder, it starts at least 30 years. Jianan picked up the phone. Is it the Cao Yang team? Bring Lin Tao from Mo No. 1 Middle School and Qi Yuan from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. At the same time, Lin Tao and his son were unwilling to live in the arranged residence. Lin Qiang was a little disappointed at this moment. How dare you take action in the space of the first ball, can't you wait? But Lin Tao refused to repent. Dad, it's too late to say anything now, is there any other way? If Qi Yuan also gets the upper blood limit, then I definitely won't have a chance. But now he is just a waste. Will those big shots suppress a genius like me for a waste like him? Lin Qiang said angrily, you know shit, just because you got the boiling escape, you can ignore the laws of Yuzhou. Lin Tao said with some resentment, Su Ying, that bitch, didn't want to help me, and beat me up for nothing, and said she would sue me for Qi Yuan, which was really a waste of my previous intentions. Lin Qiang was also full of resentment towards the Su family at this moment. He tried his best to please the Su family and Su Ying. Now that something happened, he refused to help them father and son. According to the laws of Yuzhou, if Lin Tao's crime was confirmed, everything he got in the space of the first ball would be gone. Since the Su family is unwilling to help us, don't blame us for changing our allegiance. Lin Qiang pulled Lin Tao and headed straight to the southeast of the town. I've heard before that there are actually 2 grandmasters guarding the entrance to the origin space. One is that Jianan, and the other is Lu Tianjun. Lin Tao's eyes widened. Is it from the Mo Lu family? Lin Qiang nodded as he walked. Mo Lu family. Like the Su family, the Lu family is also a royal family in Mohu City. Moreover, the ancestors' boiling escape bloodline limit has been passed down, and their strength is extremely strong. Let's ask for his help. You also have the boiling escape bloodline limit. The Lu family should not ignore it. Lin Qiang and his son soon met Lu Tianjun. He was a middle-aged man with eagle eyes and a sense of oppression all over his body. Lin Qiang didn't dare to play tricks and told him about his son's situation one by one. Lu Zhenshushi, my son has obtained the Keqi Zhengkai of boiling release and is very willing to join your Lu family. Although your Lu family also inherited the boiling release, few people have awakened the Keqi Zhengkai of boiling release. We are a strong team, but it's a win-win situation. Lu Tianjun said lightly, you have done something too serious. There is no need for our Lu family to fight against the rules for you. Do you understand? Besides, you were close to the Su family before. It's not worth it to offend the Su family for the two of you. Lin Tao's heart instantly fell to the bottom. He didn't expect that even the Lu family would not stand up for him. However, Lin Qiang is an old fox. There is something behind Lu Zhenshushi's words. He knows that there is still a chance for this matter. Lin Qiang said quickly, we can discuss anything. Please help us. Lu Zhenshushi laughed, you two just let me plant the brain sand manipulation technique. Chapter 24 I was expelled from school. This way we are truly one family. If we are one family, then this matter will be much easier. Lin Qiang and his son's faces suddenly became ugly again. Planting this kind of restriction, life and death are in the hands of others. This is to make him a slave to the Lu family. As if sensing the reluctance of the father and son, Lu Tianjun said again lightly, according to Lin Tao's attempted crime, although he will not be executed, he will definitely be imprisoned for 20 to 30 years. Moreover, your physique with blood limit is a top-notch experimental material, you know. Lin Tao and his son were shocked and trembling all over. And at this moment, someone outside said, Sir Zhenshushi, Zhen Shushijia sent someone to take Lin Tao. Hearing this, Lin Tao and his son finally stopped hesitating. Master Lu, we are willing to be planted with the brain-sinking sand manipulation technique. And, has no one really entered the 8th floor in the past 300 years? While reporting her battle results to her aunt, Su Ying was very curious about what was on the 8th floor of the Heritage Tower. Her aunt was well-read and knew a lot of secrets. The woman on the other end of the phone asked with a smile, "Why are you asking this question? Are you upset about not entering the 8th floor? You should be glad that you didn't enter the 8th floor, because as far as I know, the people recorded in the ancient monuments died very quickly." Su Ying was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? But then she thought of Qi Yuan's Sharingan, and her heart was shocked. Is this guy going to follow in their footsteps? The woman on the other end of the phone didn't want to dwell too much on this issue, and suddenly she remembered something. By the way, what kind of inheritance did Qi Yuan get? I'll tell my senior sister about it. Su Ying said hesitantly, it seems to be the Sharingan. The woman's smile faded, and then she frowned and asked, his chakra affinity seems to be not low, and finally chose the Sharingan. Su Ying covered the phone and said carefully, it's not low, but extremely high. He entered the 8th floor of the Tower of Inheritance. There was a silence on the phone, and then the woman's voice became serious. Then he may not live for many days. Since knowing that Qi Yuan has inherited the Sharingan, everyone's eyes on him have completely changed. Especially the people in Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Seeing Qi Yuan fall from a high place to the ground again, many people showed a gloating smile. At this time, Wang Ke from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School walked up to Qi Yuan with a sneer. Qi Yuan, you have become a waste. I don't think you can use the 10 million scholarship. It should be given to us geniuses. Some students from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School around him nodded in agreement when they heard this. But Yan Gang's face became gloomy. This is the scholarship given to Qi Yuan by the school. What does it have to do with you? However, Wang Ke no longer took Yan Gang seriously at this moment. He was lucky in the space of the first ball. With a chakra affinity of 88, he actually got the upper blood limit. His strength has surged to level 3, and he doesn't take ordinary people seriously. And now he is not the only one. Many people think that Qi Yuan has become a useless person and does not deserve such a high scholarship. Teacher Yan, things are different now. You should be careful with your words, we will not be on the same level in the future. Yan Gang was so angry that he trembled all over, and Qi Yuan's eyes beside him became cold and stern. Yan Gang was really good to him, and he couldn't let Wang Ke, a rubbish, insult Yan Gang. And at this moment, a pleasant voice mixed with anger. Wang Ke, do you think it's great to get the upper blood limit? You don't even take the teacher seriously, it's so presumptuous. Geng Pei appeared in Qi Yuan's sight, and her eyes looked at Qi Yuan with sympathy. But Wang Ke's face did not change. Geng Pei, what do you want here? This Geng Pei got the 6th level Grandmaster Mirror inheritance, but he also got the upper blood limit. The difference between the two is not big. Sometimes luck is still very important. At this time, some students in the Mall No. 1 Middle School looked wonderful. Qi Yuan from Class C of Grade 3 beat and disabled Yang Di and others, and the school expelled him. Due to Qi Yuan's bad behavior, the school decided to recover the 10 million scholarship. What? Qi Yuan was expelled? How could he be expelled for just fighting? The scholarship was recovered. Oh my goodness, it's so miserable. Everyone looked at Qi Yuan with amusement. And Geng Pei obviously got the news, and immediately felt chilled by the actions of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Sister Qingqing usually cares about this brother. If she knew about this, she would be very sad. Yan Gang couldn't believe his ears at this moment. This Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School was so heartless. Then he was extremely angry and wanted to call the school leaders to plead for Qi Yuan. But Qi Yuan stopped him. Uncle Yan, it's no longer necessary. They all think that I have become a waste after getting the Sharingan, and this matter is also related to the Yang family. And at this moment, Qi Yuan's mobile phone rang. Then he frowned. The 10 million he hadn't spent was actually taken away by someone. Qi Yuan laughed dumbly. This mall is too realistic. This is good, he won't have any worries in the future. But the 10 million can't be just let go, why should he spit it back out of his pocket? Qi Yuan made up his mind, he must go back and greet that Principal Qin. At this time, a team of guardians came over. The leader looked extremely fierce, but he was still polite. His name is Cao Yang, the captain of the second team of guardians. A strong man with the strength of level 4. Qi Yuan, right? The garrison commander summoned you. Yan Gang felt that one wave had not yet subsided, and hurriedly asked, why did the garrison commander want our Xiao Yuan? Cao Yang did not hide it. Lin Tao from Mo No. 1 Middle School seemed to have sneak attacked Qi Yuan in the space of the primordial ball. What? Yan Gang's eyes were full of disbelief. Is it because of his sneak attack that Xiao Yuan chose the Sharingan? Yan Gang was filled with hatred and wanted to kill Lin Tao and his son directly. He followed Qi Yuan to an office. There were only a few people in the office at this moment. Lin Tao knelt on the ground and trembled all over. Sitting at the top were Jianan and a middle-aged man with eagle eyes. The pressure on his body was very strong. Lin Tao, everything is recorded on the sensor chip. You attacked your classmates in the space of the first ball, and this behavior violated the laws of Yuzhou. According to the laws of Yuzhou, we will directly deprive you of everything and reduce you to a civilian. Do you have any objections? Chapter 25 Confusion of Right and Wrong, the Death of Lin Tao. Degradation to a civilian means that from now on Lin Tao cannot use chakra. The sealing technique will directly seal several chakra acupoints in the body. However, before Lin Tao could answer, the middle-aged man next to him narrowed his eyes and said, Jiazhen Shushi, it's not that serious. I see that Qi Yuan is still fine, but Lin Tao lost an arm in the space of the first ball. There must be something fishy about this. A genius who got the upper blood limit was injured, while the waste who got the Sharingan was unscathed. Is this normal? I think Lin Tao must have held back, but Qi Yuan was relentless. This middle-aged man's confusion of right and wrong made everyone present tremble. Qi Yuan looked at the middle-aged man strangely. If you can talk, just say more. I don't mind killing one more person. At this moment, Lin Tao has woken up from his panic. He said loudly, Master, the information in the space of the original bullet is not complete, it was Qi Yuan who attacked me first. And I only attacked him to scare him, but I didn't expect that he would be so cruel when I wasn't paying attention. Otherwise, with my upper blood limit inheritance, would I be afraid of him? I am innocent. Lin Tao shouted hoarsely, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Lin Qiang beside him was also crying, two garrison commanders, the Qi family and my family have a feud. My eldest brother was beaten to death by his father. Now my son was almost beaten to death by him. What mistake did my Lin family make? Please help us. Yan Gang was furious at this time. He didn't expect that the father and son were so shameless. Qi Yuan watched the drama with cold eyes, his eyes lingering on the two level 5 grandmasters on the stage. Lin Tao and his son are just jumping clowns. If these two garrison commanders really treat him as a waste, then Qi Yuan will make everyone present sea blood today. He still has a lot of enhancement value, all added to the 8 gates. Add to that the 3 Megatama Sharingan, he is really not afraid of this Grandmaster realm. Jianan's face had long been gloomy. This Lin Tao dared to talk nonsense in front of him. Who gave him the courage? Lu Tianjun on the side said with regret at this moment, you two don't think too much, Qi Yuan is just a young man. Young people, they all make mistakes. And he inherited the Sharingan, and it is estimated that he will not live for long. You adults are generous and forgive him. Yan Gang's face completely changed at this moment. My two adults, my Xiao Yuan. Before he finished speaking, Lu Tianjun's pupils full of oppression looked at Yan Gang coldly. The latter was only at the third level of strength, and he immediately felt a sense of death in his heart. However, this feeling soon disappeared, and Qi Yuan directly blocked him. Then he looked at Lu Tianjun, who was at the fifth level of the Grandmaster Mirror, with a faint look in his eyes. Old dog, try to stare at me with your dog eyes again. All the people present suddenly fell silent. The body of the guardian team froze, and the leading guardian Cao Yang opened his mouth wide. Even Lin Tao and his son stopped performing, staring at Qi Yuan with wide eyes and an incredible look. Is this Qi Yuan a lunatic? He doesn't know who the person on the other side is and what his identity is. And Lu Tianjun seemed to be unable to believe his ears, and his face quickly darkened. And Lin Tao shouted directly, "Bold! How dare you insult the Grandmaster?" Yan Gang's face also changed greatly, and then he wanted to bow down without hesitation. Lu Zhenshao envoy, calm down, this is a child who doesn't know how to behave. However, before he really bowed down, Qi Yuan stopped him with one hand. Uncle Yan, believe me this time, we will be fine. Yan Gang was stunned, looking at Qi Yuan's calm eyes. Suddenly, he felt that the child he had protected had grown up. Lu Tianjun's gaze seemed to solidify into substance, and the air exuded a murderous intent. However, at this moment, Jianan laughed. Young people are still too ignorant. Lu Zhenshao envoy, don't be like a child. You are right. Lu Zhenshao envoy. As he spoke, a strange chakra spread out and directly calmed Lu Tianjun's murderous intent. Lu Tianjun's pupils shrank slightly. This Jianan's strength was much stronger than his. The latter was a strong man on the Grandmaster list. However, the Mo Lu family should not be insulted. Is Jiazhen Shushi going to go against my Lu family for this kid? Jianan sneered in his heart. This Lu Tianjun must have some connection with Lin Qiang and his son. Black and white are reversed, and they don't take the laws of Yuzhou seriously. Do you really think that Yuzhou is under the control of his Lu family? Jianan said lightly, Deputy Envoy Lu, don't be too excited. He deliberately emphasized the word Deputy Envoy. Qi Yuan is a junior of you and me. It's no big deal for young people to be impulsive. We are both at our age. How can we be shaken by just a few words? Lu Tianjun stared at Jianan with wide eyes, and was a little confused. Jianan is an old fox, and he dared to offend the Lu family for a waste today? However, Qi Yuan stepped forward and asked coldly, Lin Tao attacked me. What are you going to do? Are you going to ignore the laws of Yuzhou? As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. Even the Lu family dared not to say that they would not abide by the laws of Yuzhou. Lu Tianjun was cold in his heart. This waste who got the Sharingan dared to use the laws of Yuzhou to pressure him? It's really overestimating one's own ability. But at this moment, Qi Yuan spoke again. How about this? Lin Tao and I have a fight to restore the scene at that time. Don't care about life or death. The eyes of Lu Tianjun and Lin Qiang and his son lit up. Jianan's eyes moved slightly, and then he slowly said, I can agree, but I hope some people must think twice and never lose their lives for this. He originally said this to persuade Lin Tao, because he knew Qi Yuan's strength. But Lin Tao and others didn't think so. It was obvious that one of them got the Keki boundary of boiling release, and the other got the Sharingan. A normal person would know who was stronger and who was weaker. This Jianan really sided with them. Yan Gang became anxious at this moment. Sir, this is not fair, Qi Yuan is obviously the victim. And Lin Tao jumped up directly, I will never hold back this time. After he came back, he only blamed himself for not trying his best, and Qi Yuan accidentally caught a big loophole. I know you have some strength, but how much strength do you have now after the backlash of the Sharingan? And this time I will let you taste the power of the upper bloodline limit. And Qi Yuan just said lightly, "Are you done? Then let's start." Jianan waved his hand and signaled the start of the duel between the two. And Lin Tao was excited at this moment. "It is also your blessing to be the first dead soul of my boiling escape." He quickly formed seals with both hands, and a wave of heat filled the air. Even his body began to have scorching steam rising. Boiling escape, scorching kill. However, before Lin Tao finished speaking, a residual image had already arrived in front of him. Qi Yuan raised his thigh high and spun violently. The heat in the air immediately dissipated. Everyone stared with wide eyes, and Lin Tao's head flew up and his body fell heavily to the ground. "Congratulations, host, you have suppressed Lin Tao, and you are rewarded with 30 points of strengthening value." Chapter 26: The Power of the Eight Gates, the Unwillingness of the Grand Master. Dead, dead. What a fast speed! Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Even Lu Tianjun and Jianan's eyes shrank. Just now, Qi Yuan's speed was comparable to that of an ordinary Grand Master. Yan Gang was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. "Ah! My son! You killed my son, go to hell!" Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. Lin Qiang was already crazy at this moment, and he sprayed a strong fire escape from his mouth directly at Qi Yuan. A large amount of burning gushed out, but it went straight through Qi Yuan's body. "You dare to show off your skills at this level of fire escape?" The faint green energy emanating from his body directly pushed away the fire escape. "Open the door." Rest gate. The third gate, the life gate, opens. Qi Yuan opened 3 gates in a short time, and the third gate is also known as the last safe zone of the 8 gates. Qi Yuan's body moved again, and his body seemed to be filled with blood, and he kicked towards Lin Qiang. "Stop!" Lu Tianjun could no longer hold back and roared, and his hands quickly formed seals, thunder escape, thunder ball. The huge lightning ball went straight to Qi Yuan. However, at this moment, Qi Yuan had already kicked Lin Qiang, who flew backwards with blood in his mouth. The powerful lightning ball tore Lin Qiang's body apart, and attacked Qi Yuan directly without slowing down. Qi Yuan spun violently in the air, and narrowly avoided the thunder escape attack with super fast speed. The gate behind them collapsed directly. Cao Yang and other guardians all widened their hands. He actually avoided the thunder escape of the master? How is this speed possible? What is that green energy? Lu Tianjun's face was like a donkey's face. He, a Grand Master, couldn't kill a junior with one move. It was a shame. However, Qi Yuan continued to follow the trend and quickly formed seals in the air. Fire escape, great fireball technique. The huge fireball caused the temperature of the small space to rise sharply. It exploded suddenly when it approached Lu Tianjun. Bang! The flames scattered and the whole office was in a mess. The documents on the desk had turned to ashes. Lu Tianjun retreated quickly, and his face showed horror. Not only him, everyone in the room couldn't help but retreat. Why is this fire escape so powerful? What realm is this Qi Yuan in? The perception ninja among the guardians couldn't help swallowing. The power of his fire escape is not weaker than some Grandmaster mirror strong men. Lu Tianjun was furious at this time. It was not very harmful but extremely insulting. He was hot and the boiling blood limit of the Moyal Lu family was about to explode. But suddenly Lu Tianjun found himself in a dark space. He shivered like a lamb to be slaughtered. "Lu Tianjun, I didn't care, what do you want to do?" Jianan's voice resounded throughout the darkness. "This is an illusion space." Lu Tianjun's face changed drastically. He understood that it was Jianan who made the move. In the outside world, many people were looking at Lu Tianjun, who was about to explode with fear, but the latter stood there with a ferocious look. Qi Yuan also felt strange. He had planned to open the 3 Magatama Sharingan. He even put the strengthening value on the 8 gates of ninjutsu and directly opened the 4th gate. The 4th gate is the real danger zone of entering the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The power and speed obtained will be greatly enhanced. He dare not underestimate this peak master. His eyes were focused on Jianan and Lu Tianjun. Both of them seemed to be in a rather strange state. Is this an illusion? Should I stab him to death now? Suddenly, blood appeared at the corner of Lu Tianjun's mouth, and his body shook involuntarily. Then he bowed to Jianan unwillingly. Thank you, Master Ji, for showing mercy. He understood that Jianan had held back just now, otherwise he would have collapsed and died in the illusion. Suddenly, Lu Tianjun saw Qi Yuan who was close at hand, and he immediately laughed in anger. What do you want to do? After Lu Tianjun's reminder, everyone also woke up. The guardian Cao Yang smacked his lips. Qi Yuan wanted to kill the master just now. Jianan also looked at Qi Yuan in a strange way. This little guy is really brave. But what made him more concerned was that Qi Yuan could actually practice the 8 gates of Dunjia. The green steam on his body is the symbol of the 8 gates of Dunjia. It's just that few people can practice ninjutsu while practicing the 8 gates of Dunjia. Look at his fire. The attainment of escape is not that simple. Jianan read Qi Yuan's information and immediately understood the origin of Qi Yuan's 8 gates of ninja. However, seeing the distance between Lu Tianjun and Qi Yuan, he quickly stood between the two. At the same time, he quickly waved Qi Yuan away, fearing that Lu Tianjun would fight to the death. Qi Yuan took a few steps back with some regret. And Lu Tianjun's face became even gloomier. If it were another place, a person of humble status like Qi Yuan would definitely not survive. But Jianan was here, and he had no way to attack. Very good, I didn't expect you to have the talent to practice the 8 gates of ninja. With the 8 gates of ninja, you can actually avoid the attack of the master-level strongman. However, it's a pity that you have the Sharingan curse on you. When you are sick, I'm afraid you can't open the 8 gates of ninja at all. This Lin Tao was originally a very good chess piece, but it was destroyed by the little beast in front of him. Lu Tianjun suppressed his anger and disappeared with a flash of body. I don't know what Jianan was crazy about, he actually stopped him for a poor family. But he couldn't do anything to Jianan. Not to mention strength, even if it was status. Jianan had King Yu as his backer. Lu Tianjun, and even the entire Modal Lu family, were nothing in front of the contemporary King Yu. Qi Yuan's eyes were a little subtle, he thought that Jia Zhenshao was also a bully. Unexpectedly, he was wrong this time. Yan Gang stared blankly at the green steam on Qi Yuan's body, and a very similar figure appeared in his mind. This is the 8 gates of Dunjia, Xiao Yuan actually has this talent. Until Lu Tianjun left, there was silence in the room. After a long while, Jianan said, that Lu Tianjun is not a person who pays attention to it, you should be more careful in the future. As for what happened today, don't tell anyone. His eyes looked at Cao Yang and other guardians, and the latter immediately understood what Jianan meant. Although the father and son of the Lin family are to blame for their own crimes, it would be controversial for you, a fledgling ninja, to kill them. Qi Yuan felt Jianan's kindness, and then nodded in agreement. It's getting late now, you should go back and rest first. Prepare well for tomorrow's martial arts test, I'm looking forward to your performance. Jianan had a guess in his heart at this moment. Could it be that the practice of the 8 gates of Dunjia has greatly delayed the side effects of the Sharingan? At least for now, Qi Yuan's body is very healthy and has not suffered any disease at all. And his strength is completely a freak compared to other people who came out of the space of the first ball. Maybe, he can really open that kind of Sharingan. But Yan Gang over there came back to his senses and said bitterly, Jiazhen Shushi, you don't know that Xiao Yuan has been expelled from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Logically speaking, he can no longer participate in the martial arts test. This is equivalent to students without school status being unable to participate in the independent enrollment examination. Jianan's smile froze, and then he frowned, there is such a thing. But then he said, Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School, right? I have some friendship with Simon An, the mayor of Shangcheng City. I'll call the old man, and he will still give me face. Yan Gang's face lit up. If it was the help of the Grand Master, Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School would definitely withdraw the punishment against Qi Yuan. However, Qi Yuan said slowly, since Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School has expelled me, there is no need to go back. As for the martial arts test, I am not very interested in children's games. Chapter 27 Asking for an explanation for my 10 million. In Qi Yuan's opinion, this martial arts test is nothing more than a fight between students from various colleges and universities to determine the winner. With his current strength close to the 5th level of the Grand Master, he is completely crushing. Su Ying, who has obtained the king's inheritance, is only less than the 4th level of strength, and this is because she is from a king's family and started practicing early. So the martial arts test was too simple for him, so he couldn't get more enhancement points. And Qi Yuan wanted to join the Guardian team directly. Go to the more dangerous secret space, challenge the difficulty and quickly get enhancement points. Jianan and Yan Gang were both slightly stunned. The martial arts test was actually described as a child's play? Jianan laughed dumbly, this martial arts test is not simple, you will know tomorrow. Well. Since you don't want to go back to Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School, then don't go back. However, I allow you to participate in tomorrow's martial arts test as a garrison commander. This is considered to be an extraordinary privilege given to Qi Yuan. Generally, only children of aristocratic families can participate in martial arts tests without relying on schools and directly be admitted to some super universities. And now Qi Yuan also has this right. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked at Jianan. This old man knew that he had entered the 9th level of the original space? He shouldn't know, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. When Qi Yuan and Yan Gang left the office, it was already dark. Yan Gang was still very excited, because he really didn't expect Qi Yuan to have the talent to practice the 8 gates. And the body can emit green steam, which means that the practice of the 8 gates has reached a relatively deep level. Thinking back then, your father, my eldest brother, kicked a quasi-king beast to death with the strength of a mere level 4 ninja, and more than a dozen level 6 beasts were directly killed after being affected. Afterwards, he was called the Red Town General. How great he was, admired by countless people. As he spoke, his mood suddenly became depressed again. After all, it was at the cost of death, and in the end he ended up with a dead body. Even the secret realm inheritance that his own child deserved was taken away by someone. Xiao Yuan, try not to open the 8 gates in the future, don't be like your father. Death is like a lamp, all the passion is in vain. Let's just live our own lives. Qi Yuan also understood Yan Gang's thoughts at the moment. He was afraid that one day he would burn himself like his father. Uncle Yan, don't think too much. The 8 gates of Dunjia will not lead to death when opened. My father must have opened the 8th gate to cause his death. Qi Yuan also understood the truth of 10 years ago at this moment. His cheap father Qi Hong was originally only a level 4 ninja, and the difference between him and the quasi-king beast was like a chasm. In this case, only by opening the 8th gate can you gain power that exceeds your limit countless times. The result is of course death. Although the town here is relatively desolate, it is not lacking in what it should have. After Qi Yuan and Yan Gang finished their meal in a hurry, they each returned to the room provided by the guardian to rest. He reviewed everything that happened today and then took a deep breath. After getting the inheritance of the 6 paths Madara, I will be much more stable in this world in the future. Qi Yuan closed his eyes tiredly. But within a moment, Qi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes again. You need to give an explanation for my 10 million, otherwise I won't be able to sleep well. Qi Yuan quickly got up. This town is far away from the city, but for a ninja, this distance is nothing. Shangcheng, a large club. Several burly men sang and danced around the table. Qin Gan smiled apologetically and kept pouring tea and water. Butler Yang, it's really like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other. I really didn't know that Qi Yuan had offended the Yang family a long time ago, otherwise I would have helped the Yang family kill him long ago. In front of him was a middle-aged man who looked very capable. His hands were covered with calluses, and it was obvious that he had experienced many things. This was Yang Ding, the steward of the Yang family in Shangcheng, a 4th-level master. He said nothing at the moment, but the aura he exuded made Qin Gan tremble. Next to him was a pot-bellied man who said in a muffled voice, "Second brother, this Qin Gan is definitely one of us. He directly took out 100 million to honor you, second brother, please forgive him this time. Besides, our Yang family is about to leave Shangcheng for Fengzhou, but our Yang family cannot lose its foundation in Shangcheng. Once the principal of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School is transferred, there will be no problem for Qin Gan to be my successor." Qin Gan was regretting at this moment, why didn't he find out clearly? It's all Qi Yuan's fault. He is actually an enemy of the Yang family, and he made me waste 100 million in vain. I will never let this little beast go. His heart was bleeding. How many years would it take to get back the 100 million? Perhaps because of the money, the middle-aged man finally nodded. You guys are still not careful when doing things. You must know who to offend and who not to offend. Even our family head is very concerned about Qi Yuan. This guy will definitely not live for a few days. Don't say that he has become a waste now, even if he really got a good inheritance in the space of the original ball. So what? Our Yang family is a noble family, and we are going to Fengzhou to guard a B-level secret space soon. His words were full of pride, which made the people around him cheer. Qin Gan also smiled, and the room was full of flattery. After a while, Qin Gan came out, and he ran to the bathroom with a difficult expression. After a flushing sound, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Through the mirror on the sink, he saw a pair of blood-red pupils. Sharingan? Qi Yuan? You? Qi Yuan's 3 Magatama Sharingan looked extremely oppressive. He was in a bad mood now, and he didn't find Qin Gan at all when he went to the mall. It took a lot of inquiries to get his news. I ask you to answer. The Sharingan, combined with the magic shackle technique, made Qin Gan addicted. You have no money now? Then how can you compensate me for 10 million? Are you going to find someone to kill me when you go back to show your goodwill to the Yang family? Are you also going to do it to Yan Gang and his wife? Qi Yuan's eyes became extremely cold, and he suddenly twisted Qin Gan's neck. There are still people from the Yang family here, so let's collect some benefits first. At this moment, the principal of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School and the Yang family steward were hugging beautiful women and playing games. A life of luxury makes people's mental strength particularly reduced. The door opened, and a strange face walked in swaggeringly. Only the Yang family steward, who was a 4th-level master, had some reaction, but he was shot in the head by Qi Yuan in the next second. Then a bloody massacre unfolded. In just a dozen seconds, all the men fell in a pool of blood. The woman screamed. The rebel ninja is here, help! After Qi Yuan finished, he broke out of the window and landed steadily on the ground, disappearing like a shadow. He and the Yang family are in a life-and-death relationship. So he won't hold back at all. But the Yang family plans to move the whole family? Chapter 28 Su Ying's Advice, a way to slow down the side effects of the Sharingan. Although he was tossed for a long time yesterday, Qi Yuan still got up very early. What happened yesterday didn't affect him at all. But it's a pity for his 10 million. Those heads are not worth the money in his opinion. And today is the beginning of the martial arts test. But until now, they don't know the specific content of the martial arts test. Qi Yuan walked out of the room and covered his stomach. The food in the cafeteria here is much better than that in school. The town looks lively in the morning. These days hundreds of students from nearby middle schools came here. There are 5 entrances to the space of the original ball in Yuzhou, and this place is also known as the 5th town of the original ball. At this moment, everyone gathered together, waiting for the arrival of the martial arts test. There were many people gathered in the cafeteria, and most of them were strangers to Qi Yuan. Have you heard? Lin Qiang, the teacher of Mo No. 1 Middle School, and Lin Tao, who got the bloodline of boiling escape, died. How could they die in this place? What happened? I heard that they were spies of the Freemasonry organization, and they were caught and killed on the spot by the garrison commander. What good Freemasonry said, it's just a group of renegade ninjas who kill without blinking an eye. Kill well, such people don't deserve to live. There are many renegade ninja organizations in Zhuzhou, and the most influential one is called Freemasonry. The renegade ninja organization in Yuzhou is not large, but it is not the case in other places in Zhuzhou. For example, in Lizhou, the renegade ninjas even occupied the entire northwest border. Qi Yuan just smiled slightly when he heard this, and the lie made up by the garrison commander Jia looked like the truth. He ate heartily, and suddenly a fragrant breeze blew by. A girl sat straight opposite Qi Yuan with a lunchbox. Why don't you agree to my adding you as a friend? Su Ying's voice was a little unhappy. This feeling of being ignored was really annoying. Qi Yuan looked up in surprise, and then touched his phone. He found a message requesting to add a friend. Sorry, I didn't check my phone yesterday. Su Ying still looked at him straight, and then whispered, I really want to know what happened to you in the space of the first ball. Su Ying didn't say what it was. After all, there were many people here, but Qi Yuan understood what he meant. Qi Yuan had no intention of hiding it at all, it's really just the Sharingan. Su Ying sneered, Sharingan? I see that you can eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal, and you don't look like you got the Sharingan. Others who entered the 8th floor of the space of the first ball, do you know what happened to them? It's not convenient for me to say it in public. I'll send the message to your phone. Please take a good look at it yourself. If you really get the Sharingan, cherish these few days. Su Ying really wanted to throw away her chopsticks and walk away. But Qi Yuan frowned slightly. You look pretty, why are you so vicious? What does it mean to cherish these few days? Can I only live for these few days? He looked at his phone and carefully flipped through the message sent by Su Ying. Then his eyebrows jumped. All the people who have entered the 8th floor of the origin space have not had a good end. But this was also within his expectations. There are 6 inheritors in the 8th floor of the origin space, and 5 of them have Sharingan. Then it is normal not to have a good end. It's just that the side effects of the Manjaki Sharingan are so strong. Will he die suddenly in a few days? Su Ying sighed and took out a letter. This is the invitation letter from my Su family. I hope you can become the guardian of my Su family. This is a privilege of the aristocratic family. They can expand their strength by recruiting outsiders. Qi Yuan asked with some amusement, I am a waste in their mouths, and your Su family is so generous. Su Ying laughed inwardly. Just because you can enter the 8th floor of the inheritance tower, you deserve the attention of our Su family. Today I will officially tell you about my Mohu Su family. Su Ying said somewhat proudly, my Mohu Su family ranks 7th among the Moho King families, second only to the 6th Yun family. And the top 5 families are all families that still have 7th level kings. If you become the guardian of my Su family, we will try our best to provide you with cultivation resources and financial rights, and your descendants can enjoy the inheritance by entering the secret space controlled by my Su family. Qi Yuan said lightly, I don't need these. Su Ying smiled and said, indeed, for you who have the Sharingan, these are too far away. Then do you need a method to suppress the side effects of the Sharingan? Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Ying, who was smiling lightly. And Su Ying chuckled, you guys are still hooked. Sharingan is called a curse, but apart from its side effects, Sharingan has powerful abilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. In fact, it is indeed very powerful in the bloodline boundary, but our human body cannot control it. But over the past few hundred years, humans have gradually discovered several methods to suppress the side effects of Sharingan. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows. I guess these methods are very harsh, otherwise people would not think that Sharingan is garbage. Su Ying nodded in agreement. There are 3 ways to suppress Sharingan. The first one is the powerful power called fairy art. Qi Yuan was shocked. Sure enough, people in this world knew the existence of fairy art. Once you use fairy arts and enter a mysterious state, your own ninjutsu, body, and illusion will be greatly enhanced. Fairy arts originated from Jiraiya's inheritance in the king's inheritance, but even if you get this inheritance, it is difficult to practice fairy arts successfully. And once you succeed by chance, you won't care about the 3 Megatama Sharingan at all. Qi Yuan listened carefully at this time and continued to ask, besides Jiraiya's inheritance, is there no other fairy art inheritance? Su Ying hesitated for a while before saying, 5 years ago, the Lord of Lijiu, Lord Lei Wang, was seriously injured in an unknown S-level secret space and died a few days later. According to him, it is a world of snake-shaped beasts, and the level 7 king beast that injured him is suspected to be able to use fairy arts. So many people speculate that the unknown S-level secret space has the inheritance of immortal arts, but no one dares to go deep. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows. Snake-shaped beast? Immortal arts? Could it be the inheritance of Longdi Cave or Yaeshi Kabuto? Except for the space of the first ball, the inheritance of other secret spaces has a certain regularity. For example, if this secret space has a beast that can use the ice escape blood limit, then the inheritance tower inside is likely to have the ice escape blood limit inheritance. So humans speculate that this unknown S-level secret space has the inheritance of immortal arts. But no one can confirm it. After all, even the Lord of Lijiu has fallen. As the Lord of a state, he is definitely the top strength among the kings, but he died directly. You can imagine the danger of this unknown secret space. Humans can only pray that they can guard this secret space and prevent the beasts inside from running out. Chapter 29 Martial Test, D-Level Secret Space. Qi Yuan raised his eyelids slightly and remembered this matter in his heart. After he opens the Manjaki Sharingan or the Samsara Eye, he can try it out. Su Ying drank some soup and continued, the second one is the wood-style bloodline limit. Information about the wood-style bloodline limit emerged in Qi Yuan's mind. In this world, it is a middle-level bloodline limit, which is not outstanding but seems to be extremely rare. Experiments have shown that wood style does alleviate the side effects of the Sharingan. But there is only one source of wood style bloodline limit, which is the inheritance of a 6th level strongman named Tianzang in the Origin Sphere. Although this inheritance is the inheritance of a 6th level strongman, I don't know why it is many times rarer than the king's inheritance. In recent decades, I haven't heard of anyone getting this inheritance. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he knew that wood style does have the effect of suppressing the Sharingan. He asked calmly, what about the third one? Su Ying chuckled and said, this is also the most likely way to suppress the side effects of the Sharingan. By greatly increasing the body's energy, the corrosion of the Sharingan can be slowed down to a certain extent. In today's experiments, practicing the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the 7 days calling method, and the lightning release ninjutsu can effectively target the side effects of the Sharingan. Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment. Could it be that he is so healthy now because of practicing the 8 gates of ninjutsu? But then he shook his head. The reason should still be the inheritance of the 6 paths Madara. He can completely withstand the 3 Megatama Sharingans. These 3 techniques are all S-level forbidden techniques. Not only are they extremely difficult to practice, but they are also difficult to obtain. Su Ying looked at Qi Yuan and said, but if you become the guardian of my Su family, we will find a way to help you get the lightning release ninjutsu. So do you agree to join the Su family? Su Ying looked at Qi Yuan's indifferent expression and felt wronged. In fact, after the Su family knew Qi Yuan's situation, they did not agree to Qi Yuan becoming the guardian of the Su family. After all, he got the Sharingan, and it was clear who was protecting whom. But Su Ying's aunt and Su Ying's own talents. The two of them had a high status in the Su family, so this matter was settled. Even the thunder-release ninjutsu had to be exchanged from the Yun family at a huge price. Qi Yuan didn't appreciate it at this moment. Su Ying's emotions fluctuated, and then she said, "I'll give you a few days to think about it. If you die in these few days, then you don't have to think about it." She left in a very unhappy mood, leaving Qi Yuan with a confused face. Do I really only have a few days to live? Qi Yuan finished his meal and left the canteen, heading for the circular square in the town. It is said that the specific content of the martial arts test will be announced here. At this moment, Yan Gang was waiting for him not far away. "Uncle Yan? You are the team leader, shouldn't you be with the people from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School now?" Qi Yuan was a little surprised. As the head of the third-year department, Yan Gang was responsible for some organizational work. Yan Gang said with a smile, "I am now dismissed from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School just like you. We uncle and nephew are really unpopular." After Yan Gang went back last night, he had a fierce dispute with the senior management of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School about Qi Yuan. The result is that the director behind Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School is the Yang family, and this matter was decided by the Yang family. So after the dispute, Yan Gang took the initiative to submit his resignation. "Xiao Yuan, go over by yourself. Since I have nothing to do here, I will go back and complete the resignation procedures first. I will take good care of my old age in the future." Looking at Yan Gang's somewhat sad expression, Qi Yuan suddenly said, "Uncle Yan, do you want to be the principal of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School?" Yan Gang was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile, "Of course I do, but it's a pity that it's not my turn. They are backed by the Yang family, just like they can dismiss me at will now." Qi Yuan looked at Yan Gang, "If the Yang family disagrees, just let them disappear." After he said that, he smiled at Yan Gang and left. Yan Gang was suddenly shocked when he saw Qi Yuan's back. "Are you going to take revenge on the Yang family? But the Yang family is a behemoth now." "No, I must persuade Xiao Yuan." His heart moved, and then he picked up his phone and sent a message to his daughter. "Ching Ching, after you complete the mission, you must counsel Xiao Yuan." Her daughter Yan Qingqing has been on a secret mission recently and there has been no news for several days. Fortunately, Yan Gang and the others are already familiar with this situation, otherwise they would have thought that Yan Qingqing had an accident. When Qi Yuan arrived at the circular plaza, it was already crowded with people. The guardians were issuing tokens to the students, which represented the qualification to participate in the martial arts test. Although theoretically everyone is qualified to participate in the martial arts test, the inheritance a person has obtained is too weak or the power of the inheritance has not been digested. He has not become a first-level ninja yet, so according to the regulations, he is not qualified to participate in the martial arts test. When Qi Yuan came here, he found that he was alone. Others were either in schools or families. For example, Su Ying. At this moment, she was as unattainable as the stars in the sky. And many people gathered around her. At the same time, many people were watching her. After all, she was a woman who got the king's inheritance. Is that the eldest lady of the Su family? She is so outstanding. Hey, she looked at me? Will I become the son-in-law of the Su family? Don't dream, this Su Ying doesn't need a marriage. Don't just look at Su Ying, Lu Song from the Lu family in Yuzhou over there also got the inheritance of the 7th level king, Zhuangqin Xiaochun, and his future is also limitless. There are a total of more than a dozen people in Mo No. 1 Middle School who have obtained the upper blood boundary or the inheritance of the 6th level strongman, and they have all reached the 3rd level. And Gang Pai Pei from the Mall No. 1 Middle School, Wang Ke, there are so many geniuses this year that we are under too much pressure. I have a rumor that our martial arts test this time is to duel with strange beasts. What duel? I heard that a D-level secret space was discovered a few days ago, and we may have to enter there. Ah, those strange beasts are so scary? Aren't they asking us to die? What are you afraid of? It's just a D-level secret space. With our current strength, we are definitely not afraid. Among the hundreds of people who entered the space of the first ball in the past few days, most of them did not obtain the blood inheritance boundary inheritance. But there are still more than 20 people who have obtained the upper blood inheritance boundary or the 6th level strong inheritance. Some of them will be directly admitted to the super universities in Yuzhou, such as Yadu University, Moyu University, etc. So at this moment, Wang Ke from the mall is in a very good mood, surrounded by people who compliment him. At this moment, his eyes are full of arrogance, and suddenly his expression moves. Hey! Isn't this Qi Yuan? You've been expelled and can't take the martial arts test, what are you doing here? Chapter 30 Martial Arts Test Location, Responsibilities of Being a Ninja. Wang Ke looked at Qi Yuan sarcastically at this moment. And the younger brothers around him also laughed. Boss Wang, even if he wasn't expelled, he dared to take the martial arts test with the Sharingan. I'm afraid it's because the old man is too old to live, haha. And Geng Pai Pei frowned and raised her eyebrows. We are classmates, why do you guys have to say such harsh words? And Wang Ke, the 10 million originally belonged to Qi Yuan, and now you have taken a few million more. Don't you feel ashamed? She was full of sympathy for Qi Yuan at this moment. I thought he was a good opponent, but he fell directly into the abyss. Wang Ke sneered, I deserve this? What does Qi Yuan have to do with it? After that, he sneered at Qi Yuan again, we are all here to participate in the martial arts test, you are a waste, why don't you get out of here? Suddenly, a strong voice came out, who said he can't participate in the martial arts test. Cao Yang, wearing a uniform, strode forward and awarded a token to Qi Yuan. This means that Qi Yuan is absolutely qualified to participate in the martial arts test. This scene surprised everyone in Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Especially Wang Ke, he asked loudly, did you send it to the wrong person? How can he still be qualified to participate in the martial arts test when he has been expelled from the school? Suddenly, he felt an extremely oppressive look sweeping over him, and Cao Yang looked at Wang Ke with a bad face. Do you think you can ignore everyone just because you have a good inheritance? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like this? There are so many geniuses in the Zhu Alliance, but not many have grown up. He suppressed his murderous aura, and Wang Ke felt like he was about to kneel. Cao Yang is also a leader among the Guardians, and can lead a team alone. As a team leader, he has the strength of the 4th level. Damn, this murderous aura, why are my legs shaking? Other students from the Mall No. 1 Middle School were also trembling. Although this murderous aura was not mainly directed at them, everyone felt threatened. Student Qi Yuan is a student who was specially allowed by the garrison commander to participate in the martial arts test. Are you dissatisfied? Wang Ke only felt that his whole body was trembling, and hurriedly said, I am convinced, I am too convinced. Cao Yang snorted coldly, and then retracted his momentum. He has been honing in the border of the secret space for many years, and he is definitely not comparable to this fledgling ninja. Not to mention that his strength is stronger than Wang Ke, even if he is of the same strength, he can kill Wang Ke in seconds. This is the confidence brought by experience. But he stole a glance at Qi Yuan. Everything that happened in Jianan's office yesterday was vivid. This guy is not only a ruthless person, but also a strong man that he can't afford to offend. Qi Yuan took the token and smiled at him, thank you, brother Cao. Cao Yang smiled unnaturally. At this moment, Jianan had already walked up to the high platform of the circular square. Everyone fell silent tacitly. This is a real master-level expert. Even if they have inherited the space of the original ball, they dare not be presumptuous in front of the master-level expert. Jianan still looked at the students in the audience with a smile on his face. The annual martial arts test is about to begin again. I believe everyone is full of expectations. Everyone held their breath and waited for Jianan's words. Just a few days ago, a man suddenly appeared not far from here. The entrance to the secret space. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and surrounded and killed several beasts that were about to leave the secret space. Then after the Guardian's inspection, this secret space belongs to the D-level secret space. The whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone began to discuss. The D-level secret space has up to 3-level beasts, and the inheritance tower inside has up to 3-level chakra inheritance. This is useless to us. It's useless to us, but it's very useful to other ordinary people. The Juzhu Alliance has many secret spaces. Except for the space of the original ball, which has no level division, the other secret spaces that have been discovered are marked with danger levels. For example, most of the secret spaces guarded by the human king are S-level secret spaces. And the S-type secret space means that there is a king's inheritance inside, but this kind of secret space has at least one level 7 king beast. This also means that the S-level secret space is extremely dangerous. Once the strange beast inside appears in the human world, it will definitely be a big disaster. Of course, if humans can eliminate all the dangers in the S-level secret space, humans can enter the inheritance tower in it and get the corresponding king's inheritance. For example, an S-level secret space captured a few years ago has the inheritance of the 7th level King Deodara. And now the inheritance of the 7th level King Deodara has created more than a dozen Grandmaster Mirror strongmen, and some people are even about to reach the realm of the king. And the D-level secret space is relatively safer. It is said that killing strange beasts will drop chakra crystals, and the higher the level, the higher the quality of the chakra crystals. Yes, these chakra crystals can help us condense chakra more easily to assist in cultivation. I heard that if it is made into chakra potion, this effect will be greatly improved, and it can speed up the stimulation of inheritance. I don't know if there are chakra trees in it. I heard that the fruits can enhance mental strength. And Jianan didn't keep it a secret at this moment, and directly waved his hand and said, "Then this year, the content of the martial arts test is to go to the newly discovered D-level secret space to win the chakra crystals, and the quality of the chakra crystals will reflect the results of the martial arts test." After hearing Jianan's speech, some people suddenly felt panic. In the education they received since childhood, the alien beasts were regarded as demons that eat people and drink blood. Many people are born to feel afraid of them. As if sensing the emotions of the students, Jianan coughed and continued, "This martial arts test is not forced. If you don't want to participate, you can quit now. Most of the alien beasts in the D-level secret space are first-level alien beasts, which are not much stronger than the beasts in our human world. But to be honest, there will definitely be some dangers. It's up to you to decide how to make it. What I need to remind you is that everyone here has entered the space of the original ball to obtain inheritance, and sooner or later they will face strange beasts. Even after you enter university, you actually have very little time to study cultural courses. Most of the time is spent in the secret space or guarding the entrance to the secret space. Once the strange beast appears in the real world, our family and friends will suffer. And now is an opportunity. It is also the responsibility of a ninja." Chapter 31 I am actually super strong. Jianan's words are very inflammatory, and most of the students are immediately excited. Qi Yuan even felt a slight fluctuation of mental power. Did this old man use some illusions? Is he bewitching students to die? What Qi Yuan didn't know was that Jianan was now forced to do so. Just a few days ago, they received news that a small half of Qingzhou and Zhuzhou had fallen. It is said that it was because the S-level secret space was lost, and a large number of powerful beasts emerged. Everywhere they passed, it was like a disaster. 2 kings were killed in Qingzhou. Fortunately, the reinforcements from other states arrived, so that the other half of Qingzhou did not fall. This directly attracted the attention and urgency of the entire Zhuzhou alliance. So the top leaders of Yuzhou urgently changed this martial arts test to directly enter the secret space for training. The same is true for other martial arts tests with several entrances to the starting space. They need these talents to grow quickly to cope with the increasingly complex situation. And at this moment, some students are extremely indifferent. For example, the children of aristocratic families, especially those from kingly families like Su Ying. These kingly families have great privileges in the Zhuzhou alliance, but this is not without cost. For example, the Su family, they guard 3 A-level secret spaces. And the A-level secret space means the existence of quasi-king beasts. While obtaining privileges, you must also bear corresponding risks. For example, some ordinary families guard the B-level secret space. If they cannot bear this responsibility, then these families will also be deprived of their status as poor families. The privileges that the Zhuzhou alliance has will no longer exist. So the people of these families have seen the existence of strange beasts at a very young age. If it is just a D-level secret space, it is not worth their fuss. On the contrary, some people are still very excited and do think this is an excellent experience. However, although Jianan's voice is very persuasive, many people still choose to give up. After all, this is a matter of life and death. Of course, after giving up, they will not be valued by those super universities, let alone get rewards from Yuzhou. Soon. Jianan looked at the remaining students and continued, I admire your courage. Are there still people who want to quit now? You must think clearly, it's not too late to quit now. Otherwise, you will be treated as a deserter directly. Jianan's words became more severe, and soon another group of people chose to give up. He looked at the remaining hundreds of people, nodded slowly and said, half an hour later, Cao Yang's team will lead you to the nearby secret space. By the way, I emphasize again, only you students will enter it and there will be no other guardians. And this means that a group of rookies in the novice village will explore the secret space alone. After Jianan finished speaking, he disappeared. But the students in the audience could not calm down for a long time. At this time, Gang Paipei from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School looked at Qi Yuan and asked, Are you really going to participate in the martial arts test? Qi Yuan looked at her inexplicably, We don't seem to know each other well, right? And Gang Paipei sighed and said, Well, follow me after you enter the secret space. I will guarantee your safety. She got the inheritance of the 6th level Grandmaster Xi Rihong, and her strength at this moment has reached the early stage of the 3rd level. She thought she had the absolute strength to protect Qi Yuan. And Qi Yuan looked at Gang Paipei strangely until the latter began to blush. Gang Paipei said quickly, Don't get me wrong. If anything happens to you, I don't want to make Sister Qingqing sad. Her current life goal is to keep up with Yan Qingqing's pace and get into a super university like her. Besides, I don't like stinky men, don't think too much. Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was not greedy for his appearance. He thought for a while and immediately understood the reason. Teacher Geng and Yan Gang are colleagues, and Gang Paipei and Yan Qingqing also know each other. It seems that they have a good relationship. It's just that Qi Yuan was very closed before, and he didn't know about this kind of thing at all. At this moment, Wang Ke jumped out again, Gang Paipei, are you crazy? You actually want to team up with this waste? Gang Paipei raised her eyebrows, what does it have to do with you who I team up with? Of course it has something to do with you. If you team up with him, it means you have left our team of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Wang Ke sneered, and then said loudly to the people around him, Everyone, listen carefully, this Gang Paipei wants to team up with Qi Yuan. We don't allow such a burden in the team of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. It's just that in this short period of time, many people have already started to make plans. And the best plan is to form a group with acquaintances. This can reduce casualties to a greater extent. So this Shangcheng No. 1 middle school is a big circle, but at this moment Wang Kai plans to exclude Geng Paipei. Qi Yuan frowned, he didn't want to feel constrained. If Geng Paipei is around, some of his things will be difficult to display. So he said, you should stay with the people from Shangcheng No. 1 middle school. Thank you for your kindness. I don't need your help. However, Geng Paipei insisted, how can you live without me? Let go of your male chauvinism. Even if you get the Sharingan, you can't give up on yourself. Suddenly, she stared at Qi Yuan with her big eyes. Could it be that you originally wanted to commit suicide? Qi Yuan looked at her speechlessly. How could this girl be so imaginative? Half an hour passed in a flash, and soon a team of 30 guardians appeared in front of them. The leader Cao Yang shouted directly, follow us, go. While most people were still in a daze, the guardians ran directly out of the town. And this speed exceeded the limit of ordinary people. If it weren't for the ninja, it would be impossible to keep up with them. These students woke up as if from a dream and quickly followed the footsteps of the guardians. Geng Paipei's feet were full of wind and she quickly followed. She is now a third-level ninja, which is a world of difference from her yesterday. Suddenly she thought of something, oh no, I forgot about Qi Yuan. How can his sickly body keep up? However, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear, who is the sickly one? Is this how you say bad things about me behind my back? Geng Paipei looked to the left and back, and was suddenly a little surprised. But she found that Qi Yuan followed her slowly, without any pressure at all. She was stunned, is the curse of the Sharingan fake? And now Qi Yuan showed the speed that only ninjas have, and it looked very easy. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows, you don't really think I'm going to die? Actually, I'm super strong. Geng Paipei finally came to her senses. Was she thinking that the curse of the Sharingan was delayed? After all, Qi Yuan has such a high chakra affinity, so it is different from others to get the Sharingan? As for the latter sentence, Geng Paipei ignored it directly. Passing through the dense bushes, trampling on the trees constantly. Many people felt the power of ninjas for the first time, which was a far cry from the lives of ordinary people before. After running for about an hour, the 30 guardians in front finally stopped. The moment they stopped, many people behind them knelt down and panted continuously. This is one of the manifestations of excessive use of chakra. Qi Yuan looked up and saw a colorful vortex the size of a door not far ahead that was constantly shining. Is that the entrance to the D-level secret realm? Chapter 32 Ba. Scumbag. At this moment, there were still a dozen guardians standing meticulously in front of the colorful vortex. Seeing the other 30 new guardians, they immediately showed a sense of relief on their faces. Lao Cao, you are here to change shifts. Hurry up, we are almost exhausted and need to go back to the town for a good meal. They looked at the hundreds of young faces behind them and smiled immediately. This year's martial arts test is really a bit cruel, you can't bear it. I don't know how many of them died in there. While they were talking, a ferocious giant head suddenly appeared from the colorful world. It looked like a lion but had fangs several meters long. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. But soon everyone found out that it was just a false alarm. This giant head looked about 1 meter wide, so you can imagine how huge the whole body was. However, the giant head fell to the ground with a bang, and blood was spilled all over the ground. Then more than a dozen guardians came out from the colorful world. It was obvious that this was their prey just now. Great, Boss Hong, you actually hunted another level 3 beast. The leading guardian took out a kunao and fiercely cut open the beast's head. A sparkling blue crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared in front of everyone. The leading guardian smiled, this level 3 beast is extraordinary. The chakra crystal obtained can be sold at a good price, haha. The students were very envious of the chakra crystal in the guardian's hand. Such a big one, the market price is at least 5 million. Opportunity, I'll go and book this secret space. Some students were still panting, but they immediately became alert when they saw the chakra crystal. After the guardians explained some things to each other, they left directly. Although this place is not too dangerous for the guardians, they are also rotated every 48 hours. Cao Yang saw that these students had almost rested, and then he shouted loudly, "Stand up!" His voice was like thunder, and the breath of his whole body emanated at the same time. A fascinating momentum spread and directly made everyone stand up. Listen up, rookies! The D-level secret space is equivalent to the size of a small county town. There are at least tens of thousands of exotic beasts in it. When they heard this, everyone's face changed. Just the appearance of the huge head of the beast just now made them tremble with fear. Some people began to regret it immediately. However, the guardians surrounded them and obviously would not let them leave easily. But most of the beasts inside are level 1, and only a few will encounter level 3 beasts. Now that you have rested well, don't dawdle and go in quickly. We guardians will not help you unless there is a special situation. Everything depends on you. Remember your time. If you don't come out after 3 days, I will consider you dead. Cao Yang waved his hand, and the rest of the guardians also scattered around the students. Suddenly, a student asked loudly, "Master Guardian, you should have a map of the secret space. This secret space is different from the space of the original ball. The terrain is fixed directly. This secret space has been discovered for a few days. The guardians must have made preparations." Cao Yang smiled jokingly at this moment, and then took out a scroll from somewhere. "There is no detailed map, but I have a lot of rough maps. It contains the territories of most level 3 alien beasts. You can try to reduce your own danger after entering." Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, and then looked at Cao Yang with burning eyes. The latter directly stretched out his hand. "One price, 200,000. Everyone was stunned and then cursed. "It's just a broken map, but it costs 200,000. You are crazy about money." However, Su Ying and others did not speak. 200,000 in exchange for a map of the secret space is definitely a good deal. Cao Yang's face turned cold, and then he roared, 200,000 is cheap for you. These maps are exchanged for the lives of brothers. If you don't want it, hurry in. Anyway, the garrison commander has ordered that no one can be a deserter. Anyone who is a deserter will be executed on the spot." Everyone was silent. They are all geniuses from the original space. Even if their families were poor before, the school would give them generous scholarships. The 200,000 yuan can still be taken out. A few hundred people entered the colorful world sparsely. Most people bought the maps drawn by the guardians unwillingly. There is no way, who would go against their own lives. Qi Yuan certainly doesn't need these things, and he doesn't have 200,000 yuan. He is now so poor that he only has a handsome face left. And Geng Pei seemed to see his embarrassment, and then directly planned to buy 2 maps. "Remember to follow me closely. If we get separated, this map will also allow you to avoid many dangerous places." However, Cao Yang over there looked at Qi Yuan and smiled, "Brother Qi, this map is for you. I hope you will win the first battle." He was one of the few people who knew that Qi Yuan was not hurt by the Grand Master's attack. He couldn't do it if it were him. Qi Yuan also smiled at him kindly, and then plunged into the secret space. In order to prevent the two from getting separated, Geng Pei directly grabbed Qi Yuan's arm. Qi Yuan was a little helpless. This girl was really kind-hearted. In the D-level secret space, it was lush and green, like a primeval forest. Qi Yuan squinted his eyes and kept looking around. From time to time, huge beast roars were heard, and giant birds kept spinning and chirping in the sky. "Wow, it's so dangerous just after entering. This seems to be the territory of a 3rd-level alien beast. According to this map, there is a third-level alien beast a few kilometers east of here. The faces of all the people who entered changed. They took out the map and glanced at it, then each adjusted a direction and quickly moved away. But someone he immediately shouted loudly, the one who got the upper bloodline boundary stays, let's work together. Gang Pai didn't care, and before Chi Yuan could react, she pulled him away in one direction. Her elder brother is also a guardian and often deals with these beasts. So she knows some inside information. According to Gang Pai's thoughts, she should start from the first level beast and slowly develop. And now with Chi Yuan, she has to be more careful. But there are still more than a dozen people left. These people have the strength of the third level, and they seem to have some ideas of their own when they gather together. How about we join forces to kill that big guy? Join forces? So many of us share that third level beast. Su Ying looked at the group of people with a sneer at this moment. A bunch of idiots, do you really think that you can compete with the third level beasts with the strength of the third level ninja? Not to mention the difference between the third level beasts, can you people without actual combat experience beat them? Ninjas are indeed killing weapons to a certain extent. But if they don't specialize in physical skills, low-level ninjas are actually quite weak. These inexperienced young men are simply ignorant of the world. Su Ying ignored them. She looked at the direction where Chi Yuan left and curled her lips slightly. He actually teamed up with other girls, bah! What a scumbag! Chapter 33 Lucky Star Gang Pai. In the lush forest, Gang Pai dragged Chi Yuan and ran desperately. A large rat with sawtooth fangs was chasing them. Chi Yuan couldn't help asking, why are you running? You got the inheritance of a level 6 warrior, and now you have level 3 strength. This big rat hasn't reached level 3 yet. Gang Pai was also full of emotions, and said confidently, you don't understand, my elder brother taught me. Don't look at me as if I'm level 3, but this beast is very fast. If it has a deadly poison on it, I'll be finished as a young girl. Chi Yuan couldn't help looking at her. She got the inheritance of Xiri Hong, and her physical skills were not strong. The two of them had found a lot of level 1 beasts before, but those beasts were no match for Gang Pai at all, and then they deducted a lot of rice-sized chakra crystals. This time, the two of them accidentally encountered a level 2 peak beast. Just now, Gang Pai's illusion was not in place, and he didn't control the opponent, but instead directly provoked the giant rat and made it furious. In the dense jungle, even ninjas are not as fast as beasts. Chi Yuan couldn't stand it anymore, and directly broke free from Gang Pai's hand. He turned around suddenly and kicked the rat. The giant rat screamed and then stopped moving. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed the level 2 mountain rat, and you will be rewarded with 10 points of enhancement value. Chi Yuan frowned. When he killed the level 2 monster alone before, he only got 5 points of enhancement value, but now it has become 10. Could it be Gang Pai? This girl indirectly increased the difficulty of the task? Is this girl his lucky star? He glanced at Gang Pai, but found that she was stunned. Tears rolled in his eyes. I'm so stupid, I still want to protect you. Gang Pai is not a fool. In her contact with Chi Yuan this day, she is sure that the latter is definitely not a waste. On the contrary, he is extremely excellent. Whether it is a level 1 or a level 2 monster, it can be solved with one move. Her clumsy illusion looks like a clown. Now if anyone tells her that those who get the Sharingan are waste, she can slap the other person in the face. Chi Yuan frowned and asked, what are you doing? Hurry up and peel off its head and take out the chakra crystal. We will work together, and of course each of us will get half of the chakra crystal. He found that when Gang Pai was around, he could actually get more enhancement points by killing these beasts. In this case, he didn't have to act alone. Gang Pai wiped her eyes, can't you be gentle with women? You actually let a girl like me do this kind of work. It's sticky and dirty. But she still took out the dagger and did it obediently. Qi Yuan explained, isn't this training your courage? We will often deal with these guys in the future. Don't you want to become a strong man? This is the only way. By the way, you will be the bait in the future, and I will attack. This way we will be more efficient. Geng Pei looked incredible. You let me be the bait? I was so kind to help you say good things before. But she was just complaining. It was her wish to become a strong man and follow Yan Qingqing's footsteps. This martial arts test is indeed an opportunity to exercise. Qi Yuan looked at the girl and showed admiration in his heart. She is hardworking and capable. Don't forget her when good things happen in the future. He asked Geng Pei to be the bait. Of course he would not let her die. He just wanted to increase the difficulty of the task in disguise. He still had the palm immortal technique in his hand, it was not easy for her to die. And just like that, Qi Yuan and the other two cooperated and simply swept into the mountains. Congratulations to the host, you suppressed the first level blue leopard and got 2 points of strengthening value. Congratulations to the host, you suppressed the second level magic tiger and got 10 points of strengthening value. In just 3 days, Qi Yuan gained more than 2,000 points of strengthening value. It was a great harvest. More than 2,000 points of strengthening value, enough for me to upgrade to the Manjiki Sharingan. But Qi Yuan was still a little hesitant. In the end, he chose to add the strengthening value to physical energy, mental energy, and the fifth gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. The side effects of the kaleidoscope may be significant. I'd better strengthen my strength to reach the 5th level Grandmaster level first. However, after Qi Yuan used up all the enhancement points, he found that he was still at the 4th level. The 5th level Grandmaster level requires so much energy. At this moment, he and Geng Pei had to use 2 large sacks to hold the chakra crystals. However, as time went on, the enhancement value he obtained became less and less. The system seemed to believe that what he was doing now was extremely simple and could not provide too much enhancement value. Just like that, Qi Yuan and Geng Pei looked in one direction. Ah! Pei, save me, I don't want to die. A ragged girl ran over in fear not far away. Geng Pei didn't recognize her at first, but later she was surprised and said, "This is my desk mate Zhou Xiao. What's wrong with her?" Behind her, Wang Ke was chasing with a backpack and a sneer on his face. Suddenly his face changed and he saw Geng Pei and Qi Yuan. "Pepe, save me, Wang Ke wants to kill me." Geng Pei grabbed her and asked, "What's going on?" The girl cried and said, "We encountered a level 3 midterm monster, and Wang Ke killed the monster with many classmates. But he was afraid that our classmates would spread the news and wanted to take the chakra crystal for himself, so he wanted to kill us who knew about it." Wang Ke's face became cold and fierce, "Since you all know it, you don't have to live today." After the experience of the past few days, his strength has been greatly improved. Geng Pei and that waste Qi Yuan just happened to be displeased, so they settled the new and old grudges together. The girl hid behind Geng Pei, and then pushed her forward suddenly, but she ran away. Geng Pei was stunned for a moment, she didn't expect this classmate to be so cruel. Wang Ke's dagger had already come in front of her, and she was thinking about something in her heart and had no time to avoid it. However, Wang Ke suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, and an ordinary fist hit his chest. He looked at the owner of the hand with a horrified expression, "Qi Yuan, you." Then he vomited blood and fell to the ground and died. Geng Pei finally came to her senses, and then trembled all over. "I almost died just now?" When she was about to say something, a huge beast roar came. And Qi Yuan's face became solemn. He was not a perception ninja. But he could still sense the breath of some familiar people after reaching this level of cultivation. That was Su Ying's breath, but it was extremely weak now. "Lu Song, you idiot! You raised this level 3 alien beast to level 4. Su Ying shouted angrily. She was invited by Lu Song and others to hunt the level 3 late alien beast. Unexpectedly, in order to obtain high-quality chakra crystals, Lu Song and others used other alien beast crystals to promote the evolution of this level 3 late alien beast. Who knew that this alien beast mutated directly and finally broke through to level 4? If it was normal, Su Ying would not be afraid of this level 4 alien beast. But her chakra was severely depleted at the moment, and she was not at her peak state at all. What's worse is that after the beast reached level 4, it awakened a new power. It can use a sealing technique. They couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Chapter 34, Breaking the 4 Purple Flame Formation and Killing the Level 4 Beast. What? It was directly promoted to a level 4 beast. Wasn't it in the late level 3 before? All the geniuses who besieged the beast were horrified. Originally thought it was just a breakthrough to the peak of level 3, but unexpectedly it raised a level 4 beast. The strongest among them was only at the peak of level 3, and was still a little short of the level 4 beast. Not to mention that the beast had other means. Run, the level 4 beast is not something we can contend with. Now it's a special situation, hurry up and ask those guardians for help. Yes, if we all die, they won't have a good life either. The hedgehog-like beast exuded a strong chakra fluctuation, and then roared fiercely. 4 shadows flew out from its roar, and those 4 shadows also looked like giant beasts. They just looked much smaller. They stood in 4 directions, and then sat up. Purple light rose from them. A light shield spread very quickly. There was a blazing flame on it. All humans who wanted to approach were burned by the flames. No, this giant beast has mastered the 4 purple flame formation. The people who were about to escape found that a purple flame shield blocked their way forward. Land shield thunder walk. The huge black lightning struck the barrier, and the barrier just made a crackling sound and then there was no fluctuation. The giant beast roared to the sky again, and the attack of everyone just now completely aroused its anger. Thick smoke burst out from his mouth and nose, and a hot fire escape spread out. In this closed space, it directly gave everyone a huge hammer. Ah! Hurry up and use water escape, I don't want to die. However, a group of people have already fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. Lu Song was furious at this moment, and said to Su Ying, "Are you going to hold back? If you continue like this, we will all die." Su Ying was also furious at this moment. "It's you idiot, shut up." Her face was cold, and she exuded a chill. But she still quickly formed seals. Ice escape ice prison technique. With her left palm as the center, the entire ground began to freeze. Chakra approached the giant beast, and in just a short moment, the fur-blown giant beast directly frozen. Su Ying was shaky at the moment. The large-scale ice escape just now obviously consumed most of her chakra. Fortunately, she got the inheritance from Tsunade, otherwise she couldn't use it before. "Hurry up and open the barrier, I can't control it for a long time." This giant beast is good at physical skills, and Su Ying has consumed a lot of chakra in the duel just now. The ice escape at this moment is not the peak. The rest of the people used all methods, but they couldn't break the purple flame formation. Damn it, this is obviously only for 4 people to perform, how can this beast perform it by himself? Don't give up, if it is really a complete 4 purple flame formation, even the Grandmaster can't break free. However, suddenly everyone's face changed, and everyone only heard a crackling sound. It is obvious that the giant beast is breaking free from the shackles of the ice escape. Cao Yang and others also arrived, but his face changed suddenly. This is the 4 purple flame formation. Although he is a level 4 expert, he still has no way to deal with the 4 purple flame formation. They are totally helpless. Damn it, all the geniuses of this year are here. If they all die here, we will be blamed. Have you contacted the Jia garrison commander? Or contact the Su family and the Lu family? They are on their way, but I'm afraid it's too late. Everyone also looked desperate. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared outside the formation. both of them carrying a large sack more than one person tall. People couldn't help but look at it a few more times. How many strange beasts did they kill, or did they rob others of their things? Strong chakra fluctuations, is it coming from here? Qi Yuan was a little confused, he actually saw Cao Yang. And the people in the purple flame formation. Cao Yang obviously saw Qi Yuan, but he was not in the mood to reminisce with Qi Yuan at the moment. Brother Cao, it seems you are in trouble. Cao Yang said unhappily, these idiots actually raised a level 4 alien beast. I didn't expect that the alien beast would have the power to cast a barrier after evolving. Now even if I want to save them, I can't do it. Qi Yuan looked at the pale Su Ying in the purple flame formation, and then slowly said, maybe I can try. Cao Yang looked incredible. Although he had seen Qi Yuan's strength. But he is still a certain distance away from the real Grandmaster realm. But now they have exhausted their strength, but there is no way at all. This is indeed the purple flame formation. It is impossible to break through without the strength above the Grandmaster realm. But Qi Yuan didn't care and walked to the front of the barrier. The guardians didn't understand, and the so-called geniuses inside didn't even blink. But suddenly a strong chakra came out, and everyone was shocked. This is... Everyone inside and outside the barrier looked in this direction. Then everyone was in an uproar. Isn't this the loser who got the Sharingan? You are so stupid. The power of the dead is much stronger than ours. And Su Ying opened her pale eyes and showed a desire for life. Although Qi Yuan got the Sharingan on the surface, only she knew that this was a super genius who could enter the 8th floor of the primordial space. Qi Yuan was exerting all his strength at this moment. In order to break this barrier, the best way besides wind and lightning is physical skills. At this moment, the strength of the full explosion has reached the peak of level 4. It seems to be only one step away from level 5. But only Qi Yuan himself knows that if it is only this kind of strength, it is not a combination of the Grandmaster realm. He burst out with momentum, and everyone looked at him eagerly. Qi Yuan punched the barrier, and the whole barrier began to shake. However, after shaking for a while, the barrier was still very stable. Everyone's hope sank to the bottom again. Even he can't do it. Qi Yuan stopped punching. Sure enough, only my own strength can't do it. It seems that I need to add some strength. His eyes showed a sharp color. 8 gates open. Gate 1, open. Gate 2, open. Gate 3, open. After opening 3 gates in succession, Qi Yuan felt that his chakra increased by at least 5 points. But if it's just like this, I'm afraid it's not safe. Gate 4, open the wound gate. This time Qi Yuan finally felt as if he had broken through a realm and reached a different level. He roared fiercely, and his right fist burst out with endless momentum and slammed into the barrier again. The whole barrier was like broken glass shards, with tiny ripples on it and then shattered violently. At the same time, the 4 phantoms of the giant beast disappeared immediately. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Qi Yuan, who was emitting green steam all over his body, in great horror. However, the next moment Qi Yuan's figure disappeared, and his body seemed to stop in mid-air with his right leg raised high. Then he slammed into the giant beast that was about to break free from the ice. A shrill roar resounded throughout the secret space, but it stopped abruptly after a short time. The giant beast that was about to wipe out all the geniuses fell to the ground, and next to him stood a young man who looked like a savior. Chapter 35 Get the 7 Days Calling Method, Jianan's Arrival. This was the first time Qi Yuan opened the 4th door. But he only felt a slight pain in his body, not as painful as he imagined. Could it be that the 6 paths Madara inherited a physique that was too strong to withstand the pain of the 4th door? He didn't think any more and picked up a flickering crystal among the countless ice chips. It was the chakra crystal of a level 4 alien beast, as big as a 3-year-old child's fist. At the same time, Qi Yuan's mind heard a system prompt. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Su Ying and gained 50 points of strengthening value. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Lu Song and gained 50 points of strengthening value. Congratulations to the host, you have suppressed Wang Feng and gained 30 points of strengthening value. The continuous prompts made Qi Yuan's eyes light up. In a short period of time, he directly gained 1000 points of strengthening value. It is detected that the host has gained 1000 points of strengthening value within 5 minutes, and an additional 7-day call method is given. 7-day call method. Qi Yuan was shocked. This 7-day call method is also a kind of physical skill. In the early stage, it is even comparable to the 8 gates of Dunjia. It mainly absorbs a large amount of oxygen from the outside world in a short period of time to activate the whole body's skills. At this moment, in Qi Yuan's mind, there are only 3 levels of 7-day guardian. The first active. The second active. The third active. A total of 800 points of reinforcement are needed, so let's fill it up to the third active point. Qi Yuan opened his long mist system panel. Host, Qi Yuan. Level 4 peak. Chakra affinity, potential 521. Body energy. Spiritual energy. 8 gates of ninjutsu, level 5, 342/2000, 7 days calling, level 3, full, bloodline limit, 3 Megatama Sharingan, 9500/. Reinforcement points, 687. He began to have an idea in his heart. I should be able to defeat some primary and intermediate grandmasters by opening the 8 gates of ninjutsu alone. If I use the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the 7 days calling together, can I beat the masters on the Grandmaster Realm list now? Those who can enter the Grandmaster Realm list are at least masters at the peak level of the Grandmaster Realm. However, no matter what he thinks, the emotions of others have been unsettled for a long time. It actually broke the purple flame formation. That should be the 8 gates, there are actually people who can practice the 8 gates to this level. No, why did I hear that Qi Yuan obtained the Sharingan? Could it be that the 8 gates delayed the side effects of the Sharingan? At this moment, Su Ying was still pale, struggling to stand up and thank Qi Yuan. But she couldn't stand up at all. And Qi Yuan directly put on her back, and a stream of green chakra rushed towards Su Ying's body. Su Ying couldn't help but let out a light cry, only to feel that the pain in her body was disappearing rapidly. But she showed a look of shock. Is this the palm fairy technique? She got the inheritance of Tsunade, and she hasn't mastered it yet. And everyone opened their eyes wide. Is this a medical ninjutsu? Qi Yuan can also use this. No, this is not an ordinary medical ninjutsu, it should be a palm fairy technique. The knowledgeable Cao Yang looked at Qi Yuan in surprise again. He had a feeling that this brother Qi definitely did not get the Sharingan in the space of the first ball. And Su Ying gradually got better under the treatment of Qi Yuan's palm fairy technique. Endless questions emerged in his mind. Sharingan? 8 gates? Palm fairy technique? What did he get in the 8th floor? At this moment, Su Ying recalled the scene of Qi Yuan killing the 4th level beast in seconds, and couldn't help but praise, I didn't expect you to be able to use the 8 gates and palm fairy technique. This is really thanks to you. You should be no less powerful than some ordinary grandmasters in this state. At this moment, Lu Song recovered his breath and was a little unhappy when he heard Su Ying's words. Su Ying, what are you talking about? In my opinion, breaking the 4 purple flame formation is the result of our joint efforts. He just made the last attack. Humph. This 4th level beast was defeated by us together, and the chakra crystal should also have our share. All the people present were geniuses. After the danger was lifted, they began to consider their own interests. Lu Song looked at Qi Yuan again, and then said lightly, Student Qi, if you are willing to give me the chakra crystal you have seized, my Mo Lu family will not treat you unfairly. I will even apply to the family to hire you as a guardian. In his opinion, although Qi Yuan practiced the 8 gates. But he was unlucky to choose the Sharingan. That is to say, the side effects of the Sharingan can still be suppressed now. When the realm becomes deeper, no one can withstand the curse of the Sharingan. As a member of the king's family, he certainly knows the experiments that humans have done on the Sharingan in the past 300 years. All of them have basically failed. This Qi Yuan will not be an exception. Su Ying felt much better at this moment. She stood up and sneered coldly, "Lu Song, why are you pretending to be a big shot? Who was the one who cried for his parents just now? Qi Yuan is already a member of our Su family, get out of here." Lu Song's eyes suddenly darkened. And Qi Yuan tilted his head and looked at Lu Song at this moment, holding a fist-sized chakra crystal in his hand. "You want this?" Lu Song's face lit up, thinking that Qi Yuan was very sensible. His Mo Lu family was still very prestigious. However, his face fell in the next second. "Do you want to eat fart?" Everyone present couldn't help laughing, only Lu Song was furious. "You are just a poor family, our Lu family." Before he finished speaking, Qi Yuan looked at him coldly like a knife. "I have a very bad impression of the Lu family, don't force me to do it." At this moment, Cao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everyone here was fine. Otherwise, those aristocratic families would tear him apart. He looked at Qi Yuan excitedly. At the same time, he also looked at Lu Song coldly. This Lu family is like a mentally retarded person. If Qi Yuan is really angry, no one can save him. "This Lu classmate, Qi Yuan saved you, don't you have any gratitude at all? I have reported everything here to the garrison commander. In the final analysis, this disaster was caused by you." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong chakra came from not far away. And this chakra Qi Yuan was also very familiar. Jianan finally arrived late. However, he frowned when he saw everything in front of him. What about the agreed group annihilation? After Cao Yang explained to him what happened here, Jianan looked at Qi Yuan eagerly. Being able to break the 4 purple flame formation is no longer an ordinary Grandmaster Mirror Strongman. How long has it been? He suddenly looked forward to Qi Yuan being able to break the curse of the Sharingan. But the heat here needs to be suppressed, otherwise Qi Yuan will definitely become the focus of the topic. Chapter 36, First Place in the Martial Arts Test. Aliens who can control the Manjaki Sharingan. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The 8th floor of the Tower of Inheritance, Sharingan, 8 gates of ninja and palm immortal technique, all of which are concentrated on a senior high school student. It will definitely attract the attention of all parties, even the attention of the rebel ninja organization. Those guys have no taboos on human experiments. Then Jianan glanced at everyone present and slowly said, "In this case, let's end this year's martial arts test like this. Team Cao Yang, listen to the order, order the perception ninja to search the entire secret space. The medical team is on standby at any time and will not give up any living person. The rest of the people start counting the chakra crystals, which will determine the results of the martial arts test." Jianan waved his hand, and everyone present began to follow him out of the secret space. And everyone carried a bag with their gains in the past few days. The most eye-catching ones are Qi Yuan and Geng Paipei, who are carrying huge packages on their backs, which makes people dumbfounded. At the entrance of the secret space, dozens of guardians are already standing. They are preparing to count the chakra crystals. And someone immediately regretted, "Just now I was only concerned about escaping, and I actually threw away all the chakra crystals." Come on, even if you didn't throw them away, you didn't get much. At this moment, Lu Song took the lead in opening his backpack, and many chakra crystals fell out. Lu Song, 10 jins. He glanced at everyone proudly, but his face suddenly turned black after seeing Qi Yuan and Geng Paipei's packages. At this moment, Geng Paipei came up directly, carrying a huge sack like a strongman. Then he put it on the scale, and the scale pressed directly to the other side. Geng Pai Pei, 252 jins. Qi Yuan also threw the big bag. Bang! Qi Yuan, 302 jins. Everyone was stunned. How many beasts did these two kill? Even Jianan's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Without a doubt, Qi Yuan became the first in the martial arts test. More than 300 kilograms, my god, if you sell all of this, won't you become a billionaire directly? Do you have a vision? Wouldn't it be good to exchange it for chakra potion, sealing scroll, and detonating talisman? What are you thinking? Detonating talismans are banned substances, and you can't buy them even if you have money. Hehe, it's just that you can't buy them. The next day, the martial arts test rankings of various towns in the original ball have been on the hot search. There are 5 entrances to the original ball space in Yuzhou, but the content of this martial arts test is different. Among them, the 1st, 3rd, and 5th towns adopted the method of entering the secret space for training. At this moment, the martial arts test rankings of the 5th town also attracted everyone's attention. First place, Qi Yuan. Who is this? I haven't heard of him. What? He got the Sharingan? What's the use of the 5th town? I'm afraid he is a relative. But why did he choose the Sharingan? Due to some actions of Jianan, many people do not think highly of Qi Yuan. They just think that some local tycoon is paving the way for his son to enter a super university. But is it necessary to pave the way for the Sharingan? Regardless of the hot searches on the internet, Qi Yuan came to Jianan's office after breakfast. You are here, sit down by yourself. The chakra crystal you got has been acquired by someone, and the valuation should be more than 100 million, and it will be transferred to your card soon. Of course, there will be rewards from Yuzhou in the future, you don't have to worry about these. Jianan still looked smiling. But Qi Yuan still felt that he was dangerous. Rank 72nd on the Grandmaster list? Even if I go all out, I may not be able to beat him. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, the 4 levels of early, middle, late, and peak become more and more obvious. All the people on the Grandmaster list are at least in the late Grandmaster list. That is to say, everyone has killed at least 10 or more level 5 late-stage monsters. I asked you to come here today because there are some things you should know. Jianan slowly stood up, then put away his smile and stared at Qi Yuan. Your Sharingan is very unusual, right? Or in your heritage, it should be called the powerful eye technique of the Manjiki Sharingan. Qi Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly, which was different from what he imagined. He thought that the people of the Kyushu Alliance did not know the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan. But now it seems that the Manjiki Sharingan is not a secret in the eyes of the top leaders. But Qi Yuan looked very calm on the surface and did not respond to Jianan's words. But this attitude has proved Jianan's guess test. He did not care and continued, although I don't know what your specific situation is now, it is almost impossible for us humans to control the Sharingan. This is also the reason why we humans think that the Sharingan is garbage. The Sharingan in normal cognition can be barely controlled by the masters above the Grandmaster level, but the body cannot suppress various diseases over time. But the most important thing is that the 3 Magadama Sharingan is not worthy of the masters above the Grandmaster level, but will only be a heavy burden. So far, only the Grandmaster Yunlong, who ranks first in the Grandmaster level, has insisted on not removing the Sharingan. Qi Yuan frowned. This Grandmaster Yunlong can actually become the first in the Grandmaster list when he has the Sharingan? Did he enter the 8th floor of the origin space and get a higher level Sharingan? And Jianan shook his head slowly. He got the inheritance of the 7th level King Kakashi, but in a certain battle, he accidentally stimulated the power beyond the 3 Magadama Sharingan. Qi Yuan's body shook violently. If it is Kakashi's inheritance, and it bursts out with more power than the 3 Magadama Sharingan, it can only be the Kamui Sharingan. However, Jianan sighed heavily, but that kind of power is not something that humans can control at all. Grandmaster Yunlong is now close to exhaustion. That kind of Sharingan is devouring his vitality all the time. Qi Yuan keenly discovered a problem at this moment, that is to say, humans only knew about the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan after Grandmaster Yunlong. Jianan shook his head slowly. That's not the case. We humans knew about the Mangeki Sharingan as early as 300 years ago. We humans can't control the Sharingan, but those beasts and the royal families among the beasts can control it. Even the royal families among the beasts can control the terrifying Mangeki Sharingan. Royal family. Qi Yuan's eyes were full of confusion. His previous level was too low to get such news. This royal family is also called the alien race. Whether it is wisdom or talent, it is far superior to other alien beasts, but the number is extremely rare. According to our detection, we found that the total number of these alien races in so many secret spaces will not exceed 3 digits. Their faces are closer to human form. Jianan opened his computer and turned out several photos. Qi Yuan's pupils shrank again. The creatures in these photos looked like the monsters in the myths of his previous life. The head of the beast and the body of a human, but the eyes are full of human emotions. More importantly, these alien races can enter the inheritance tower in the secret space to inherit. And the Mangeki Sharingan they have is obtained in the inheritance tower. It is said that they control the secret space with Sharingan, which contains many alien beasts with Sharingan, and the inheritance tower inside has the inheritance of Mangeki Sharingan. Qi Yuan's expression was completely shocked. Perhaps thinking that Qi Yuan felt scared, Jianan comforted him. They are only a small part, and they have to pay a great price to control this kind of pupil power. Basically, after using it dozens of times, the power of this pupil power will be greatly reduced or even disappear completely. So we humans can guard those dangerous secret spaces. Chapter 37 The Existence of Tailed Beasts and Jinkriki. Jianan's words immediately made Qi Yuan understand everything. First of all, not every alien race can control the Mangeki Sharingan. Secondly, they are all controlling ordinary Mangeki Sharingan, and they will also suffer from extremely powerful side effects, and these kings among humans are not impossible to resist. As for the secret space with the inheritance of Sharingan, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes. Wouldn't all of them be the inheritance of the Uchiha clan? The inheritance in the secret space is different. Excluding the 5 inheritances on the 8th floor of the primordial space, who knows how many Mangeki Sharingans the Uchiha still have? Moreover, Qi Yuan also thought of a possibility. Since those alien races can adapt to the Mangeki Sharingan to a certain extent, will there be the inheritance of 6 paths pain? A sense of urgency began to emerge in his heart, and he was thinking about earning reinforcement points to speed up the inheritance of 6 paths Madara. The 6 paths pain's samsara eye still came from Uchiha Madara, so don't wait until one day you encounter it. And Qi Yuan suddenly thought of another question. Master, do you know the tailed beast? Jialan looked at Qi Yuan with a strange expression, and then squinted and said, you should not be able to find these on the internet. Where did you hear it from? Qi Yuan's mind was clear. This old man must also know the existence of the tailed beast. And from his tone, the tailed beast should be an extremely secret existence. Jianan did not continue to ask, but slowly said, in the secret space controlled by us humans, there are several special inheritances. They are called Jinkriki inheritance. At first, our ancestors did not know what Jinkriki was, until a powerful ancestor accidentally captured a certain giant beast. This giant beast does not have a physical body, it is all made up of chakra. But it has the power to destroy the world. And if this giant beast is sealed in the human body through a powerful sealing technique, the power of the giant beast can be obtained. We call the giant beast a tailed beast, and the carrier of the tailed beast is called Jinkriki. Only people who inherit the Jinkriki can seal the tailed beast into their own bodies. Qi Yuan's heart was churning, and then he asked, where do these tailed beasts come from, and what about other Jinkraki? Jianan said solemnly, these tailed beasts also originated from a special secret space, but this no one knows the coordinates of the space, and it seems to appear only at a specific time. Our human race currently only controls one tailed beast, and it is said that the alien race controls at least 3 or more tailed beasts. Seeing that Qi Yuan still had something to ask, Jianan smiled bitterly and shook his head, I know so much, you can ask Lord Yu the rest later. Qi Yuan's head went dark. Can his current identity be related to the high and mighty King Yu? Jianan waved his hand, and then asked casually, do you have a conflict with the Yang family in Shangcheng? Qi Yuan looked at him strangely. Did Jianan want to stop him from taking revenge on the Yang family? And Jianan said seriously, do you know that the Yang family has moved to Fengzhou with their whole family? Qi Yuan nodded, which he also learned from Qin Gan. The reason why the Yang family moved to Fengzhou is because of Yang Tianbao. Jianan looked at Qi Yuan's eyes, and then sighed again, he is now the disciple of Feng Wang, the lord of Fengzhou, and the successor of the next Feng Wang. Qi Yuan's brows were furrowed again. In his impression, the Yang family was just a nouveau riche. A few years ago, it was still a poor family, and it became a noble family because of Yang Tianbao. But how can he become the successor of the lord of a state? And Jianan gave him the answer. The Wind Kings of all generations have inherited the human pillar, and their strength is extremely powerful. And Yang Tianbao inherited the human pillar named Gara, and showed the talent that a human pillar should have in the past 10 years. Now the Wind King is old and can no longer suppress the tailed beast in his body, so Yang Tianbao has become his best choice. Gara. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, it turned out to be him. Their Yang family will only be in Fengzhou in the future, far away from us. Don't worry, there will be no intersection in the future. If the Yang family wants to cause trouble for you, I will ask Lord Yu to help. Jianan was still a little worried that Qi Yuan would act impulsively. After all, some of the actions of this kid in the past few days have frightened him. He is bold and careful, but his strength is growing very fast. But no matter how fast his strength grows, he is the lord of a state, and it is good enough if he is not troubled. At this moment, the fifth town has become lively. Representatives of 9 super universities such as Yuzhou University, Mingcheng University, and Moyu University have arrived in the town. There are a total of 9 super universities in Yuzhou. These universities not only bear the burden of cultivating talents, but also guard the many secret spaces in Yuzhou. It can be said that the reason why Yuzhou is so stable is that these 9 super universities have played a significant role. So they are also very strict in selecting talents. Especially for this early batch, basically the students who are admitted to the 9 universities in the early batch, the final achievements are all starting from the Grandmaster Mirror. And at this moment, they all have the report card of the ranking of the martial arts test in the 5th town in their hands. The first person who caught their eyes was Qi Yuan. Killed so many strange beasts? And got a level 4 chakra crystal? The representatives of various super universities were completely stunned. What kind of genius is this? Was he trained by a royal family? What did he get in the space of the first ball? Is it the inheritance of a king? At the very least, it should be the upper blood boundary or the inheritance of a level 6 strongman. However, when everyone saw the Sharingan in Qi Yuan's information, the school representatives couldn't help rubbing their eyes. How could it be a Sharingan? Everyone felt incredible. Then they saw Qi Yuan practicing the 8 gates. It turns out that the side effects of the Sharingan were delayed by the 8 gates. But the curse of the Sharingan will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. One day, it will break through the body's tolerance and cause a sharp disease. Looking at his records, he should have practiced the 4th gate of the 8-gate ninjutsu. He is indeed very talented at this age, but it's a pity. The difficulty of practicing the 8-gate ninjutsu is extremely high, and it's not that no one has practiced it in the past. But even if they are gifted, most of them only practice the 4th or 5th gate. And this level of 8-gate ninjutsu can only suppress the Sharingan for 1 or 2 years at most. He has the talent to practice the 8-gate ninjutsu, but he chose the Sharingan. It's really fate. In their opinion, even if he doesn't get the inheritance of the Tower of Inheritance, Qi Yuan has a place among geniuses just by virtue of his talent for the 8-gate ninjutsu. What's more, he ranked first in the martial arts test in the 5th town, and he can definitely enter their super universities. However, unfortunately, no matter how good his current grades are, he can't hide the fact that he has obtained the Sharingan. Then this student cannot be admitted. Maybe he can pass the regular college entrance examination to enter our school, but we can't give him a pass in this early batch. Chapter 38 Grandmaster Yunlong, The Appearance of the Divine Sharingan. There are a total of 9 super universities in Yuzhou, and those who can get their early admission can at least reach the Grandmaster Mirror. And Qi Yuan, who has the Sharingan, theoretically has a hard time breaking through to the Grandmaster Mirror. If it were an ordinary university, this result would be completely sufficient. But these schools are selecting the best from the best, so Qi Yuan was quickly excluded by them. The representatives of these super universities were very sorry. Everyone stopped looking at Qi Yuan's information, but skipped him and looked at other students. Only the representative of the Magic and Martial Arts University had a solemn expression, and then he pushed the chair away and walked out. It's Lao Zhou, didn't you go to the 5th town to recruit students? Why are you calling me? Vice President Yun, I got a letter from a student here, but I can't decide whether to admit him or not. The person on the other end smiled. Do you need to ask me about such a small matter? You will know after you take a look. Mohu City, Mohu University. Yun Ce frowned in confusion. What's wrong with this old Zhou? Does the admission of a student need to be asked about him? His cell phone rang, and then he saw the message sent to him by the representative of Mohu University. When he saw the word Sharingan, Yun Ce's pupil shrank. 3 Megatama Sharingan? 8 gates of ninjutsu? And he has practiced to the 4th gate? His name is Qi Yuan? Isn't this the name mentioned by the Su family when they asked us to exchange the Thunder Release ninjutsu? A few days ago, Grandmaster Su Ning of the Su family wanted to exchange the Thunder Release ninjutsu of the Yun family for a generous price. This made the Yun family very embarrassed, because the Thunder Release ninjutsu was the foundation of the Yun family. How could it be given to the Su family? After Su Ning's explanation, it was known that it was not given to the Su family. Is this little guy the one who entered the 8th floor of the Tower of Inheritance? It seems that a way has been found to suppress the side effects of the Sharingan. Very good, this news should be of great interest to you, brother. He ignored the work at hand and quickly ran to the principal's office. At this moment, a middle-aged man who looked a bit like him was sitting in the office. The most striking thing about this middle-aged man was that his left eye was completely covered by a bandage, but his body was extremely dry and his skin was unnaturally pale. But this scarred body revealed extreme danger. The people in the room frowned when they heard the noise. Brother, I got a piece of news. Yun Ce was interrupted by the middle-aged man before he finished speaking. Go out, knock on the door and come in again. Yun Ce knocked on the door helplessly and walked in again. Principal, I have something to report. The middle-aged man was writing and drawing on the desk, and did not understand Yun Ce. And Yun Ce was waiting patiently. At the same time, he also looked at his eldest brother's left eye bandage and pale face. A complicated expression appeared on his face. After a long while, the middle-aged man raised his head. Something. Yun Ce showed Qi Yuan's information to the middle-aged man. The latter took it and glanced at it carefully, and a light appeared in his only remaining right eye. Use the 8 gates to suppress the curse of the Sharingan. I tried it back then, but unfortunately I don't have the talent to practice the 8 gates. I can only choose the Thunder Release ninjutsu as a second choice. But now, Yun Ce couldn't help asking at this moment, brother, don't open that kind of power again, otherwise you will die. His elder brother Yunlong is the president of Moyo University, the head of the Moyo Yun family. He is also the Grandmaster Yunlong, who is at the top of the Grandmaster list. He has received the inheritance of the 7th level King Hitaki Kakashi, and is now a 6th level Grandmaster Mirror Powerhouse, only a little away from the King realm. As we all know, Kakashi's inheritance will grow a 3 Magatama Sharingan at the 6th level Grandmaster realm. Therefore, those who have received Kakashi's inheritance often replace their left eye at this level to ensure that they will not be written the curse of the Sharingan. However, his eldest brother is an outlier. Since he became a level 6 Grandmaster more than 20 years ago, his left eye has always maintained the state of Sharingan. Because of this, Yunlong, who originally had a talent comparable to King Yu, has not broken through to the King level for more than 20 years. He is suffering from the torture of the Sharingan all the time. If it weren't for his eldest brother's extremely strong physical fitness, he probably wouldn't even be able to maintain the strength of the level 6 Grandmaster Jing. And in these 20 years, many people laughed at Yunlong for not being able to adapt. Obviously, he went to drop the Sharingan and you can break through to the 7th level king. However, until 8 years ago, all these doubts turned into extreme shock. The Yun family was originally a royal family in Mingcheng City, Yuzhou, but moved to Mo City 8 years ago. 8 years ago, the 7th level king beast in the S-level secret realm guarded by the Yun family in Mingcheng City suddenly broke through the realm, and the king of the Yun family was defeated and died on the spot. The entire royal family, the Yun family, was destroyed. And just when the Yun family was in despair, Yunlong's left eye awakened a new power. It was superior to the 3 hooks, the terrifying power of the Jade Sharingan. With the help of the sealing technique, Yunlong, with the strength of a level 6 Grandmaster, directly tore the high-level King Beast to pieces by skipping several levels. This is a rare feat in human history of killing a King Beast by skipping levels. Moreover, in these 8 years, Yunlong has made a total of 4 attacks, and each time a King Beast fell. Yunlong looked at his brother, then covered his left eye and said slowly, "You don't understand, my Manjiki Sharingan is an extremely special existence even among the aliens. If I can completely control this power, I can not only break through the realm of the level 7 king, but also directly become the top existence. It's a pity that I am now." Yunlong is very clear about his limits. If he uses that power again, he may die directly. He looked at the information at hand. This Qi Yuan, our magic and martial arts university wants it. Yun Ce suddenly recalled the time when his elder brother opened the Manjiki Sharingan. Even now, he still felt the horror, evil, and power of this power. And a hint of greed. "Oh, by the way, Xiao Ce, how is your practice now? Few people have inherited the king's inheritance, and it seems that few people have heard of breaking through the 7th level king through him." Yun Ce shook his head awkwardly at this moment. "Maybe I still don't have the talent. I have stayed in the realm of Grandmaster for many years." Yun Ce turned around, but his heart was full of distress. The inheritance he received was the 7th level king Bei Lu Hu. This king inheritance had no curses or surprises, and looked ordinary. The technique of ghost buds. By fusing other people's bodies to obtain other people's power, even blood boundary. This is an absolutely evil technique, and it is impossible and dare not be revealed to others. No wonder all those who have inherited Bei Lu Hu in the past have either become rebels or stayed at the level of Grandmasters. If this kind of thing is discovered by others, of course, it will become a global public enemy. But Yun Ce's heart revealed a shadow. Why can't he be as powerful as his elder brother? To be precise, why can't he control the fascinating power of the pupil technique? Chapter 39 Ant Bai Ling, Invitation from the Magic Martial Arts University. Yun Ce was thinking a lot, but at this time his private phone rang and scared him. And the name on it was Su Ning. He didn't dare to neglect it, and then he quickly answered the phone. "Brother Yun Ce, I wonder what your Yun family thinks." "Don't worry, the thunder release ninjutsu will only belong to Qi Yuan, and my Su family will never spy on it. And even if Qi Yuan can't practice the thunder release ninjutsu, the reward will still be yours. Yun Ci's eyes narrowed. The relationship between Su Ning and Qi Yuan is extraordinary. It's just that his Yun family is not a blood boundary inheritance family, but a level 7 king appears every once in a while. Their generation is special. But as long as the Yun family is given some time, they will definitely recover their vitality again. It is much more stable than those so-called blood boundary families. And this thunder release ninjutsu is the foundation of their becoming kings. But the Yun family is not him, but his eldest brother. He can't make the decision on this matter. Su Ning on the opposite side is certainly not for Qi Yuan. All the prices she promised were paid by her senior sister Bai Ling, who was far away in Qingzhou. It even included 2S level ninjutsu. Bai Ling spent a lot of money for her nephew Qi Yuan. However, Su Ning did not hold out much hope. How could anyone be willing to exchange such a secret technique? Yunlong on the other side obviously heard the conversation between the two. He waved his hand, and Yun Ce immediately handed him the phone. "Oh, is that Su Ning? Your brother is in good health, right?" Su Ning on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, and then quickly sat up straight. As a strong man in the Grandmaster realm, Su Ning even ranked high on the Grandmaster list. However, compared to this freak who can kill the king beast across levels, none of them is inferior. "It's brother Yunlong, I'm really sorry to bother you." And Yunlong was no longer polite and said directly, "I don't want the reward you pay." Su Ning thought to herself that it was indeed the case. How could the Yun family be willing to exchange? However, the next moment her face became wonderful. "When that little guy comes to Mohu, I will personally teach him the lightning release ninjutsu." Su Ning. She hung up the phone with a strange look on her face. Is Qi Yuan related to the Yun family? But just after she hung up the phone, her communication rang again. That was her senior sister Bai Ling. "Hey, junior sister Ninger, has the Yun family agreed? If not, I can still increase the stakes." And Su Ning said speechlessly, "They don't want your things." Bai Ling on the opposite side immediately showed disappointment. When she heard that Qi Yuan actually chose the Sharingan, she felt that God had played a joke on her. As a family of pupil techniques, she knew the Sharingan very well, which was somewhat similar to the Byakugan. If their Byakugan was often coveted by others, then the Sharingan was like the Oli-Ge in the toilet, and they wanted to turn around and run away immediately. But then she rekindled hope. Because he knew that his nephew had the talent to practice the 8 gates of ninjutsu, then he might not necessarily die young. So he wanted to obtain the Yun family's thunder release ninjutsu, plus another layer of insurance. "Senior sister, are you listening?" Bai Ling seemed to have missed something just now. "I mean, is your Qingzhou Bai family related to the Mohu Yun family?" Their Yun family plans to give the thunder release ninjutsu directly to Qi Yuan. Bai Ling, who was far away in Qingzhou, widened his eyes. Their Bai family and the Yun family had never met before. And with the nature of the Bai family, how could they do such a thing for their sister's child? When the Yang family was able to obtain the secret realm inheritance that should have belonged to Qi Yuan, their Bai family had made a lot of efforts. Thinking of this, Bai Ling added a bit of sarcasm to the top leaders of her family. She was silent for a while, then said, "I can't leave here. The secret beasts in Qingzhou are getting stronger and stronger. If I really can't come back, please take care of Xiao Yuan for my sake." Su Ning's face became solemn. Is Qingzhou so serious? Bai Ling sighed, "The secret space guarded by my Bai family is out of control. If it weren't for Lord Qingwang's death order, my father would have abandoned the whole city and ran away." Thinking of this, Bai Ling thought of her sister's story. Their Bai family is completely corrupt. If the ancestor is alive, he will be angry to death. Su Ning also knows the situation of the Bai family. Hearing Bai Ling's request at this moment, she agreed without hesitation. Not to mention her relationship with Bai Ling, Xiao Ying said that Qi Yuan saved her life yesterday. Su Ning suddenly had a bold idea: if Qi Yuan can really overcome the curse of the Sharingan, then he and Xiao Ying are quite suitable. At this moment in the fifth town of the original space, the evaluation of the 9 super universities is almost over. Guardian Cao Yang has also returned here. Their search has been completed long ago. A total of 806 people entered the D-level secret space, and 714 survived in the end, and more than 100 people were seriously injured. It is undoubtedly more tragic than the previous martial arts test. There is no way around it. They must grow up as soon as possible. Now the entrances to the secret space have increased sharply, while the number of guardians has been decreasing. If the situation worsens in the future, there may be Boy Scouts. Geng Paipei, who was standing next to Qi Yuan at this moment, sighed, "My classmate Zhou Xiao was attacked by a level 2 peak beast while escaping, and her body was completely destroyed." Qi Yuan responded, "You still sympathize with her? She almost killed you." Geng Paipei sighed and said, "She's dead, I can't spit on her body." Then he bowed solemnly to Qi Yuan and said, "Thank you for your help, I have learned a lot in the past few days. In the future, we will be brothers who share life and death. We don't ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but we ask." Qi Yuan interrupted her and looked at her speechlessly. "After understanding her for the past few days, I found that this girl is so simple that she is a little bit stupid. It's too easy to trust others. She was sold and still helped others count money." And at this moment, a curtain rose in the circular square. It announced the admission quotas of various universities. There were more than 700 people in total, and only a dozen of them were admitted by these super universities. The rest can only participate in the early batch of ordinary universities or the college entrance examination. Geng Paipei's eyes lit up quickly. "Yuzhou University, I'm admitted. Now I can be with Sister Qing Qing again." Yan Qingqing was also admitted to Yuzhou University 2 years ago. It is said that her current strength is close to the Grandmaster level, and she is very famous in Yuzhou University. After Geng Paipei was happy, she looked for Qi Yuan's name again. But soon her brows frowned, and there was no one. And other people also discovered this situation. Qi Yuan, who ranked first in the martial arts test, was not admitted to the super university. They looked at Qi Yuan with strange eyes. But Qi Yuan did not show any fluctuations. Jianan had told him before that he was afraid that the tree that stood out in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Erase Qi Yuan's physical condition and the experience of using the palm fairy technique. The purpose is to make him low-key and not let those who are interested notice the abnormality of his Sharingan. However, at this moment, the representative wearing the badge of the Magic Martial Arts University in front of him hurriedly walked onto the stage. He had just received a positive message from the principal. "Who is Qi Yuan?" His shout immediately exposed Qi Yuan. The representative of the Magic and Martial Arts University surnamed Zhou smiled and said, "Congratulations, Qi Yuan, you have been admitted to our Magic and Martial Arts University in advance." Chapter 40 Masonic Killer, Simon An of Shangcheng City. Everyone's face changed. I didn't expect that there would be a turnaround. Qi Yuan was actually admitted to the Magic and Martial Arts University. However, at this moment, Qi Yuan's eyes looked at the Magic and Martial Arts representatives on the stage. "So what can your Magic and Martial Arts University give me?" Everyone was stunned again, and then looked at Qi Yuan in disbelief. "What do you mean? If the Magic and Martial Arts University can't give you what you want, are you still unwilling to go?" The representative of the Magic Martial University was startled at first, and then said seriously, "We can't give you too many resources or privileges at Magic Martial University, but we can give you the most suitable space for growth. Among the 9 super universities, Magic Martial University has the most secret spaces, and students can improve their strength faster. In the past 10 years, all the students admitted by Magic Martial University in advance can basically reach the Grandmaster level as long as they don't die within 2 years. Therefore, you must also be prepared accordingly. The mortality rate of our Magic Martial University has always been high. When everyone heard the representative of Magic Martial University say this, they immediately felt that Magic Martial University didn't seem to be a good place to go. It sounds like someone is going to die. And the representatives of other super universities also looked at Qi Yuan. Although they didn't say it directly, the mortality rate of their universities is actually not low. The strong, while enjoying privileges, also bear responsibilities that are different from ordinary people. However, Qi Yuan looked into the eyes of the representative and smiled, "This is enough. I accept the admission of Moyo University." Qi Yuan's answer was so clear and neat that everyone couldn't help but admire it. Someone actually faced the challenge, while they were still hesitating. The eyes of the Moyo representative lit up, and he immediately looked at Qi Yuan with a new look. "Okay, see you at Moyo University in a week." Students in the early batch are different from ordinary college entrance examination candidates. They are taken back by the university for training early. And the resources they get are far higher than ordinary college entrance examination candidates. Almost all students in the early batch can become the pillars of various places after they grow up. Of course, the premise is that you can survive and become the pillar. Moyo Lu family. Lu Song is standing in front of Lu Tianjun at this moment. Because of his tricky operation in the martial arts test, he almost wiped out all the geniuses in the 5th town. So no super university accepted him at all, even if he was from the Moyo Lu family. He could only choose an ordinary university in Moyo City. It doesn't matter if you can't go to a super university, but you can't lose your position in the Lu family. Second uncle, this is what happened to me in the secret space. That Qi Yuan is indeed not simple. After opening the 8 gates of Dunjia, he can exert the strength of a grandmaster. Of course it's better than you are still far from being as good as your second uncle. Although Lu Song did not think that his future achievements would stop at the Grandmaster Mirror. However, at this moment, he had to admit that Qi Yuan's strength was far superior to his. He heard that his second uncle had some minor friction with Qi Yuan, so he came to give him some advice. By the way, he got closer to Lu Tianjun. And Lu Tianjun's face was gloomy at this moment. He was not a big man, and was insulted by Qi Yuan in front of Jianan. It was a great shame. Hearing Lu Song's narration at this moment, he felt incredible. He suddenly felt a little panic in his heart. That day, Qi Yuan wanted to kill him while he was controlled by the illusion. Now it seems that it is not just a joke, that little beast may really have the strength to kill him. What went wrong? How can he be so powerful with the Sharingan? He was full of thoughts, and after waving his nephew away, he dialed a mysterious number. "Hello. I'll pay 100 million for one person's head." Soon, the call was disconnected. Lu Tianjun directly pulled out his communication card and threw it into the toilet. "Qi Yuan, I have given you enough face. The Freemasons asked me for 100 million. Remember not to mess with me in the next life." Shangcheng City, Yang family. Most of the Yang family has moved at this moment. Only the head of the family, Yang Su, and a few of his confidants are about to move. However, Yang Su's face is extremely gloomy at this moment. In other words, Yang San and Yang Ding from a few days ago were all killed by Qi Yuan. At this moment, he had already received the information that Qi Yuan won the first place in the martial arts test. Among them was the news that he opened the 8 gates of Dunjia. I suddenly understood how those Yang family members died before. Yang Su felt that his lungs were about to explode. No one had dared to despise the Yang family like this in the past 10 years. At the same time, a shadow was cast in his heart. His father Qi Hong could kick the Quasi-King beast to death with the 8 gates of Dunjia, so his son might not be able to do it. "Mu Lao, find a chance to help me kill this Qi Yuan." Next to him stood an old man with a vast aura. Even Yang Su was extremely respectful to him. However, Mu Lao also frowned, and then said, I am from Fengzhou, it is not suitable for me to take action in Yuzhou. Yang Su's face looked a little ugly. Although he was a master, the old man in front of him was a direct subordinate of King Feng. And he was also a master on the list of Grand Masters. It was because of his son Yang Tianbao's relationship that he could come to Yuzhou to pick up Yang Su to Fengzhou. And the old man looked at Yang Su's ugly face. Then he stroked his beard, although I can't do it, I can let others do it. Yang Su's eyes lit up. Old man Mu continued, because there is a strong King Yu in Yuzhou, the strength of the Freemasonry organization in Yuzhou is relatively weak. But asking them to kill a young boy is still a piece of cake. Qi Yuan stayed in the 5th town for 5 days. Today's martial arts test is over, and it's finally time to go back. But Yan Gang had returned to Shangcheng City a long time ago, and he is not a student of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School now. So he went back alone. Yang family, we should settle our accounts. However, when Qi Yuan returned to Shangcheng, he heard that the Yang family had moved away. Now only some branches remain. The heads of the family who seized his secret inheritance have long disappeared. It's a pity that the Yang family can only be dealt with later. However, Uncle Yan's matter needs to be dealt with. Before he left, he went straight to Jianan and asked for his help, hoping to use his relationship to let Yan Gang serve as the principal of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. He was ready to pay some price. Of course, if Jianan can't handle it, then he will go to Su Ying. Hasn't she always wanted to be the protector of the Su family? However, Jianan didn't say anything and called the mayor of Shangcheng directly. Although the mayor of Shangcheng is also a master mirror, he is far inferior to Jianan. And Jianan belongs to the direct lineage of King Yu, the mayor of Shangcheng. Is it too late to curry favor? It's just the appointment of a principal of an ordinary high school. The appointment documents should have been issued by now. Soon, Qi Yuan arrived at Yan Gang's house. It was Aunt Hong who opened the door. Qi Yuan found that there were guests at Yan Gang's house. Yan Gang's face was flushed at this moment, and there were several people standing next to him. Xiao Yuan, you are back, this is... He was about to introduce, and a middle-aged man stood out from those people. This is classmate Qi Yuan, what Jia Zhenshao said is really well deserved. Let me introduce myself, I am Simon An, the mayor of Shangcheng City. Today I came to see Principal Yan specially. Qi Yuan's eyes fixed, the mayor of Shangcheng came in person, Jianan's face is so big. Yan Gang was still wondering why he was appointed as the principal of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School. Now he understood everything, his Xiao Yuan had a relationship with the Jia garrison commander. Principal Yan, we have agreed that I will go to Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School in person tomorrow to help you intimidate those old foxes. As for that matter, Yan Gang said at this moment, Mayor Sima, although the small secret space is not dangerous, my Xiao Yuan is still young after all, how about looking for someone else? Qi Yuan frowned at this moment, and it took him a while to understand the cause and effect. Shangcheng City has a small secret space, which contains at most level 2 alien beasts. The Yang family used to guard it, and when they left Shangcheng City in a mess. The law enforcement team in Shangcheng City could not spare too many people, and he, the mayor, couldn't do it himself. Simon An came to Yan Gang's house, one to show his goodwill to Qi Yuan, and the other to ask him to take this. The danger in the small secret space was removed. However, Yan Gang disagreed, even though he now knew that Qi Yuan was not the child in his memory. Qi Yuan smiled slightly. Simon An gave him such a face, and this little thing was just a piece of cake. Mayor Sima, leave this little thing to me. Simon An's eyes lit up immediately. This little thing actually didn't require him to personally take action. The matter of the small secret space was not a big deal, but after a few times, several people were involved, right? Qi Yuan and Yan Gang were able to get in touch with Jiuzhen Shushi, so I have to pay more attention. I have been in this poor place for a long time. Chapter 41 The Art of Reincarnation Without Corpses, The Appearance of the Samsara Eye. The next day, Yan Gang took office. However, he was directly given a blow. After all, he was just a department head before, and now he has become the principal. Many people must be dissatisfied. It also touched the interests of many people. Yan Gang remained silent and went to his office to wait silently. At this moment, at the board meeting of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School, more than a dozen pot-bellied people were furious at the conference table. What's going on? Why did the mayor suddenly appoint Yan Gang as the principal of Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School? Yang Hu, didn't you say that you have the final say here after the main branch of the Yang family left? Didn't you say that you have asked the Yang family to give you the position of principal? Haha, your Yang family has only been gone for a few days, and Mayor Sima doesn't take your Yang family seriously. The middle-aged man named Yang Hu also had a gloomy face at this moment. After all, the position of principal that he had obtained disappeared. He spent a lot of money to please the manager of the main branch of the Yang family, but he didn't expect that the principal was not his position. But for Sima Nan, the Yang family that had left Yuzhou had no use value to him. This Shangcheng city is finally truly his Sima Nan. So what if he is the principal? The school is still under the control of us directors. However, at this moment, his secretary came in a panic. Oh no, I heard that the mayor of Shangcheng city is visiting our school, and the new principal has gone to meet him. Everyone's face changed. Could it be that Yan Gang really has a relationship with the mayor? Everyone hurried out. Now that the Yang family has moved away, the mayor is the only one in Shangcheng city. If Yan Gang has a relationship with the mayor, then they dare not ignore Yan Gang's face even if they are given the courage. Huanjun City is a medium-sized city on the border of Yuzhou. It is usually inconspicuous. At this moment, in a large entertainment club. The club is bustling with people, but what no one knows is that there is another world deep in this club. This is the Yuzhou Freemasonry branch. At this moment, Zhao Hua, the branch director, listened to the report of his subordinates and immediately showed an interested look. Two families are offering to buy one person's head. Who is this guy? Why is he so hated? The subordinate knelt on the ground at this time, not daring to move. The minister in front of him, Zhao Hua, was just a smiling and humble entertainment club owner in front of him, but behind the scenes he was a genuine level 7 king. If he said one wrong word, he would be completely finished. Zhao Hua picked up the information provided by his subordinate, and what caught his eye was a picture of a young man. And the following information made him more interested. Got the Sharingan? But still won the first place in the martial arts test. Possess the talent of the 8 gates ninjutsu. And the kneeling subordinate said at this time, according to our information in the 5th town, Qi Yuan broke the 4 purple flame formation set up by the 4th level alien beast with his own strength. Someone even saw him perform the palm immortal technique. Zhao Hua's face began to become solemn, and he looked at Qi Yuan's information carefully. Then he said, let number 17 go on the mission, try not to kill him, bring him back as a test subject for research. The Freemasons have a total of 20 assassins at the top of the Grand Master realm, and several of them are resting at the Huanjun City branch. Number 17 is at the top of the Grand Master realm, proficient in assassination, and he doesn't think this is a difficult task. The subordinate responded and then slowly retreated. And Zhao Hua muttered to himself, it's normal to be able to suppress a single Magatama Sharingan through the 8 gates, but it's very abnormal to suppress a 3 Magatama Sharingan with only the 4th gate. There's something strange about Qi Yuan's body. Suddenly his ears moved, and it seemed that a slight cough came from his ears. Teacher, are you awake again? Zhao Hua turned his head and slowly walked into a secret room. The lights in the secret room were dim, and he walked for a long time before he came to a bedroom. And there was a person lying on the bed in the bedroom. At this moment, he kept twitching, as if he was enduring great pain. Zhao Hua swallowed his saliva, and seemed to be full of fear of the person on the bed. After a long while, the figure on the bed stopped twitching. Then he slowly turned his head and looked at Zhao Hua. The latter only felt a chill all over his body. With his strength as a level 7 king, he actually felt that he had entered the abyss at this moment. The creature lying there was not a human being at all, but a cat-like face. His upper body was like a tiger, but his lower body was in normal human form. However, what was even more shocking was that the man's left eye was normal, but his right eye was like a purple vortex. It stretched in circles, full of weirdness and terrifying pupil power. Zhao Hua had already squatted down and asked respectfully, "Teacher, how is the body of this alien race adapted?" The beast head over there laughed strangely. "This beast's body is really good. But its eyes really make me want to die." He covered his strange purple pupils, as if caressing his own child. Zhao Hua asked cautiously, "Teacher, is this samsara eye really that powerful?" The monster laughed again. "Why do you think I have been sneaking into that secret space frequently in the past 30 years? Isn't it for this samsara eye? Although the ordinary Manjaki Sharingan is powerful, it is not impossible for us to fight against it. And this samsara eye?" The man with the beast head also took out a mirror and looked at his right eye with an obsessed look. "With this, my senior brother Yu Wang can be stepped on by me." Zhao Hua buried his head even lower. His teacher, whose real name is Gu Huan, is the current leader of the Freemasonry of the Kyushu Alliance. But 40 years ago, he was the junior brother of the current King Yu and the biological son of the old King Yu. Because he resented his father for not handing over the throne of King Yu to him, he embarked on another incredible path. He conducted human experiments crazily, even using the corpse of the old King Yu for experiments. After being discovered, he was directly killed by the current King Yu. However, Gu Huan inherited the legacy of Orochimaru and had many means of saving his life. After leaving Yuzhou, he directly joined the Freemasonry and even became the leader of the Freemasonry. "My good disciple! With your eyes, you cannot recognize the power of this eye. What upper bloodline limit, what king inheritance, is nothing but a mirage in front of this eye. Including those so-called Manjaki Sharingan. Since we humans cannot bear this kind of power, then just change a body." The creature laughed strangely again. "I have been eyeing this alien for 30 years, from his childhood to now. His growth and talent make me shocked. It makes me jealous. And it makes me eager." So on the day when he inherited the samsara eye from his ancestor, his mental strength was extremely weak, and that was the best time for me to seize his body. Now I succeeded. The only thing left is how to control this samsara eye. The beast-headed man became a little crazy at this moment. And Zhao Hua was still terrified. He had never seen the power of this samsara eye. But it is said to be a power that surpasses the Manjaki Sharingan. And he had just seen the power of the Manjaki. Ask yourself, with your current strength as a 7th level king, you are still impressed by the power of that eye technique. You can't even think of a samsara eye that surpasses it. Through his teacher, he learned that those alien races have an extremely powerful inheritance place. And this inheritance is the inheritance of the samsara eye. But even the most amazing and talented aliens cannot control such a powerful eye power. For hundreds of years, it seems that only a few people have inherited the samsara eye, but after inheriting the samsara eye, these aliens also died quickly. And these samsara eyes were left and worshipped by the aliens as the eyes of the gods. Later, they found that some gifted aliens could barely control a samsara eye after paying a huge price. And the alien body that his teacher took through the art of reincarnation had this talent. As a result, it was now occupied by his teacher. Chapter 42 The Cause of the Qingzhou Riot, The Coming Danger. Gu Huan still kept admiring his samsara eye, even making him forget that he had become an ugly alien at this moment. After a while, he looked up and asked, "Is there any movement in Qingzhou?" Now, the aliens in the secret space are almost crazy. The Samsara Eye is gone, I'm afraid Qingzhou is in trouble. But Zhao Hua's pupils suddenly changed at this moment. Teacher, did you come out of that S-level secret space in Qingzhou? Just a few days ago, there was a riot in Qingzhou, and now half of Qingzhou has turned into a world of strange beasts. Zhao Hua immediately had a chain reaction. No wonder his teacher ran directly to Yuzhou in the other hemisphere. It turned out to avoid possible dangers. However, when he left, the whole Qingzhou suffered directly. Several ancient level 7 kings suddenly revived from a certain S-level secret space in Qingzhou. This directly broke the balance of Qingzhou, causing half of Qingzhou to fall into the hands of strange beasts. This also means that more than 100 million people have become food for strange beasts, and a tragic tragedy has occurred in the past few days. The beast head looked unconcerned. Those old guys in Qingzhou are good, and they didn't lose the entire territory. There are 5 level 7 peak king beasts in that secret space. Zhao Hua was shocked at this moment, but he couldn't help but say, I heard that 2 intermediate kings were killed in the battle in Qingzhou. Thanks to the reinforcements from other states, they set up a powerful seal to stop the spread of the beast tide. The beast head suddenly stared at Zhao Hua, and then smiled strangely. Are you blaming your teacher for being cruel and snatching the Samsara Eye, which led to the beast tide? Zhao Hua was also a level 7 king, but he was terrified at this moment. The difference between kings can only be known by those who have reached their level. He was just a slightly larger grasshopper who had just entered the king realm. Even though his teacher was very weak now, it would be easy to kill him. Zhao Hua hurriedly distanced himself from the relationship. But the humanoid beast didn't care about his expression at all. You guys, even if you have cultivated to the level 7 king, you still don't understand what power is. Don't even mention half of Qingzhou. For this Samsara Eye, what does it matter if the Kyushu alliance is reduced to only one state? As for those people, after I control the Samsara Eye, the strange beasts in the secret space will not be able to do anything. Then it will be a good time for our Freemasonry to rise. As he was talking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his right eye. This pain went deep into his bones, and even a strong man like him who had experienced many storms could not bear it. Another painful roar, which frightened Zhao Hua. After a long time, the painful roar slowly subsided. The beast head panted and asked, when did the kid from the Yun family come to the Freemasonry? I didn't expect that he actually mastered the wood release bloodline limit. If I can get his cells, my control of this Samsara Eye will definitely speed up. The wood release bloodline limit is extremely rare, and he has not found it in all these years with his identity. Zhao Hua replied at this moment, he seems to want to get his elder brother's Sharingan, but he just said that the time is not right yet. Should we just capture him as an experimental subject? But Gu Huan smiled strangely, he and I are the same kind of people. Since he dares to meet us, he must have his own little tricks. Also, I don't think you can beat him with your strength. Zhao Hua's face flushed a little. He, a level 7 king, can't beat a level 6 grandmaster? But in the end he didn't dare to refute. Is there anything fun recently? Tell me so that I can relieve my boredom. Gu Huan changed his side to lie on the side at this moment, as if this could reduce the pain. Zhao Hua was stunned for a moment, and then remembered something. He took out a stack of documents from his pocket and handed it over carefully. The beast head glanced at it with its normal amber cat eyes, and then showed an interested look. Sharingan, 8 Gates Ninjutsu. It is indeed a good experimental material. It's just that I can't move around now, so you have to cherish this experimental material. Suddenly his amber eyes flashed. It just so happens that I have this Samsara Eye for a while, and some techniques can be tried. His amber left eye stared at Zhao Hua, making the latter take a few steps back. Elephant turning technique. In the morning of the second day, Chi Yuan just opened the room and found that several people were waiting respectfully. Sir Chi Yuan, good morning. We are the law enforcers of Shangcheng City. I'm sorry to bother you today. Chi Yuan glanced at them, and it seemed that their strength was around the second-level ninja. You're welcome, can you wait until I finish breakfast before going over? A young law enforcer handed over the prepared breakfast directly, looking at Chi Yuan with awe. It is said that the Chi Yuan in front of him is not only on good terms with the Grandmaster Realm powerhouse, but also very powerful. Chi Yuan felt a little confused. In the past, people like Wang Ke, Lin Tao and Lu Song were all very arrogant. It seems that there are still many normal people in this world. Then wait for me for a while. I will go to that place with you as soon as I finish eating. The secret space that appeared in Shangcheng City was not even given a level. There were at most level 2 monsters in it. However, it was the Yang family who was in charge before, and they didn't care about the small secret space that didn't have much value. After taking out the valuable things in it, they didn't care about it. After the Yang family left, it was a law enforcement team in Shangcheng City that cleaned up this secret space. And other law enforcement teams couldn't spare any extra manpower. Moreover, Shangcheng City is just a small city, and most of the law enforcers are only level 2 ninjas. So they suffered a lot of casualties. Chi Yuan is standing at the entrance of this small secret space at this moment. With the gradual integration of the 6 paths Madara inheritance, in addition to the related inheritance of the Sharingan, Chi Yuan also gradually inherited Uchiha Madara's ninjutsu experience. For example, fire escape, and perception ninjutsu that he is not very good at. At this moment, in his perception, this secret space is only the size of a small town. There are many big and small cats, and there is no third-level beast at all. He said to the law enforcement team behind him, I will help you clean up all the second-level beasts, you don't have to follow me. After that, Chi Yuan jumped up and disappeared. The remaining law enforcement team looked at each other. Wang Hu, didn't you also graduate from Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School? This Chi Yuan is your junior. Don't talk nonsense, but I heard that his chakra affinity is as high as 121. How can I afford such a person? But why did I hear that Chi Yuan got the Sharingan in the secret space? You are stupid. He was just a poor man before. If he got the Sharingan, would he be received by the mayor? It must be a rumor. But at this moment, Chi Yuan frowned. Congratulations host, you have suppressed the level 2 beasts and gained 1 point of strengthening value. The strengthening value is getting less and less. When he worked with Gengpai Pei before, the level 2 beasts could provide 10 points of strengthening value. It seems that I have to go to this magic and martial arts university, otherwise when can my Manjiki Sharingan be opened? He planned that as long as his level reached the 5th level of the Grandmaster Realm, he would gather enough strengthening points to add to the 3 Magadama Sharingan and complete the evolution of the Manjiki Sharingan. In just less than an hour, Chi Yuan cleared all the level 2 beasts. As for those level 1 beasts, it is a good choice to give them to the law enforcers to practice or eat them as food. To a certain extent, the existence of the secret space is extremely important to humans. If it is used well, it will be an endless treasure. However, Chi Yuan's face suddenly changed. There is a big lake in this secret space, which makes water mist rise from various places on the shore. However, at this moment, the water mist is getting bigger and bigger, and the visibility is plummeting. Chi Yuan's eyes flickered slightly, it seems that there are some troubles to find. Chapter 43 Attack. The power of the physical ninja. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, gradually blocking Chi Yuan's vision. Even if he opened the 3 Magadama Sharingan, he couldn't see clearly. Not far from him, there were 2 figures standing there. Is it that kid? What a joke, just a high school student who hasn't graduated yet, but I asked him to come in person. The person who spoke couldn't see his face, but he had a big sword more than 1 person tall on his back. The other figure smiled faintly. If it was really a kid, would I ask you Freemasons to take action? You'd better pay more attention, don't overturn it. His overall strength should be comparable to the early stage of the Grand Master realm. Qi Yuan was also very familiar with this figure. It was Lu Tianjun of the Mo Lu family. Originally, as an employer, he should not be here. But he really couldn't swallow the anger he had at the beginning, and he had to torture Qi Yuan before he was captured to relieve his hatred. And since he knew that Qi Yuan had the strength of an ordinary Grand Master, he asked the Masonic Assassin Organization for help. The assassin who appeared in front of him had a code name, No 17. The smaller the number in the Masonic Assassin Organization, the stronger the strength. This number 17 has successfully assassinated someone on the Grand Master list. The strength should not be underestimated. Is this the Mist Shadow technique? This Qi Yuan should have successfully suppressed the side effects of the Sharingan, so now just destroy his Sharingan first. Although everyone thinks that the Sharingan is a curse, they also know that if they can inherit the Sharingan, it will be a terrible power. Humph! I hope that as you said, this kid can let me have fun. You stay here first, I will beat him to death and then hand him over to you. By the way, don't forget our agreement. Originally, Lu Tianjun's request was to kill Qi Yuan, but the Freemasons needed Qi Yuan's body for experiments. And Lu Tianjun agreed to the Freemasons' request without thinking. Being an experimental material is more painful than death. The world of ninjas has many strange techniques. Death is not up to you. And at this moment, Qi Yuan had already discovered the abnormality here. Sharingan is completely ineffective. Is this the Mist Shadow technique? Then the next attack will come from nowhere. At the same time, an inexplicable voice came to his ears. It sounded extremely cold. Hee, kid, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, guess where I will attack you? A burst of air-breaking sound came from behind Qi Yuan. A dagger stabbed Qi Yuan fiercely. After a body of smoke, only a dead tree was left in the distance. No 17's face changed, and a fist attacked from behind him, hitting his face hard. He pulled out his sword fiercely, blocking the attack from behind, and his body unconsciously stepped back a few steps. He inherited Zaboz's legacy, but unfortunately he didn't find the beheading sword. The sword he carefully crafted was directly broken by the opponent's fist. Number 17 had to hide his body in the thick fog again. This kid reacted so quickly, he actually activated the substitution technique before this. And his power is really not simple. But under this fog shadow technique. Before he finished speaking, his face suddenly changed again. Qi Yuan's body was emitting green energy and hit him hard. The latter felt as if his chest was bearing 1,000 pounds of weight. How is it possible, with this kind of power, how can you know my location? Qi Yuan smiled coldly in his heart. Being so close to the physical ninja, are you the only one who can hear the movement? The method to crack the mist shadow technique is simple. Either through powerful wind escape, or through your own keen sense. After all, the opponent also uses sound to distinguish the direction. Qi Yuan, who has opened 3 gates at this moment, is not inferior to the peak Grandmaster in terms of strength and speed. And number 17 is good at assassination. Seeing that the situation is not right, he quickly disappeared under Qi Yuan's attack. His figure is hidden in the thick fog, full of uncertainty. But Qi Yuan frowned. He couldn't hear any sound, which meant that this guy had moved away from him. He didn't have the wind escape technique in his mind, so he couldn't drive away the mist shadow technique for the time being. But Qi Yuan said coldly, "If I find you again next time, it will be your death." With a splash, 2 powerful water dragons emerged from the lake not far from him, and then rushed towards him with a roar. Water escape, water dragon bullet technique. Qi Yuan shouted, "There!" His chakra exploded. 7 days calling technique, open. First active. Second active. Third active. Qi Yuan's face flushed red due to the large amount of oxygen absorbed in a short period of time. However, at this moment, with the superposition of the first 3 gates of the 8 gates and the first 3 levels of the 7 days calling technique, his body has reached a terrifying level. The huge water dragon rushed with extremely strong pressure, but it could not hurt Qi Yuan at all. There was not even a retreat. And his figure moved and ran directly to the lake. He punched the figure on the lake who was still maintaining the technique. The entire lake was rippling with huge waves, and more than a dozen big fish with white bellies flew everywhere. However, Qi Yuan's face changed slightly, it turned out to be the shadow clone technique. And at this moment, a figure appeared again under his feet. Then he quickly formed a seal with one hand, water prison technique, you can't run away now? However, before number 17 finished speaking, his slender and explosive thigh swept towards him directly. You are too slow. Even if it is a single-handed seal, compared with Qi Yuan's current physique, the activation of this technique is still too slow. His body flew directly from the lake to the shore. He vomited blood and felt that his internal organs were about to shift. Damn it! My silent killing technique can't do anything to the physical ninja. Lu Tianjun, come and help me quickly. However, Qi Yuan directly caught up with his body and lifted him up violently. Li Lianhua. Their bodies flew high into the sky, and then fell to the ground like a meteorite. However, Qi Yuan loosened his body the moment he landed on the ground. He didn't need to bear the damage with the other party. A big hole was smashed on the ground, and number 17 lay in the deep gully on the ground like a dead dog. Congratulations, you have suppressed Yuan Li and gained 2000 points of strengthening value. Yuan Li should be the real name of number 17, who was directly beaten to death under the 8 gates of. In fact, it's not that number 17 is too useless, but his assassination skills are indeed restrained by physical ninjas. And no one expected that Qi Yuan, who is less than level 5 Grandmaster, is so powerful in physical skills. The speed and strength completely crush the Grandmaster. Damn it! Even if I fight him, I can't get any benefit. Lu Tianjun quickly performed the instant body technique and headed for the entrance of the secret realm in a blink of an eye. But suddenly a faint voice sounded in his ears, why is Lu Zhenshushi in such a hurry to leave? Come to my Shangcheng, I must do my best to be a good host. Chapter 44 Open the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Lu Tianjun's face was ferocious, and his hands slammed to the ground. It was obvious that he was not completely unaware of Qi Yuan's approach. Earth escape, return on the dirt road. A thick wall blocked Qi Yuan's way forward. But Lu Tianjun didn't expect the earth wall to hold out for long. He quickly made seals with his hands. However, his expression changed suddenly, and the thick earth wall was directly broken by the human body. And then shattered into pieces. He suddenly remembered the horror of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, which was an S-level forbidden technique that could challenge opponents of higher levels. It's just that few people can practice it successfully, causing many people to ignore its power. A burning aura ignited on Lu Tianjun's body, boiling escape, the art of clever mist. A large cloud of corrosive acid mist gushed out of his mouth. Then it attached to the earth wall that was about to collapse, and Qi Yuan behind the earth wall. Qi Yuan, who had just broken the earth wall, changed his expression, and then stepped back violently. In his memory, this acid mist was enough to melt Susanoo. Although Lu Tianjun had not yet reached the level of performance, he was now a flesh and blood body. Lu Tianjun was going crazy at this moment, Qi Yuan's speed was too fast. He couldn't attack him at all. And his boiling escape focused on powerful attacks, and he couldn't hit the opponent at all. But his chakra was not enough to perform boiling escape for a long time, and he would be exhausted by him sooner or later. However, taking advantage of this gap, he made another mark. Earth escape, super light rock technique. His body suddenly flew into the air like a balloon. At the same time, Lu Tianjun suddenly raised all the chakra in his body. Then attached to his palms, both palms were steaming. Then he exerted force forward, and his body shot directly into the distance like a spring. Boiling escape, steam engine. This speed far exceeds the general instant body technique. As long as you leave this secret space, Qi Yuan will not dare to attack a master in the outside world. He looked at the entrance of the secret space getting closer and closer, and was suddenly ecstatic. And the Masonic killer is dead. I can frame Qi Yuan. He hired someone to kill me. He has the entire Lu family behind him. Who is the black cat and who is the white cat is up to him. However, at this moment, his face changed again. Then he turned his head with great difficulty, but saw Qi Yuan with green energy galloping and jumping, and the speed had already reached a new level. How is it possible? Wasn't it his limit speed just now? At this moment, Qi Yuan only felt his body was extremely sore. This was the sequelae of opening the fourth gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia. Now he was in pain and joy. When he broke the 4 purple flame formation and opened the fourth gate before, he didn't feel much. But at this moment, the 8 gates of Dunjia and the 7 days calling method were used together. While obtaining speed and strength beyond the limit, the bones of the body also underwent tremendous pressure. He accelerated again and approached Lu Tianjun directly. The latter performed the super light rock technique at this moment, causing his body to be extremely light. Coupled with the high-speed movement, he couldn't adjust his body at all. At this moment, Lu Tianjun performed the boiling escape, and the chakra around his body became a steam state. The whole person was like a balloon, and he would burst with a poke as long as the outside world applied an external force to him. Qi Yuan shouted loudly and rushed over Lu Tianjun. Then he pressed his elbow down violently. Only a sound like a balloon exploding was felt. Lu Tianjun's body exploded directly in the low air. Congratulations! You have suppressed Lu Tianjun and gained 2000 points of strengthening value. Qi Yuan released the state of the 8 gates of Dunjia, and looked at Lu Tianjun who had turned into ashes, and couldn't help showing a sigh of emotion. If Lu Tianjun hadn't been in a hurry to escape, he might not have died so quickly. Although his boiling escape was slow, it was extremely dangerous. Before the chakra was exhausted, Qi Yuan really didn't dare to get close to his body. However, fate played tricks on people. No wonder he didn't make it to the Grandmaster list. Although he is at the peak level of level 5, he always feels like a scoundrel from a noble family. Although Qi Yuan said it easily, these 2 Grandmasters have almost exhausted all his means. Especially after opening the 4th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, his body is now very tired and sore. I killed 2 level 5 peak Grandmasters in a row, and directly gained 4000 points of strengthening value. System: add 1000 points to physical energy, 1000 points to mental energy. In just a short moment, Qi Yuan suddenly felt that his chakra had completely changed. At least 5 times more than the normal chakra before. Is this the Grandmaster level? Sure enough, it was a world of difference from before. Although Qi Yuan only added 2000 points to physical and mental energy. However, after his level was raised to level 5, his physical and mental energy was passively increased by several times. Even at this moment, the remaining fatigue from opening the 4th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu has completely dissipated. System: call up the attributes for me. Qi Yuan called up the system panel that had not been opened for 10,000 years. Host: Qi Yuan. Level: early level 5. Chakra affinity: potential 521. Body energy: spiritual energy. 8 gates of ninjutsu, level 5, 342/2000. 9 days calling, level 3, full. Bloodline limit: 3 Megatama Sharingan, 9600/. Strengthening points: 2127. There are still 2000 points of strengthening value left, so I can try to open the Manjaki Sharingan. System: add 2000 points of strengthening value to the Sharingan. Just a few seconds after he finished saying this, he suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eyes. And it was getting worse and worse, so he couldn't help but cover his eyes. At the same time, 2 lines of blood flowed out of his eyes unconsciously. Through the clear water, you can clearly see the 3 megatama spinning non-stop. Until the 3 megatama are connected into one piece. Manjiki Sharingan. Qi Yuan's Manjiki Sharingan was opened at this moment. Qi Yuan's body couldn't help but tremble. Is this the Manjiki Sharingan? It's as weird and powerful as I imagined. About 2 minutes later, Qi Yuan completely put down his hands, and the Manjiki Sharingan in his eye sockets suddenly opened. It turns out that Madara's Manjiki Sharingan has this ability. The ability of both eyes of the Manjiki Sharingan has appeared in his mind. His Manjiki Sharingan is indeed very different, and both eyes are passive skills. The left eye can reduce the use of chakra but can perform ninjutsu that is different from ordinary people. The right eye directly increases chakra passively all the time, and can increase 50% of chakra during the opening of the Manjiki Sharingan. No wonder Uchiha Madara doesn't have the blue shortage of other Uchiha, and he can even fight with the sage body of Senju Hashirama for several days. And because Madara's Manjiki Sharingan is a passive skill, the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan are reduced. Qi Yuan looked at the system attribute column. Bloodline limit, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, 1500/. It's actually the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Sure enough, after getting the inheritance of 6 paths Madara, it can directly evolve into the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In this way, I don't have to worry about going blind. In addition to the passive techniques of the eyes, the technique of Susanoo is also hosted in the body. In this state, I can at least perform the second stage of Susanoo. Qi Yuan couldn't help getting excited, and he took a deep breath. Seeing his Manjiki Sharingan through the water, Qi Yuan couldn't help but give himself a smile. With these eyes, he will not be afraid of anyone in this world. Chapter 45 Simon and Shivers, your 100 million has been received. Shangcheng, Law Enforcement Bureau. Shangcheng Mayor Simon An and the Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau are discussing the incident at this moment. Suddenly his secretary hurried in with a very serious look. This action immediately made Simon An look ugly. This secretary is so ignorant. Didn't he see that I was talking about something? However, the secretary was anxious at the moment and said directly, the small space found in the south of the city has an accident. Simon An was slightly stunned. Didn't he ask Qi Yuan to deal with it? Suddenly he thought of some rumors. This Qi Yuan got the Sharingan in the space of the first ball. Could it be that the side effects of the Sharingan suddenly took effect and the person died? The sensing ninja at the entrance sensed a strong chakra reaction in the secret realm. It is said that it is at least the chakra level of a master. Simon An stood up when he heard this. What's going on? The secretary quickly said, originally, Qi Yuan was asked to eliminate the second-level monsters, and a strong chakra reaction occurred after about an hour. And that reaction was not just for one person. Simon An's wrist shook. Although he is also a master, he has been hiding in this small town for many years. He has not been to the secret space to kill strange beasts for a long time, and therefore he has not been promoted for a long time. But he still gritted his teeth. I still have to go and take a look. If Qi Yuan is in trouble, Jia Zhenshao will not be able to explain it. Suddenly, a staff member outside ran over. Director, someone claims to have caught a killer from the Freemasonry organization. And it's a level 5 master killer. Simon An has thought of a possibility at this moment. He no longer cares about being reserved and directly ran out of the door with a teleportation technique. A young man outside the door carried a huge package. Simon An was relieved when he saw Qi Yuan's back. He was about to say hello to Qi Yuan, but he instinctively felt danger. Those eyes. Scarlet, weird, powerful, and extremely dangerous. The next moment Simon An was directly in a dark red space. He was tied to a cross with 5 flowers. Is this an illusion? Mayor Sima, did you carefully arrange for me to go to that small secret space today? Qi Yuan's figure walked out of the darkness, and he looked no different from when Sima Nan saw him yesterday. However, his eyes were blood red. That was the garbage blood boundary known to the world, the three Magadama Sharingan. However, at this moment, Sima Nan wanted to trample the person who held such an idea to the ground. He was a master after all, but he was pulled into the illusion space by the Sharingan with just a glance. Hearing Qi Yuan's question, Sima Nan was relieved. Then he tried to say calmly, Master Qi, although I don't know what happened to you in the small secret space, this matter is definitely not carefully arranged by me. I just want to get close to you and improve my impression in front of Jiuzhen Shushi. He now understood that Qi Yuan had definitely reached the master level. It was completely different from the feeling he gave him yesterday. In this case, he directly revealed all his thoughts. It's just a small matter for you and me. If something unexpected happens, it must be someone else coveting you. Qi Yuan looked at Sima Nan quietly with his three Magadama Sharingan, and was convinced from his eyes that the other party was not lying. Of course, in this illusion space, he could also torture him. But there was no need for this. After all, Sima Nan was the mayor of Shangcheng City, and Yan Gang was still in Shangcheng City. Just let him know how powerful he is. The next second Sima Nan suddenly came to his senses, and Qi Yuan's clear and transparent pupils and signature smile came towards him. Mayor Sima, we meet again. Sima Nan's smile became stiff, and he glanced at the people around him without feeling any abnormality. Suddenly, his heart was filled with horror again. This Qi Yuan's illusion is so advanced? No one noticed my abnormality just now. He swallowed his saliva and didn't know what to say for a while. Then Qi Yuan directly opened the big sack on his back. And a bloody figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. This guy tried to assassinate me today, but I killed him in the end. He should be a rebel ninja, by the way, he is also a master. The people present did not react to his first sentence, but the second sentence directly shocked everyone. Grandmaster. Little brother, you are not kidding. This is the Law Enforcement Bureau, go home quickly. Many people did not know Qi Yuan and just thought he was here to make fun of him. However, Sima Nan came to his senses at this moment, and then turned around and cursed, "Shut up! Do you have the right to speak here?" His tone made everyone present stunned, and they immediately understood that Qi Yuan's identity was not simple. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau felt that the corpse was familiar, so he boldly stepped forward to check. His deputy also seemed to feel familiar. This seems to be number 17 of the Freemasonry. Killed the super felon who ranked 99th on the Grandmaster Realm ranking. He is good at silent killing. The two looked at each other and were immediately shocked. Then they reported to Sima Nan, "Mayor, this is a big fish, the reward is as high as 100 million. Then they looked at Qi Yuan again, and recalled what he said before. Assassination but counter-killed? They took a breath of cold air. This boy turned out to be a Grandmaster Realm strongman? Not even an ordinary Grandmaster Realm. Sima Nan's heart was pounding at this moment, and he felt that he had just walked through the gates of hell. If this matter was really related to him, he would have been killed by Qi Yuan long ago. He felt that the matter was serious and immediately dismissed the irrelevant people present. He thought Qi Yuan was a junior of Jianan, but now it seems that Qi Yuan himself is a big shot. Sima Nan laughed dryly, "Congratulations to Master Qi, you killed such a villain and eliminated a great harm for Yuzhou." Qi Yuan smiled and said, "In fact, there was another person who surrounded me, but now there is no body." When Sima Nan heard this, he once again raised Qi Yuan's strength to a higher level. He immediately said indignantly, "Master Qi, just tell us his appearance and the ninjutsu he is good at, and our Law Enforcement Bureau will do its best to confirm his identity." The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau also nodded. But Qi Yuan said casually, "No need, I know this guy's identity. Simon Nan and others were shocked, but the next moment they hated. I have to cut off my ears. Why do I have to hear this news? His name is Lu Tianjun. He is the master of the Modal Lu family and the deputy envoy of the fifth town on earth. Simon Nan showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Is this related to the Modal Lu family? The moonlight was bright and the night began to become quiet. Simon Nan couldn't bear the pressure and called Jianan directly. Although Lu Tianjun attacked Qi Yuan first, he was a member of the Modal Lu family. When Jianan heard about this, he was shocked by Qi Yuan's strength and immediately asked Simon Nan to block the news. At the same time, collect as much evidence as possible to avoid verbal disputes with the Lu family. Until dark, Qi Yuan returned home. But he was in a good mood. Your balance has been received. This Masonic rebel is really valuable. The moment he pushed the door, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. At the same time, deep in a large club in Huanjun City, the creature with a humanoid and animal head smiled strangely. Try to see the effect of this samsara eye technique, the elephant turning technique. Chapter 46 Elephant Turning Body, Qi Yuan's Powerful Fire Style. Qi Yuan lives in a remote place, and no one can be seen at night. The small courtyard is quiet at this moment. But Qi Yuan felt something very unusual. After awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, his perception ability has been greatly enhanced. Although he did not sense the chakra fluctuations of others, he still instinctively felt a hint of danger. The moon in the sky is crescent, but the moonlight does not shine into the small courtyard. The purple-black light is diffused, and a barrier with no visible boundaries has been opened at some point. Suddenly, 4 people dressed in black are looming, standing in the 4 corners at this moment, with seals condensed in their hands, and spreading directly. The whole suburb is covered by the barrier. It is the 4 purple flame formation. A playful laugh sounded at the corner, attracting Qi Yuan's attention. Qi Yuan instantly opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and saw 2 dangerous figures under the observation of the Sharingan. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked very tall. He felt puzzled and incredible when he saw Qi Yuan open the 3 Megatama Sharingan so easily. The other one was a very pale young man with an evil smile on his face. It was this figure that made Qi Yuan's pupils shrink sharply, and at the same time he felt a little uncoordinated in the body of the guy opposite him. Zhao Hua, is this the little guy? It's really not simple to control the 3 Megatama Sharingan. The body is very unusual, I can't wait to dissect him. The people who appeared here were Gu Huan, the leader of the Freemasons, and Zhao Hua, the director of the Yuzhou branch. But at this moment, they were in the form of elephants, using other people's bodies as sacrifices so that their chakra could descend on them. But this sacrifice can only withstand less than 10% of Gu Huan's current strength, and withstand 30% of Zhao Hua's strength. But even so, the strength of these sacrifices that bear their chakra has reached the peak level of the Grand Master realm, otherwise they can't bear their chakra at all. And as long as their chakra is exhausted, they will die immediately. The other 4 people who cast the 4 purple flame formation are just ordinary sacrifices. But there is no problem in maintaining this barrier. Gu Huan stared at Qi Yuan and smiled strangely. What a beautiful 3 Megatama Sharingan, let me see how you control it. However, Qi Yuan's words made his face cold. Qi Yuan smiled coldly at this moment. Hide your head and show your tail, and don't even dare to show your true face, just a clown. There should be an extremely disgusting face under the human skin mask. The opening of the Manjiki Sharingan gave him enough confidence. On the contrary, he was a little excited, hoping that these 2 people could make him happy. At this moment, Zhao Hua was impressed by the magic of this Xiangzuan Jutsu, which could simulate all of them, even including forbidden techniques and blood boundaries. His Kekkei Genkai was only a lower Kekkei Genkai, but he could practice to the 7th level of King, which meant that his Kekkei Genkai had undergone a qualitative change. It was because of his Kekiai Genkai that he was not discovered by the Yuzhou officials when he arrived in Shangcheng City from Huanjun City. It was just because the chakra carried by this sacrifice was too little that it could not exert its full power. Gu Huan was in a bad mood at the moment. His real body was now an alien race and extremely ugly. Qi Yuan just hit his pain point. My good disciple, this technique is quite effective. Go and catch him, this experimental material is very good. Zhao Hua rushed forward at this moment. You actually killed number 17 of our Freemasonry, you should have realized it long ago. Looking at the people in front of him through the Sharingan, Qi Yuan always felt that something was wrong with their state. It seems a bit like a puppet. But suddenly Zhao Hua in front of him suddenly moved forward, water escape explosive water rush. The water like a stream flooded the entire narrow space, and at the same time Zhao Hua formed a seal again, lightning escape ground walk. The powerful lightning escape rushed towards Qi Yuan at an unpredictable speed, and coupled with the conductivity of water, waves suddenly surged in the direction where Qi Yuan was. The power of the ninjutsu of the man in front of him is definitely far beyond that of the master-level strongman. Even if Jianan comes, he will kneel. At this moment, Qi Yuan directly opened the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the third activity of the 7 heavens guardian. Instantly, the whole person directly increased several levels of strength on the basis of normality. At the moment when the opponent performed the lightning escape, he jumped up in the air to complete the charge, and then smashed the opponent like a rocket launcher. This speed is so fast that Zhao Hua, who had just performed the lightning escape, did not react. Earth escape returned to the earth and land. And Gu Huan next to him had reacted and performed earth escape. The scale of this earth escape was far greater than Lu Tianjun's. Haha, the insight of the Sharingan plus the extremely powerful physical skills, it is really a rare genius in a century. However, the earth wall was broken into pieces in just an instant, and Qi Yuan, emitting green energy, jumped up. Zhao Hua over there was a little embarrassed, his 30% chakra couldn't even capture Qi Yuan's movements. He was about to perform his own forbidden technique, but his teacher seemed to be excited and was one step faster than him. Hiding shadow snake hand. Gu Huan laughed strangely and many big snakes emerged from his sleeves, they coiled around at a very fast speed. Qi Yuan changed his fist into a palm, and the whole palm seemed to have turned into a knife. Then, with the green color of the 8 gates, the palm was slightly blue again. This is a chakra blade, with a sharp blade that is not inferior to the wind escape, and he can perform it naturally with the palm fairy technique. Those big snakes approached Qi Yuan's body in an instant, threatening, entwining, or biting, as if they had a certain amount of wisdom. And Qi Yuan was like turning on the accelerator, with his hand and knife falling, and the smelly blood was all over the ground. As the speed gradually increased, Qi Yuan actually began to rotate in his original body. The sharp blades began to spread all over his body. Those approaching big snakes were crushed one after another. As the rotation, the high-speed collision of chakra was like a solid wall that broke the poisonous snakes in half. Gu Huan said in surprise, "It's a bit like the Bai family's Huishan, it's really a good technique." He used both hands to cast the seal again. 10,000 snakes Luo formation. Countless snakes came from an unknown space, and they looked even more creepy in this somewhat narrow space. They crawled and headed towards Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan suddenly jumped back, and then used the force to leap into the sky. However, there were too many snakes, and they actually used their companions' bodies to pounce on Qi Yuan in mid-air. Gu Huan smiled strangely at this moment, "My snakes are all highly poisonous. They can't move if they bite them." But Qi Yuan's eyes didn't care about the poisonous snakes under his feet at all, but looked at the 2 people on the ground. "The warm-up is over, let's play something exciting next. Fire-style Great Fire Extinguishment." Standing in the air, he suddenly spit out a large range of fire style towards the ground. The flames directly burned those densely packed poisonous snakes into ashes. It even spread throughout the barrier. Chapter 47 Susanoo appeared. The elephant body of death. The spread of fire style directly submerged the poisonous snakes summoned by the 10,000 snakes formation, and the scorching flames spread throughout the barrier. It even affected the edge of the 4 purple flame formation. The 4 elephant body who cast the barrier showed pain on their faces, and a large area of their bodies was burned. However, as elephant body, they will only disappear when their chakra is exhausted. Or the caster took the initiative to remove it. Chi Yuan's body in the air suddenly dropped, and he was surrounded by many ashes and the smell of barbecue. Then he looked at the place not far from him. It was completely covered by dense earth escape, and then the entire closed earth escape began to crack, revealing 2 figures inside. Gu Huan and Zhao Hua looked solemn, and hesitated. He seems to be more than just suppressing the side effects of the Sharingan. Not only is his physical skills extremely powerful, this ninjutsu is already comparable to some people on the Grand Master Realm list. Did he really get the Sharingan? Gu Huan was more interested in Chi Yuan at this moment, and he licked his lips. Interesting. As for the 4 elephant bodies, he didn't care at all. Chi Yuan looked at them indifferently at this moment. It seems that the power of this fire escape is still not strong enough. What about the one below? Then the 3 Megatama Sharingan in his eye sockets rotated violently, and a new pattern emerged. That is the Manjiki Sharingan. With the opening of the Manjiki Sharingan, Chi Yuan felt that his chakra was instantly strengthened by several layers. At the same time, the Manjiki Sharingan on the left kept turning. So, can you resist this state of fire style? Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Chi Yuan used the same trick again. But this time he released the fire style directly on the ground and forward. This fire style was more fierce, more than 10 times more powerful than before. This directly changed the faces of Gu Huan and Zhao Hua. Especially the latter, whose figure suddenly grew larger at this moment, and several black doll-like things jumped out of his body. The fire style spread over their bodies in an instant, and everything they passed was burning. The Xiongquan body that was casting the barrier in that direction turned into ashes directly. After one person was missing, the 4 purple flame formation disappeared. At the same time, the flames spread, and the entire suburbs were filled with flames. The people in Changcheng finally found something wrong, and Simon An was awakened overnight. The disappearance of the 4 purple flame array made the perception ninjas in the city also discover the changes here. However, after sensing the chakra over there, everyone felt that their heads were cold. This level of chakra? My God, what kind of big shot came to our small place? After performing the fire escape, Chi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and looked into the distance quietly. Then his eyes condensed. A large amount of water escape began to block the fire escape performed by Chi Yuan along the road. Water escape water array wall. The water waves beyond the range met the fire escape, and thick smoke rose in the entire night sky. After the flames, the scene over there gradually became clear. Chi Yuan also saw 2 figures over there. It should be said that it is not here were not 2 figures, but several huge monsters. The monster was black in color, but had a faceless mask on its face. They were taller than ordinary adults, and they surrounded Zhao Hua, who had already transformed at this moment. Zhao Hua had completely changed his appearance, and the whole person exuded a cold and terrifying aura. 4 huge masked monsters appeared in front of him. One of them was still in the form of water escape, and was still constantly blocking Chi Yuan's fire escape. Chi Yuan's eyes showed interest. It's interesting, the secret technique of the Earth's resentment. This secret technique can allow a person to have up to 5 lives, and by exchanging hearts, it can also allow a person to have a long life. Of course, as an S-level forbidden technique, those who can practice it successfully are also born with talent. And Gu Huan had summoned a huge python at some point, and slowly crawled out of the python's mouth. The whole body looked like it was made of water. Chi Yuan watched the monster desperately maintain the water escape, and put out the fire around him one by one. However, even the faceless man could feel that the water escape it was performing was getting weaker and weaker. With his strength alone, he could not offset the fire escape performed by the Mangeki Sharingan. However, the two people on the opposite side did not focus on Qi Yuan's fire escape at this moment, and both stared at his eyes. Then they both showed incredible and horrified expressions. Through the scorching air, they saw Qi Yuan walking towards them step by step with his hands behind his back. They could clearly see that the Sharingan in Qi Yuan's eye sockets was no longer 3 megatama. The 3 megatama had been connected into one piece, and the pattern became more complicated. A fact that was right in front of them filled their hearts. How is it possible that a human body can open the Mangeki Sharingan? Especially Gu Huan, he has been paying attention to the alien races for decades, and more precisely, to their powerful eye techniques. If it weren't for the fact that humans really couldn't control that kind of power, how could he abandon his human body and choose the ugly alien race? Moreover, the technique of reincarnation without corpse has limitations. If his forbidden technique cannot be further broken through in a few years, he must change the container again. However, now, this young man. Gu Huan could not suppress his inner desire. Zhao Hua, catch him. Hurry up. I want to study everything about him. And the monsters in front of Zhao Hua rushed forward. His body was in contact with the 4 monsters through inexplicable tentacles. The 4 monsters represent 4 attributes. With the main body, Zhao Hua can perform 5 attributes of escape techniques. Fire escape, head hard work. Wind escape, suppress harm. A large ball of dense flames spewed out of the monster's mouth, but the power was far inferior to Qi Yuan's fire escape. But at the same time, the fire escape, with the blessing of wind escape, looked no weaker than Qi Yuan in terms of momentum. Then, another monster spewed out a large lightning from its mouth. Thunder escape, pseudo-darkness. 3 powerful ninjutsu of different attributes were performed like this, but Qi Yuan did not even dodge. It's a good time to test my own technique. A blue color suddenly rose from under his feet, and the blue color quickly spread throughout his body. Gradually, a skeleton-like chakra was formed. This chakra directly condensed into a solid body, surrounding Qi Yuan's body. From a distance, it was full of weirdness, ominousness, and horror. Suzanu's first form. The fire and lightning techniques hit Suzanu without splashing any water. At the same time, a huge blue arm suddenly pinched the monsters of fire and lightning attributes. Then, with a sudden force, the 2 monsters were directly broken in the middle. Shattered into slag. Zhao Hua's face showed a look of horror. He is now an elephant-turning body, and this forbidden technique is also simulated with his own chakra. But he didn't expect to die so easily. Is this Suzanu? Not only can it open the Mangeki Sharingan, but it can also perform such a powerful ninjutsu. He had also dealt with aliens and understood the powerful power of the Mangeki Sharingan. This Suzanu is like a ninjutsu performed by a god. But at this moment, it was performed by a human. However, this guy should not know the weakness of the earthly blame you, as long as there is one. However, before he finished speaking, several blue arms stretched out from Qi Yuan's blue skull-shaped Suzanu again. Holding the other 2 earthly blame you monsters and his body tightly in his hands. And Gu Huan, who had been drooling at Qi Yuan's Mangeki Sharingan. Chapter 48 Samsara Eye appears, exposing identity. Qi Yuan's first stage Suzanu directly grabbed the struggling earthly blame you and Zhao Hua's body. However, with another fierce pinch, the earthly blame you monster was directly crushed. Zhao Hua's body was covered with hard mud. His main attribute was earth escape. Not only his body, but also his internal body was strengthened by the hardening technique. However, he was now in great pain. Although he was an elephant-turning body, he felt the pain himself. Under the powerful force of Susanoo, he was undoubtedly crushed directly. Congratulations host, you have suppressed Zhao Hua, and you will be rewarded with 5,000 points of strengthening value. Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. This man was unexpectedly valuable. He actually earned so many strengthening points? However, he frowned again. The broken body that was crushed by Susanoo seemed to have become a different person, not the previous Zhao Hua. Is it a puppet? But how can a puppet change its original appearance? An idea emerged in his mind, which seemed very similar to the technique in his memory. On the other side, Gu Huan was also constantly under the arm of Susanoo. Struggling, suddenly his mouth opened wide, and then another body was incredibly spit out from his mouth. Qi Yuan suddenly felt a repulsive force, standing inside Susanoo, his eyes focused on Gu Huan. The body that was spit out was still wet and was also the size of a normal human. However, when he raised his head, Qi Yuan's pupils shrank sharply. It was the head of a cat, which looked extremely terrifying. However, what made him more concerned was that the right eye of this thing was actually equipped with the samsara eye. Sure enough, they are bodies created by the elephant turning technique. Qi Yuan's heart was shocked. Just now he guessed that it might be the elephant turning technique. But he never dared to believe that someone could get the samsara eye. Seeing this man again, Qi Yuan immediately had many associations. Capture him. I want to know everything about him. Although the other party has a samsara eye, it is only an elephant turning body after all. The techniques that can be used are limited. And Gu Huan over there had the same idea. He actually showed his true form under Qi Yuan's coercion. If this little guy revealed it, the news that he had the samsara eye would spread like wildfire. Damn it, I didn't expect that this would happen just for fun. Gu Huan looked at the Susanoo on Qi Yuan at this moment and felt extremely difficult. He was just an image-transforming body that inherited less than 10% of the original body. Generally speaking, he had many means even when facing people who had just entered the King realm. But facing this attack and defense-integrated Susanoo, he was almost helpless. I can only try once. Anyway, it's just an image-transforming body, it's okay to use up all the chakra. The samsara eye in his right eye suddenly widened. His whole body began to dry up, as if all the chakra in his body was concentrated on his right eye. Tianyan of the 10,000 things. His palm stretched forward, and an extremely powerful gravitational force burst out. Qi Yuan under the Susanoo felt that his body was out of control, and he rushed towards Gu Huan's hand at a very fast speed. Is this Wangxiang Tianyan? If it's just this level, then you really underestimated me. Qi Yuan didn't dodge or evade, which made Gu Huan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. It's really worthy of the samsara eye. Even the Susanoo under the Manjiki Sharingan can't stop it. The powerful attraction pulled Qi Yuan's body out in an instant. However, in the process, Qi Yuan directly opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. The whole person's physical strength has reached a new level again. At this time, the suction of Wangxiang Tianyan couldn't restrain him at all. The body suddenly paused in mid-air, but then continued to run towards Gu Huan. However, this was Qi Yuan's active attack. Under the inertia of attraction, Qi Yuan, who was emitting green light, kicked Gu Huan's palm. Wangxiang Tianyan's arm was directly shattered, and the flesh and blood connected to the arm collapsed instantly. Gu Huan's whole body was directly split from the middle. His chakra was almost exhausted. However, Qi Yuan grabbed his head. The samsara eye is immune to most visual illusions, but Qi Yuan does not think that a very incomplete simulated samsara eye has this ability. Deliberately avoiding the samsara eye simulated by his Xiangzuan jutsu, while his chakra is not exhausted, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan stares at his feline amber left eye. Magic Shackle Technique. The illusion under the Manjiki Sharingan is more powerful, and Gu Huan's reincarnation technique is originally weak in mental power. At this moment, Gu Huan sinks directly under the illusion. His only remaining head is shaking constantly, as if he is under great pressure. Under the illusion, Qi Yuan knows the location of his body, the origin of his samsara and. At the same time, far away in Huanjun City. At this moment, Gu Huan's body, which is controlled by Xiangzuan Jutsu, is in confusion. He has just seized the body of an alien race not long ago, and his mental power is extremely unstable at this moment. What's more, he was tortured by the Rin Egan. And his current state was not comparable to his peak state. He thought he was just testing the power of the Rin Egan with the elephant rotation technique, but he didn't expect to test a powerful human who could perfectly control the Manjiki Sharingan. And the other party actually took the opportunity to invade his mind and use illusion to obtain his information. Zhao Hua, who was next to him, had just recovered from the destroyed elephant rotation body, but found that his teacher's state was a little wrong. Is this trapped in an illusion? How is it possible? With the teacher's ability, how could he fall into the hands of the other party? But he thought about it again, the other party was a strange existence that could perform the Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique, and the teacher's strength was not necessarily able to resist it. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly probed into Gu Huan's body. The influx of chakra directly interfered with Qi Yuan's illusion. Resolve. On the other side, Qi Yuan, who was interrogating Gu Huan, was forced to withdraw from the illusion world. Gu Huan's remaining head suddenly woke up, and he looked at Qi Yuan with hatred. A little ghost actually invaded his spiritual world. It was a great shame. He suddenly opened his mouth, and the remaining head suddenly grew longer in a weird posture. Then he pounced on Qi Yuan fiercely. Damn little ghost! Plant my curse! You! His face was ferocious, but suddenly his expression froze again. While mucus flowed out of his mouth, he bit the blue arm. Qi Yuan raised the blue arm produced by Susanoo, blocking Gu Huan's last attack. Stop! You little brat, are you still using Susanoo to defend me at this time? The last resort was also broken, Gu Huan's head began to weather and then disappeared. Congratulations host, you have suppressed Gu Huan, reward 8,000 points of strengthening value. At this moment, Qi Yuan raised his head, and a powerful chakra came from far and near. At the same time, a steady and vicissitudes of life voice resounded. Gu Huan's chakra aura, he is not dead yet. Chapter 49 Gu Huan ran away, King Yu's request. Huanjun City, a secret room. Gu Huan sat up suddenly at this moment, regardless of the pain of the samsara eye. Go! This place has been exposed. Zhao Hua didn't know the result of the battle over there at this moment, but looking at this scene, his teacher didn't look like he had taken advantage. It's just that they were just elephant bodies before. If Qi Yuan dared to come, he would guarantee that he would never come back. Gu Huan, however, had a ferocious cat face. My senior brother sensed my chakra and will soon find it here. I can't beat him in my current state, let's go. Zhao Hua's face suddenly changed, his teacher and senior brother. Who else could it be except King Yu? This generation of King Yu is amazing and talented. In the past, Yu Zhou's strength was at the bottom among all the states, but since this generation of King Yu took office decades ago, Yu Zhou's status has risen sharply. Otherwise, the strength of the Freemasonry on his side would not have been unable to develop in Yu Zhou. At this moment, Qi Yuan was lamenting that he had collected a total of points of strengthening value in a short period of time, and before he had time to distribute the strengthening points, he was attracted by an extremely powerful chakra. The level of this chakra was so strong that he was frightened, even if he opened the 7 Heavens Guardian and the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, it could not be compared. In just a moment, a slender figure who looked extremely young appeared in front of him. His eyes kept scanning Qi Yuan. I was a little worried about your safety, but now it seems that I was too worried. Seeing the Manjiki Sharingan in Qi Yuan's eyes and the Susanoo that was gradually rising to prepare for battle, his eyes showed a gleam of brilliance and amazement. Good. I didn't make a mistake. Qi Yuan, you really gave me enough surprises. Qi Yuan had originally planned to add all the enhancement values to the 8 gates to meet the terrible enemy. However, when he heard the man's tone, he seemed to be more familiar with him. At the same time, there was no murderous intent on him. When he was about to ask, he found that the man's expression turned to the distance again. That was the direction of Huanjun City. "Wait for me, I'm going to Huanjun City." After saying that, his figure disappeared directly, which made Qi Yuan's eyes shrink. This is not a flash body technique at all, but a space ninjutsu. And soon after, another familiar chakra rushed over desperately. That was Jianan's breath. "Qi Yuan, where is Lord Yu?" Jianan panted heavily. King Yu suddenly teleported to where he was through the coordinates of Flying Thunder God. Then he said something to Shang Cheng directly to him and disappeared again. He immediately knew that there was a problem in Shang Cheng. Jianan looked at the surrounding environment, except for the destroyed houses and several burned corpses. He only saw Qi Yuan's figure. Qi Yuan had closed his Sharingan at this moment. After all, he had just used the Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo, and his chakra consumption was quite severe. He also opened the 5th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu. At this moment, his body was in great pain and he couldn't help shaking. Be careful when using the 8 gates of ninjutsu in the future. Then add some points to the Manjiki Sharingan. Bloodline Limit, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. / Now even the Samsara Eye has appeared, I have to hurry up and evolve it into the Samsara Eye. He sat down cross-legged, took a breath and asked, "Was that King Yu just now?" He should be chasing after the Masonic rebels. After guessing that the man just now used the Flying Thunder God technique, Qi Yuan locked his identity. Apart from King Yu, who else can have such a powerful chakra? Jianan looked around, and there were still flames flying. It was conceivable that the battle was fierce. Yu. However, at this moment, he followed Qi Yuan's tired body and quickly closed his mouth. At this time, Simonan and others also came late, and Jianan directly ordered, "Where is the medical team?" But Qi Yuan waved his hand, "I'm fine, Jia Zhen Shao." He can use the Palm Immortal technique by himself and understand his current state. Just need to rest for a while to recover. It's just that his home seems to have been set on fire by himself. Huanjun City. At this moment, a group of ninjas were sweating, and a slender young man stood in front of him. "Lord Yu Wang, we, the noble families, really didn't know that the Freemasonry organization was hiding in this place. There is absolutely no collusion with the Freemasonry." King Yu looked at them coldly. There is no Flying Thunder God coordinate in Huanjun City, so he can only go to the nearest Mingcheng City first, and then use the body blinking technique to rush to Huanjun City. He had rushed over at a very fast speed, but was still escaped by Gu Huan and others. So he was extremely suspicious that some noble families in Huanjun City were colluding with the Freemasonry. He took out his private phone and dialed a number. "Is it Yang He? Come to Huanjun City to deal with things here." Hearing the voice of King Yu, the heads of various noble families in the audience broke out in cold sweat. This Yang He is the disciple of King Yu, and also a level 7 king. People call him King Yang. No one can keep their secrets in front of him. It seems that King Yu is going to investigate thoroughly. King Yu no longer cares about these people, and directly teleports to Jianan with the Flying Thunder God seal. The sudden appearance of the figure scared Simonan and others. "Is this King Yu? King Yu actually came to my Shang Cheng." Simonan and others were stunned, and then immediately overjoyed. However, King Yu waved his hand directly, "You leave first." No one dared to disobey his words, and soon there were only 3 people left on the scene. King Yu, Jianan, and Qi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged. King Yu's eyes were on Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, father Qi Hong, mother Bai Hui, once made great contributions to Yuzhou. Afterwards, his secret inheritance was taken away by the Yang family. I entered the 8th floor of the Inheritance Tower in the space of the first ball a few days ago. Am I right? Qi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He didn't understand what King Yu meant. Not only did he not understand, but Jianan beside him also didn't understand. I only ask you one question, can you really control your Manjiki Sharingan? The moment this sentence was said, Jianan looked at Qi Yuan in amazement. He didn't see Qi Yuan open the Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo. At this moment, he only felt incredible. Qi Yuan still didn't feel any malice in King Yu, and then nodded slowly. King Yu's expression obviously brightened. Then he looked at Qi Yuan and said word by word, I can teach you the Flying Thunder God technique. I can teach you the spiritualization technique. I can teach you the multiplication detonation talisman. I can give you all the S-level ninjutsu on my sealed scroll. I can even give you a chance to avenge the Yang family. Qi Yuan and Jianan both looked puzzled, especially the latter who had no idea what King Yu meant. It's fine to teach ninjutsu, but to avenge the Yang family now, that means to make enemies with the Lord of Fengzhou. King Yu could actually do this for Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan also looked at King Yu with a serious expression. The latter said again, my only request is that you become my disciple. Become the Lord of Yuzhou after I die. Chapter 50 The current situation of Desolate Sky City, becoming a disciple of King Yu. Jianan couldn't help swallowing. King Yu's request was really incredible. A young man was actually asked to become the future Lord of Yuzhou. You should know that King Yu's 4 disciples are now all level 7 kings, and have been trained for decades. If they knew about this, no one knew what the consequences would be. Qi Yuan stared at King Yu and saw that he was not joking. Then he slowly asked, why? King Yu also sat down slowly at this moment. Do you know what the current situation is in the Desolate Sky City where I guard? King Yu is not in Yedu all year round, but in the Desolate Sky City near the border between Yuzhou and Zhongzhou. The entrance to the secret space connected to the Desolate Sky City is not just an S-level secret space. I know of 20 S-level secret spaces alone, and they opened each other's passages more than 10 years ago. In the entire Zhuzhou Alliance, my Desolate Sky City is under the greatest pressure. And the exit of the Desolate Sky City is their only exit to the outside world. Qi Yuan frowned, and generally the secret spaces are independent. Especially for S-level secret spaces like this, they rarely communicate with each other. Otherwise, they would have swallowed up the human world long ago. But the secret entrance of Huangtian City is very unusual. 20 S-level secret spaces mean at least 20 king beasts. King Yu continued, however, according to my secret exploration, their number is at least 50. And there are less than 20 kings in Yuzhou. Qi Yuan didn't feel anything yet, but Jianan's face changed drastically at this moment. Lord Yu Wang, how is this possible? How can they have so many kings? King Yu laughed at himself at this moment. You all regard me as a guardian god, thinking that I am the only one who stopped the king beasts. However, with my strength, I can stop 10, 20, but how many can I stop? The reason why Huangtian City has not been lost until now is that the alien beasts are not unified. They often fight for territory in the secret space, which gives me Yuzhou a chance to breathe. But recently there seems to be a change. A powerful alien race has mastered a more powerful pupil power. Now I can't sneak into the secret space, otherwise I will be sensed by their magic immediately. Then King Yu sighed again, I am 70 years old this year and have entered the decline of ninjas. In the past year, I obviously feel that my energy is not as good as before. I can't hold on for long. Qi Yuan couldn't help but look at King Yu, but found that although his face was young, his expression was extremely old and tired. My 4 disciples are pretty good, they have all reached the 7th level of king. But the difference between kings is even more fatal, they are just extremely mediocre kings. If I am gone one day, they will not be able to defend Desolate Sky City at all. By then, most of the noble families in Yuzhou will definitely be independent, they will only care about their own power and status, and they will not care about the lives of ordinary people. King Yu stood up and faced Qi Yuan. Your appearance gave me new hope, entering the 8th floor of the Tower of Inheritance and being able to control the Mangeki Sharingan. If you learn my Flying Thunder God technique, then the burden of Yuzhou can be entrusted to you. So Qi Yuan, can you accept this burden? Qi Yuan fell into deep thought at this moment. He has inherited the 6 paths Madara, and now he has opened the Mangeki Sharingan. Theoretically, he is not afraid of anyone. However, according to King Yu, there are no less than 50 level 7 king beasts in Huangtian City alone. And the alien race also has the Samsara Eye, which has to make him speed up the progress of inheritance. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Samsara Eye can be forcibly improved through strengthening points. What about wood release? What about Senjutsu? If these inheritances of the 6 paths Madara can evolve by themselves, what about the 10 tails? It is impossible to give birth to the 10 tails in the stomach out of thin air and then become the 10 tails Jinkraki. When the time comes to capture the tailed beast, you must go deep into the S-level secret space. There are all kinds of strange techniques in the world of ninjas. Will this world develop its own unique techniques to target the Samsara Eye? Qi Yuan took a deep breath, and he also thought of Yan Gang and others. Although they were only together for a short period of time, this world also gave him a lot of warmth. So, Yuzhou is his home at present. Isn't it natural to protect your home? His eyes showed a clear color. Then he stood up, bowed to King Yu and said, "Teacher, I accept it." King Yu's face turned ruddy at this moment, and then he said repeatedly, "Good. Good. Good. Jianan, you go and arrange it tomorrow morning. Spread the news that my King Yu Gucheng has a new disciple." Qi Yuan hesitated and said, "Teacher, there is no need to make a big fuss." However, King Yu said, "This is a big happy event. And showing your identity can make Feng Zhou have some concerns, and there is also Gu Huan." Gu Huan? Same last name as King Yu? Qi Yuan now remembered the information about the person with the Samsara Eye. Through the interrogation of illusion, Qi Yuan knew that he was the one who inherited the legacy of Orochimaru. He was also the leader of the Freemasons, who had taken the body of an alien 10 days ago and had a Samsara Eye. In addition, through the prompts of the system, he knew that the name of the leader of the Freemasons was Gu Huan. Gu Huan was once my junior brother, but he was keen on human experiments. He even played with the body and soul of the old King Yu, his biological father. At first I thought I killed him, but I didn't expect that he was still alive in this world. Qi Yuan's eyes condensed, and then he told King Yu what he knew. And King Yu's face immediately became serious again. He actually got the Samsara Eye. No wonder there was a riot in the S-level secret realm in Qingzhou, it turned out to be because of him. Then he looked at Qi Yuan again. "Sure enough, in your Mangeki Sharingan memory, is there any news about the Samsara Eye?" Qi Yuan smiled slightly and didn't say much. He didn't only have news about the Samsara Eye, but he could completely evolve into the Samsara Eye. It's just that he couldn't tell King Yu about this kind of thing for the time being. The Samsara Eye originated from the mysterious inheritance in the secret space. But even their alien race can't control the legendary Samsara Eye. I didn't expect that Gu Huan actually got one. Don't be careless if you encounter it again in the future. This time it's mainly because Gu Huan didn't master the Samsara Eye. The real Samsara Eye technique is simply terrifying and can't be described. King Yu didn't need to remind him of this. Qi Yuan knew the power of the Samsara Eye better than anyone in the world. "Teacher, have you ever seen the appearance of the Samsara Eye?" King Yu was thoughtful. "Once my human race controlled the 3-tailed and 6-tailed, but in a certain incident, they were directly sealed by the Samsara Eye technique. From now on, the 3-tailed and 6-tailed beasts will be easily captured by the alien race.